Welcome and good morning. We are here in Johnson Valley, California in Hammertown. I am Miles Hasselquist and we are here for the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. We are about to kick off the big day for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. So here's the schedule for today's run. At 8 a.m. here in just a few minutes, we'll be kicking off the Can-Am UTV King of the Hammers presented by Progressive Insurance. And then we'll be racing all day long. It'll be a lot of action. It'll be 2 laps. The first lap is 86 miles, a little bit of rocks, a lot of desert. The second lap is 70 miles with a little bit of desert and a lot of rocks. So it'll be roughly 156 miles. And then tonight, around 5 o'clock or so, we'll be kicking off a Can-Am UTV Grudge Match. The top 20 will invert them. So first goes 20th, 20th goes first. 4 laps on the qualifying course. It'll be a rolling start with $10,000 on the line. Winner takes all. So it's going to be an amazing day of racing for here the Can-Am UTV King of the Hammers race. And tonight, Ralph Shaheen with Speed Sport will do a recap of today's race. So we'll do a quick little toss to Cameron Steele. He'll give you a course overview.
The thing about Turkey Claw is that it's right at the very beginning of the race, and we're going to do it every lap. So you're going to have a side-by-side start, you're dragging or racing someone, and within 3 miles, you're going to be in Turkey Claw in front of thousands of people. Turkey Claw as a trail in itself isn't really tough. It has some obstacles, there's a little bit of a pinch point where you can go right or left, but really it's mostly Scrabble rock. And what that means is just kind of loose nuisance rock you got to make your way through. And yeah, there's a couple places you could diff, or a couple places if you had them. A couple places where you might have to redirect, but for the most part it's just a quick straightforward trail. But what's going to happen is the top group likely will have a good line through there, and then others that may not have pre-run will start bunching up in there, and that's going to make it more adventurous, because as the lead cars come back around, maybe on lap 3, there might be trouble happening inside Turkey Claw, and I think it's going to be a great spectator place to watch the race.
Nightmare is an offshoot to Clawhammer. You can see Cameron in the Trent Fabrication car pre-running. This trail has never been in King of the Hammers before. This is our first time ever running the trail. As you can see, it's a tough trail. He's getting up at some loose rocks, some big boulders, and from here, you'll go over the bridge to King's Veto on lap 3.
I haven't driven on Nightmare before. I've been on it on my bike like 5 or 6 times. The first time we went up, all the instincts were good. We cleaned it. The second time, we had to back up. And then this last time, we were trying to use all different lines. Like I told Wayne, let's try these different lines. And he's like, they're not going to work as good. But it was fun to try. It's a cool little trail. It's more like, as Wayne would say, a Scrabble, or Cody would say nuisance. But there are a couple cool little features on there. Nothing too gnarly though. Nightmare. Part of the fun is spectating and having spectators watch the race. Cody Wagoner from Lasernut, he wanted to come up with something that the fans can watch. So he came up with Lasernut Alley. So this whole new snow fenced area, we used to just run in the sand. Well, now we're gonna drop off the hill on the rocks and stay along the rocks in what's called Lasernut Alley. It's nothing that's really tough and technical, but there is gonna be some tire positioning, and there is a chance of people, you know, having to back up. And I think it's a really good place where you might see some good side-by-side racing and possible passing in there. Then this will lead into her problem, and then you're gonna go up and do idle issues and then Chocolate Thunder. So it's right in the front area where all the fans can watch. It's not crazy, but it's fun to watch. Lasernut Alley.
Cool. Hey, this is like one of my favorite trails. It's one of the longest trails at the Hammers. It's called Outer Limits, and every time you come out here, you see the size of all the boulders and the rocks. And one of the coolest things about it is that there's so many options. It's a wide canyon. And so there's developed to be like 2 or 3 lines, and you have to choose between them. And every year rocks shift and move, vehicles change, stuff like that goes on. But this is gonna be a tough trail because cars will break and clog a line, or cars will be stuck in winching. And so you might not get to take your preferred line. So you really do have to pre-run and check out all the options out there. I love this trail. I find it to be a challenge that's always drivable if you pick the right line, but it's definitely never going to be called an easy trail.
This is the trail. This is the first one the Victor Valley Four-Wheel Club broke and named here at the Hammers. This is Sledgehammer. And really, the feature is the plaque line. When you come up to it coming down, there's a couple giant boulders you got to make your way through, and then there's a couple medium sized that are moving around. So you're gonna have to pick your line wisely. But no matter what you do, you're gonna have to come in sideways around the plaque, because that rock's not gonna move, and then throw yourself off the ledge. So it's a little bit tricky. Yes, there's some above it. Yes, there's some below it. But really, when you're talking about Sledgehammer, you're talking about one particular feature, and that's the plaque line. Wrecking Ball. This is a trail Dave talked about going up, and on the 3rd lap, he mentioned you're having to go through the gatekeeper, which is this section here. Conveniently, there have been bypasses put in all over the trail, and there's one just to the right, but we think that there's going to be a waypoint in here you have to hit. So we tried one way and got hung up, came back, tried to go around the traditional way. Now we're using the Warren to pull us through. Yee! The top of Wrecking Ball. This is where you have to make a decision. There's probably more than 2 ways to do it. Right now, Mitchell Alsop in his Can-Am is gonna do the waterfall line, and we'll take a look and see how that goes for him.
Wrecking Ball! What an awesome little course preview we just had. Thanks for that. This just shows you how tough this race is actually going to be. We are about to kick it off for the Can-Am UTV Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. I cannot wait to watch this race. I'll have my Boxo wrench in the pits checking all out. But in the booth, we have John Crowley and Ricky Johnson. It's all yours, guys.
Alrighty, Miles, thank you so much. I'm up here with John Crowley. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. And John, you have raced this thing multiple times. Just give us a quick rundown on how many times you've competed in the UTV King of the Hammers.
Well, I've been here since 2009, raced it several times and broke a lot. Been on the podium 4 times. Last time, 2019, as Mitch Guthrie Jr.'s co-dog. Last couple of years, been in the booth.
So there you go. So John is going to be our guy that I'm going to be leaning on, because I do know a lot of the guys, obviously. The Kyle Cheney, our defending champion, Ronnie Anderson, Phil Blurton, the list goes on and on. We're going to have that starting order in just a little bit. But let's talk about the qualifying order. Cole Clark, on number 24, is that a surprise that he qualified up front?
I think he surprised everybody.
You know, and then also we got Phil Blurton that qualifies second. He's running with Bo in the passenger seat, and they're known, they fresh off the Baja 1000 win. But are you surprised that they were up that far? We were just talking to Phil Blurton Sr., and he said that Phil was more nervous than he's ever been for that qualifying run.
That was an incredible run for Phil. He's not. I told Phil after the qualifying, I'm like, gosh, you're usually a 6th, 7th, 8th kind of guy, not a second place guy on qualifying. So he's not a short course type driver. Desert rocks are his thing. So he did really good.
and we'll get down to the list of the guys, but as we look through here, yesterday, really windy.
Really
a lot of
windy.
wind. It was scaring me for Steve Wright that's flying up there in the Method Race Wheels helicopter. But today, they say the high is going to be about 10 knots, so it should be pretty good. Right now, as you're looking through, as we're watching the drivers get ready, let's talk about what they're feeling right now, because as I said, I've done this in the spec truck, but as a UTV, you've done your pre-run and you've done your qualifying. Where is their head right now?
Getting out in front in the desert, because we've got barely a breath of wind. The desert's going to be incredibly important early on. Super dusty. We've got some rocks at race mile 2 at Turkey Claw, so they've got some jitters to try to get out front.
Yes.
And ahead of everybody else by the desert.
Right, so we're going side by side as we look down and we see number 24 and number 944. Phil Blurton is on the left side, but when they get through staging, that's going to put him on the left side on the outside of the quick right-hander. But that does put him on the inside of the left-hander before they go into the desert. Once they make that left and they start there, wherever they sit, then they have to sit back. So with Phil, he's got to go for it. He can't wait. He can't wait for a mistake. He's got to go wide open.
He's going to try to get in front of Cole Clark before Turkey Claw, which is really tough. In between here and there, you've got to go over Heartbreak Hill, which has a couple lines on it. But before that, you've got these huge cross-grain. They're not whoops, but they're really tough to get going super fast on.
And if I look down, is Cole Clark in a single-seater?
He is in a single-seat custom Polaris Razor.
So that has its advantages and disadvantages. Obviously, the advantage is the lighter weight, and he should be able to get the whole shot on Phil. So we have Polaris versus Can-Am, that kind of war, correct?
Yeah.
So, but when he gets to the rocks, he doesn't have somebody like Bo with Phil that can help him around the rock, spot for him, set the winch, put the ramps down, and all the different stuff. So as we look at the starting order, we have Cole Clark first, Phil Blurton, Cody Miller, Hunter Miller, Ronnie Anderson, Brock Hager, a standout short course and desert racer as well. So we have an unbelievable mixture of superstars and stud athletes that are racing in this UTV.
Yeah, and 3 different manufacturers, UTV manufacturers in that list of the top 8 you just mentioned.
So I love it. Later on, down the line in NA, we have the Honda of Bailey Cole that qualified first at NA, and then Jeremy McGrath in the Kawasaki. So once again, you got multiple athletes and stuff coming from different areas. Jeremy, obviously the king of Supercross, won so many championships there, but he went on to win Pro 2 championships and be a standout in short course as well. So he hasn't done a lot of desert, but he's a driver nonetheless.
Well, and he's raced King of the Hammers a couple times.
Yeah.
And finished.
Yeah.
So this isn't his first rodeo here. He's very experienced in this race, and he's a great driver no matter what he's behind.
Well, so I also want to throw out a couple different guys. I stopped there, but also Dustin Jones, who won the Mint 400. We got CJ Greaves, who qualified 14th.
And CJ's switched to Polaris this year, so that
was a big switch because he won multiple short course championships with Yamaha. So keep your eyes on CJ Greaves. And I love hearing 18th and 19th is Cameron Steele and Bryce Minzy. So you got 2 desert racers that, Bryce hasn't won the 1,000 yet. He should. He was very close last year and did a phenomenal job. But Cameron has won that. And then as we go down the line, Brian Deegan, who also did rallycross, did freestyle, did short course, Pro 2, Pro 4, all the different things, and now he's back. Now he's out here running in the desert.
First time King of the Hammers, but he's got an experienced co-dog and Terry Madden sitting right next to him.
But that's what I talked to. I talked to Terry. I said, "How is it?" And the one thing that you cannot fault Brian Deegan about is his commitment. You look at him; he's in great shape. I mean, his body's been broken so many different times doing freestyle and motocross and all different stuff. He keeps himself in tip-top shape. And when I talked to Terry Madden, he said, which we're about a minute away from starting this race, but let me finish the thought about Deegan, is that he's committed, he'd learn, and he'd listen, so he feels good things. A couple other people, Sarah Price, I want to point out, Bailey Cole once again, Jeremy McGrath, and then Down the line, we have a couple people that had problems with Casey Curry and Johnny Greaves, as well as Jason Weller. So we'll go down this line of qualifiers in 1 minute before we send off. Once again, you're watching the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. I'm Ricky Johnson with John Crowley. We are about to get going as you're seeing that single seat RZR on the pole position. And then you see that's Dave Cole, the Graham Poobah of here. And as he's wishing him luck. And then Lee O'Donnell, who is famous for his front flip in monster trucks. So we got everybody out here. So now they're going, okay, let's swap these guys because they got them on the wrong side. So they're going to put Cole Clark. I'm going to say that backwards a couple times today. So I'm sorry, Cole. Cole Clark is going to the inside with Phil Blurton is going to run to the outside, so they'll swap those drivers over. And
that was a good view of Cole's RZR there. That's I think that's a stretched two-seater that he made into a single-seater, but it's not a two-seat wheelbase. So it looks about the same wheelbase as a Can-Am, so that's kind of interesting.
So when I raced the UTV Worlds, and I was running a Wildcat XX for Carson City Motorsports, I got into a couple dices with these guys, and that single-seater hauls ass. It left me. We started a sandwash section. By the time we went a mile and a half up the road, he was gone.
Right.
So that single seat with the power to weight ratio, that's the combo. But I don't think I'd want to tackle these rocks by myself.
No, especially there's a couple spots later on in the race, lap 2, where you might have to winch, and to do that solo takes some guts. There were 3 RS1s that raced last year, and all of them finished, though. This course is a little bit tougher than that.
Why is it tougher this year? Because we're running a lot of the same things.
More rocks.
So they just put them through more difficult sections, because we've seen Kyle Cheney. He's going to run the 4400 class.
We've got 4 UTVs racing the 4400 class. Kyle Cheney, Cody Miller, Hunter Miller, and Paul Wolf. And Paul Wolf was sitting on the fastest qualifier almost all day.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Qualifying here versus hitting the rocks, like they're going through some tough stuff in qualifying, but nothing like they're going to see.
It's a lot different. Saturday's race is going to be nuts.
Now, what would you say is going to be the most difficult section as we're getting ready to go? I'll make sure that I don't miss this start. But if you're going to say that's going to be the toughest place for them, what would you say it is?
I think Sledgehammer is going to be a bottleneck, and later on Chocolate Thunder will be as well, and probably Jack Hammer.
Well, I've gone back and forth. That's the first place I learned was Chocolate Thunder, and if there's not a lot of sand on the rocks, it's actually pretty easy. But what happens is people run it, and all the
changes
holes
every day.
All the holes in between keep getting run down.
All right, we're almost ready to start here. So that's Cole Clark.
All right, we got the flag up.
Phil Blurton, green flags up.
Rolling. Let's see who gets the whole shot. Oh, Phil a little bit wide. That's going to mess him up for the next turn. Let's see if he throws a little short course.
Cole shut the door on him there.
And that's where you see that light weight pulling out just a little bit on him. And then as soon as we get past this water section, it gets dusty. And that's where Phil's just going to have to sit back and be patient. And that's one thing that I got to give. I like this a little.
Look at that.
Different line to the inside. Now this could be a complete game changer.
Get on it, Phil.
So Cole has no idea that he's over there to the side.
Nice. Almost.
Big swap, big swap.
Oh, there you go.
Over.
There you go.
Now let's be clear. Phil Blurton did not touch Cole Clark, but that was. We never want to see the crash like that, but Phil came in.
That's where the nerves kick in.
Well, but he didn't touch him.
No.
But he saw him, and then Cole just put it to the wood, mistimed the whoops, and went over. So it was actually a great move by Phil Blurton, but we do not want to see this happen to our pole sitter, Cole Clark. We'll keep a camera on him and make sure that he's okay.
So next in the line is Cody and Hunter Miller brothers.
So now you see on the outside we have a Polaris. on the inside?
Yeah, that's
I mean,
Ronnie
on the
Anderson
outside?
and Brock Hager. They'll be third off the line.
So Brock Hager is in the Yamaha. So
Yeah, there you go. There's the Millers. You've got Cody up front, Hunter right behind. So last year, Cody got second place. Hunter got first place in 2020. And these guys are both racing the 4400 race on Saturday.
well, as a racer, you know that Cole Clark thinks he got punted. You know, and he's probably pissed off and thinking that Phil Blurton hit him. But once he goes back and he sees what happened, he'll realize that he just missed time a bump.
Yeah, when I talked about it before, you've got these cross-grain sections in here that really can mess you up if you go too fast. You
So
just
now we
cannot go too fast.
We have two studs. We got Mitch Guthrie and Kyle Cheney. We see Kyle with a slight advantage. We see Mitch Guthrie coming up the inside. Let's see if he knows that line. He's shooting. He's going the other way. So completely to the right.
Kyle Cheney won it last year, and Mitch Guthrie Jr. won it in 2018 and 2019.
Next on the line is Jamie McCoy and RJ Anderson. RJ, if you've seen any of his Polaris videos, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, and so we've got a matchup there. Both of them were pretty fast in qualifying. Mitch Guthrie is racing the new Turbo R from Polaris. Jamie McCoy will be in the Can-Am.
We were watching some footage from the Method Race Wheels helicopter with Stevie Wright behind the stick. I like to say behind the wheel, but he's behind the stick there. So some great shots. We can't quite see who this is. I think this is our leader, Phil Blurton, but I can't be sure because I think we have 4 factory Can-Ams out there that we got to keep an eye on. Now this is the Mint 400 champion, Dustin Jones and Paul Wolf. As they come around the corner, we see Dustin Jones has a slight advantage.
No, that's actually Jamie McCoy and RJ Anderson right there that we're looking at in the bottom right screen.
And we see that's RJ shooting to the left, and now LeBlanc looking to the left and to the right. And the main screen, I'm pretty sure that is our leader, Phil Blurton, because we don't see any dust out in front of him.
I don't think that's Phil. I think that might be Kyle Cheney, but really tough to see.
If you can pull that out, your eyes are way better than mine.
I just know the looks of the cars, maybe, but they're all yellow, which is the problem.
How the hell can you know the difference?
I've spent a lot of time
like I said,
chasing these guys around the desert.
I'm going to disagree with you on some stuff.
So, okay, so we got a view of, this is Heartbreak Hill or Heartbreak Ridge right there. Yeah. And 2 different lines going up. Most of the guys will take the right-hand line. It's a little bit smoother. And then after that, we'll have Wrecking Ball.
Well, and Heartbreak Ridge in the desert race, we had some issues there with the side-by-side. A side-by-side head fell. And but yeah, that's definitely not Phil because he's right in the dust.
He's past that.
So that might be Kyle Cheney. All right, here we have Michael Clark and CJ Greaves. Once again, CJ has changed to Polaris.
Okay, there's a view of Phil Blurton in Turkey Claw. That's the first rock section right there. That's just after race mile 2. Phil Blurton is our current physical leader.
Okay, next on the line, 15th and 16th, is Joshua Jones and Mark Welch.
So Turkey Claw isn't really that difficult, especially for these top guys, but it's going to be key to getting out in the desert quickly.
Well, and what a co-driver has to do, the amount of energy getting in and out of the car, setting winch, putting down the ramps and all different stuff is pretty unbelievable.
These top guys, I'm guessing the top finishers will finish without the co-dog getting out of the car.
Once again, that's Phil Blurton. Number 944.
So Phil, that's the top of Turkey Claw right there. He's made it through the toughest parts of Turkey Claw. He'll be coming back around down a hill, and he'll be out in the desert where the dust is really going to be a big difference. That's Hunter Miller in Turkey Claw right there, 190. And his brother Cody right in front of him, 221.
Off the line in the lower right, we just saw Adam Kennett and Cameron Steele. Next on the line is Bryce Minzy and Brandon Sims. So the funny thing is people might think that there's team orders between team drivers, but I think there's more competition between team drivers because you want to be the top one.
Absolutely. These guys both want to get out in front in the desert.
Yeah, that's Cody Miller out in front.
I think that's Travis Zollinger in his single seat Can-Am in second place off the line there. I didn't see who was next to him.
So we were down.
That's probably Cody Martin.
So
if our list
would
is
have been
right.
Cody Martin and Travis Zollinger. So we're down a couple. Next, the guy that's done everything, Shannon Campbell. Because a lot of times the guys will want to go out and see the rocks and do the different stuff.
There's
Obviously,
Cameron Steele.
Yep, as we're watching Cameron Steele as he rolls through.
That's Ronnie Anderson in the bottom right screen going through Turkey Claw. Unless that's his brother. No, that was Ronnie, 52. And then Brock Hager there, 912. That's in Turkey Claw.
I'm curious to how much information he was able to pull from Yamaha, what CJ Greaves was doing to the Yamaha before when he was running in this series.
Well, Brock's raced this several times. So he's experienced with King of the Hammers. He knows what he's up against.
Next off the line, Brian Deegan and Brian Stone.
So that's a view there in your top left screen heading to Turkey Claw.
Yep. So already off the line is Brian Stone and Brian. That is Carson Atkins and James Cantrell. Next on the line is Lance West and Dan Wyrick.
I think Turkey Claw there, that's Jamie McCoy, if that's a number, yeah, number 70, Jamie McCoy.
Yeah, I think, I haven't heard, sorry folks, I'm talking to Phil Burton's dad. Phil did not touch him. We haven't seen, but I don't know. It's pretty cool that the leader of the race is coming to make sure that Cole's okay, so. That's the thing, we all want to beat each other, but we don't want to hurt each other, for sure.
Great view of Turkey Claw right there. That's Jamie McCoy coming through. You can see he's kind of slowing down a little bit. Struggled just a hair there. There's Mitch Guthrie Jr.
But that's the thing about the rocks is sometimes when someone runs over it makes it better, sometimes it makes it worse. Most of the time it makes it worse because it spreads the dust around.
There we go, Phil Blurton out in the desert now. That's exactly where he wanted to be. You could see the dust. Not much wind right now, so you can see how the dust is going to be an issue.
Okay, back to the starting list. We are rolling through the cars really quick. I'm pretty sure we're down. Blake Vanderloop, I think that was last was Wyrick, Blake Vanderloop, Patrick Laburo, and Tyler Remenreed.
Great helicopter shot there of Phil Blurton just moving out across the lake bed.
What's the top speed for these Pro Turbos?
Well, so Phil Blurton, we had a little contest on my Instagram about how fast he was going at Parker. He hit 103.5.
That is unbelievable. And notice that he's not running the ruts. Whether the trophy trucks and the T1s and the T2s were running the ruts to hang in there, Phil's staying out, trying to keep that vehicle light and not bottoming out.
Jacob Versey off the line. He's the points champion for Ultra 4 for the series last year.
Next on the line is Brian Crofts and Kyle Hathaway.
Ooh. Great shot of Phil there from the helicopter. You can see how rough that desert is and how fast he was moving.
So now we're seeing some Honda Talon get out there.
So top left, that's Turkey Claw again. Cameron Steele coming through Turkey Claw. First time ever for racing Turkey Claw at King of the Hammers.
Next on the line is number 4979 Jeff Martin and 4932 Scott Lesage.
There we go, Cameron. We've got some action in Turkey Claw. Look at Cameron go right there. Nice pass.
Stick a wheel on there.
Nice pass.
So I'm going to ask you real quick, yes or no, disadvantage or advantage for Cameron to run this many races?
Whew. For me, it would be a disadvantage. That'd be distracting.
Well, it's you have to get the muscle memory for all these different vehicles, as well as the fitness side. Obviously, Cameron takes his sport very serious, but he's not exactly 22 years old anymore, and recovery's not as quick as it was.
He's spent a lot of time here in Johnson Valley pre-running in all the different vehicles, so he's really doing his homework, and he's hungry this year for sure.
That was Ray Johnson. I can't believe I forgot that name. Ray Johnson and Alsop Mitchell. Next up on the line, number 45 and 45th is Kyle Wickham and Bailey Cole. So you can see on the left side the difference between a modified versus a normal NA car. What would you say in speed? But do you think it's any advantage in the rocks?
In the rocks, not much advantage at all.
I've had the opportunity to drive the Honda Talon, and I actually liked the four-seater. I thought it was going to bottle me up, but it helped me bridge the gap as we're watching Phil Blurton as he goes across.
And that looks like maybe Ronnie Anderson there that we just caught in the desert.
All right, next we have Matthew Woolraven and also Ryan Kupperfeld.
Great shot from the helicopter there, showing the dust in the desert. Really, we're just getting just a tiny breath of wind, and the dust is going to be an issue.
So when it comes to the distance of the race, the total distance is 156 miles. The full desert loop is 86 miles, with the second rock loop and the second is 70. So between those two, we'll have that. What are you going to call for a time frame for them coming in?
I'm going to say right around noon, which is crazy because this is a tougher course than last year. But last year, Kyle Cheney got here in 3 hours and 47 minutes. Yeah,
every time we come out here, even when it was Jimmy Lewis with King of the Motos, they crushed every time because I think adrenaline and also the level of professionalism that these drivers bring.
I think that is Jeremy McGrath off the line.
Yep, so sure enough, the King of Supercross out there. He's run this race before. He's in a Kawasaki, so great to see him back out here.
Yeah, we've got over 120 UTVs racing today.
Yep, that was Brian Stone that we were watching, and off the line we saw Benjamin Miller and Joe Gold. Next on the line is Thomas Ram and Nicholas Turner. So we got some situations where some NA cars. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we've got Turkey Claw there. There's 4 different racers. You can see how it can get bunched up. No one's getting stuck in there yet, but you're back to back to back. Great place to pass if you can. There's a couple different lines through Turkey Claw.
Well, and when I did this race, everybody's pretty cordial about it. If you come up and give them a little tap, they'll try to get over, but there's really not a lot of places to go.
But yeah, as you can see here, you've got the 2 different lines, and they're going head to head. That's awesome.
It's amazing that this started with the Yamaha Rhino and the way these cars have developed.
So I think that's Blake Vandeloo there in the red Polaris. He won King of the Hammers in 2016. So he's a former king. I raced with him in 2013 and 14, actually.
Now tell me this, are tire blocks legal here, or tire balls, or you just have to run regular tires now?
No tire balls or tire blocks allowed. There's Mitch Guthrie Jr., I believe. out in the desert.
Yep, it's got the Red Bull on the side.
Brand new chassis, and it's kind of got an interesting setup where the net comes down. They've cut it so it's easier to get in and out for the co-dog and driver. Great shot of the dust. Huge advantage for Phil Blurton being out front. There's Cody Miller. So he got second place last year, and he's raced the 4,400 weight race twice, and this will be his third year racing it.
We are now 108 cars in off the line. So we're going to be seeing Casey Curry and Johnny Greasby taken off the line shortly. I think that is, I'm not exactly sure, but I think that is Veronica Weissel and Brian Reed. Not to be.
Looks like Brock Hager.
Side to side.
I think that's Brock Hager in the desert there. Good view from the helicopter showing the multiple lines you can take. They're going to try to stay out of the dust as much as they can. Top left screen there, that's Turkey Claw again. Bottom right, that's Heartbreak Ridge.
So as we go over the top, we see that.
Yeah, you can see all the campers out there near Turkey Claw.
But we don't see Cole Clark's car there, so I'm pretty sure they went and rolled him back over.
That's
These
good.
vehicles are unbelievably tough, and they're back on their way.
Kyle Cheney up front, last year's winner.
Kyle known for his short course racing back in what was the Torque Series, and now the
he's
the 4 Series again, really.
He's made a name for himself here.
So we just got some information that Cole Clark is still stopped. We don't have any more information other than that he's still stopped, so he could have broke his steering rack because that was a pretty violent crash. But we'll try to get you some more information regarding Cole Clark, but I guess he is still stopped. I was my mistake. It looked like he was gone, but he's still there.
That's Turkey Claw again on the top right screen. Mitchell Alsup behind, I think that's Scott Lesage.
Hard for us to see exactly who's going off the line, and then they're jumping back and forth. But I just want to, I think it's awesome that we have this kind of coverage this quick in the race, that we're seeing this much actually happening live as we're going. So great job for Dave Cole and everything.
That's Ronnie Anderson, top left. Action there from Turkey Claw. Out.
All right, folks, we're trying to get this reverb straightened out because I know it's blowing you guys out. But those of you that were partying last night, we're just going to keep the ball rolling. But anyways, we are working on that. We know that it's kind of blasting you guys out. But we're kind of doing 50, not me, but the people in the box are doing 50 different things. So we're going to calm those down so you guys can notice that you're not getting your face blown off.
You got Cameron Steele there in the helicopter view, top left.
as we're watching Cameron Steele as he runs through the desert. We don't exactly know the mile marker, but it's going to take a little bit. We're going to probably get about 25 miles. We're going to start to see some cars fall out, and then they'll start to settle down a little bit, just kind of like our audio out to the rest of the fans. That's Bryce Menzies, number 7 in the Amsoil livery. Obviously, he's been a Polaris guy for a long time. Bryce Menzies did the prologue, was first in the T1 class last week, was leading and had an issue with the upper trailing arm and the drive shaft, which he dropped out. Whoa. All right, once again, Cameron Steele, as you can see, he started making some dust. So Cameron has course knowledge. He raced obviously in the trophy truck or the T1 class. He also did in the buggy class the day before. So he's been racing all week long.
Be interesting to see where Bryce Menzies is in relation to him. More action there from Turkey Claw. Kind of surprised there hasn't been anybody stuck yet in Turkey Claw, so that's good. Everybody's moving through there pretty quick.
As you look down to the lower right, another 2 cars off. We're about down to the last 10 vehicles off, and then we'll start moving towards the tracker. We want to encourage you, if you're watching this on the website on ultra4racing.com, you can go to live tracking, you can go to the map, you can see where your favorite driver is. Remember, when you click on your driver and you're comparing it to another driver, they don't always ping at the exact same time. So look at the timestamp, look at the mile per hour. If there's a little red flag down below and it says 0, that means that vehicle's been stationary for a certain amount of time, as we're seeing the last couple vehicles get through.
Nice move there by Aspen Chernos to pass. Aspen's racing with his brother Sam. That looks, so we got Cameron Steele and maybe CJ Greaves going through pit 1. Not 100% on that.
See, and watching the guys on the right, so a lot of these trails have been broken in by Jeeps or Ultra 4s or trophy trucks. Now they have to go around. You can't straddle the rocks because they're so big. So you have to be very creative when you're running a side-by-side because you're running in truck lines as well, so it's not the same cadence and the same width.
So again, that top left screen is right outside of pit 1. Neither one of those guys stopped. That's Cameron Steele for sure up front, and I think that's CJ Greaves behind him. Jason Weller off the line. He's racing with his wife Corey.
It is loud. Once again, we see the Method Race Wheels helicopter. You see the shadow there chasing Cameron Steele as he starts to roll through. And once, as I said, once we get everybody off the line, we'll start jumping back and forth between the tracker and also the map.
Got some battles going on in the desert right here. That's Cameron Steele trying to make a pass.
We were just watching 1954 Matt Peterson as he's working his way through Turkey Claw. Once again, in the upper left-hand corner, we're watching, pretty sure that's Cameron Steele? No.
Cameron Steele made a pass. I couldn't see exactly who that was he passed, though.
So we have some other entries that are out there. So we're missing some of the numbers. 954. I apologize. I don't have that information. I'll go back to 954 is Veronica Whiteshell.
Top left, that's still Cameron Steele, just out of view.
And I think we are down to the last 2 cars off the line as we're watching Phil Blurton.
We're assuming Phil's still physically out front. Looks like he's still moving. Just a little bit. Whoa, we got some live in-car footage.
So that is Bryce Benzie. So we're going to be going back and forth. We had that in-car camera with him in the T1 truck the other day. So we'll be bouncing back and forth to some live feed from Bryce Benzie as he's rolling through.
Well, I think that might have been Bryce right there.
That is Bryce as we're watching in the lower right-hand corner.
Somebody's dragging a strap in Turkey Claw.
So you got to imagine what Bryce Benzie is thinking. He went from driving 1,000 horsepower all-wheel drive T1 truck to now a 2-seater short wheelbase side-by-side, but having fun nonetheless. And I've had the opportunity to race with Carson City Motorsports in the NA class in the Arctic Cat XX, and I think driving a side-by-side makes you a better driver because you have to be so active and so on the wheel that you just can't take things for granted.
Phil Blurton again up top, who's our current physical leader. Yeah, more action there from Turkey Claw.
Once again, Phil Blurton, if you're just joining us, this is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. My name is Ricky Johnson. I'm going to be one of your hosts. I'm up here with John Crowley. We're going to be calling the action. John's going to stay in here because he's the resident nerd. I'm going to say nerd just because you have more information, but he has no sense of the nerd. You've raced this. You've done it on the right seat. You've done it on the left seat. Right now, do you wish you were out there?
No.
No? Come on. Us old guys still got to get out there and do some swinging.
I know. It wasn't that long ago I co-dogged in 2019 for Mitch Jr.
What was harder, being a co-driver or being a driver?
Driver.
Why is that? Share with the people. Elaborate a little bit more, please.
A lot of pressure.
So the pressure got to you, but physically, from driving back and forth or getting in and out of the car, what did you feel more physically tired after being co-dog or a driver?
Probably a driver the times I've done it. And there's a lot of pressure just knowing that it's your car that you've built and everything leading up to the race. It's all that pressure on you. Bottom right, we're still looking at Phil Blurton there, who appears to be out front.
So John, we're going to be going to the map to kind of explain to people and also show where people are at. We have a huge crowd out here in front in Hammertown. As we're watching Cameron Martin as he works his way, I think that is Tiger Claw. I don't know who that is in the lower right-hand corner, but we are going to be bouncing back and forth between the map and that.
Yeah, bottom right, still full view of Phil Blurton. So we are getting a little feedback from Pam Hall Top 5 through remote pit 1, Phil Blurton, Cody Miller, Hunter Miller, Ronnie Anderson, and Kyle Cheney.
So quite a few Can-Ams in that front group.
4 out of 5.
And what was the brand that you were driving? Did you mix or did you stick to one brand?
I've been in several different brands. The last time I raced was with Mitch Guthrie Jr. in the right seat in 2019 of a Polaris. I was King Co-Dog for a year.
There you go. Congratulations. Better than me. Once again, if you're just joining us, this is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. Once again, my name is Ricky Johnson, one of the co-hosts, along with John Crowley. We're going to have Ian Johnson up here in the booth. We have Miles down in the pit. We have Tiffany at remote pit 2. We have Pam in remote pit 1. So we have a lot going on. We're going to try to get as much information to you as possible as we're watching Caitlin Hadlock as she works her way through Turkey Claw.
So this is Phil Blurton, and he's making his way into Cougar Buttes. So Cougar Buttes isn't really that tough, but you can make a mistake here that can ruin your day.
It's not that tough if you're there just playing around and taking your time, but when you're trying to race as fast as these guys are, working up and down those rocks, we've seen a lot of different situations where guys get a little too happy. As you see Phil, as he takes his time, works his way down, especially with the UTV versus the big trucks, because they have 44-inch tires versus these.
Well, and Cougar Buttes is critical to pre-run, because if you don't know where you're going and don't have your lines picked out, you can roll.
So yeah, we were able to come out here with Terry and also kind of cruise around with my son Luke Johnson, and it's a great place to learn how to rock crawl, because you can crawl, walk, run, and you can get more and more difficult as you go.
So top left, we're still looking at the current leader, Phil Blurton, Bo Judge out front in Cougar Buttes, and bottom right is one of the Miller brothers. I can't tell which one it is from here.
Oh, right there, that's what I'm talking about. That, if you were just crawling really slow, no problem, but the pace that they're rolling through here, a lot of times you watch Phil, he's going to be sometimes on one tire.
I think that's Bryce Menzies down low.
Yep, you see that number 7 with the Amsoil on the side.
So Phil has made it out of Cougar Buttes for the most part. He's through the tough parts. Cody Miller down on the right, making his way through Cougar Buttes.
So as you zoom back, it almost looks like the face of the earth. It's a great place if you ever have a Jeep or anything and you want to learn how to do some rock crawling with a consistent traction. That's a great place. I would recommend going there first before you jump into Chocolate Thunder or Backdoor or anything like that.
Yeah, so bottom right is Cougar Buttes, and we've got Ronnie Anderson in the front there of, I think that's Kyle Cheney.
It's a race for second and third. I think that's Kyle Cheney.
Yes, Kyle Cheney right behind Ronnie Anderson.
So we got 2 different angles of the same race. And what I love about this is a manufacturer battle right here. We've got a Polaris in front at this point, and a Can-Am, as we said, this is for second and third place. Actually, no, this is third and fourth, correct?
I'm not 100% on that. I think this is third and fourth. We got someone over in Turkey Claw on the bottom right. So we're right behind Kyle Cheney in the top left screen, last year's winner. Yeah, and we got that rollover in Turkey Claw. Looked like the driver was getting out. Oh, I'm sorry. That's Hunter Miller. 190.
Boy, she told you, didn't she?
Yeah, sorry.
Your ass right out. Little girl ran right through the crowd, right to the front, chewed your ass out, and back on her way.
They're all
Thank
yellow.
You for that information.
I liked it better when they had different colors. It's too much pressure.
We're just going to go, and that's a Can-Am driver, because I don't want to get yelled at
I
like
know
that.
better
That was
than that.
harsh. All right, Let's take another look. We're gonna have picture in picture. We're gonna see what happened on both sides. Watching the rollover, comes in, oh, and down he goes. He did everything right. He turned into it, hit the gas, but when you're on, this is so deceiving because that's very steep uphill, as well as the sides of the edges. It's very, very sketchy to say the least. So.
I don't think he had enough room to really gas it and turn right hard enough.
Got the four-wheel part angle of Meads Butte right on the start. So those are a couple of guys that I think probably had some problem with qualifying, and so now they're just getting started. So now the games begin with the bottleneck. We saw some of the drivers be able to get around to the right and work that line in. And it's funny how what starts off as an alternate route sometimes becomes race course the following year, because it's like, well, I'm going to go to the right this time. Yes.
Okay, Ronnie Anderson, and I think Hunter Miller behind him.
Yeah, make sure you get that one right.
Yeah, right. I got scolded. I hate to call it wrong.
So it's awesome. You got RJ and Ronnie. So you had the younger brother out-qualify Ronnie, out-qualify RJ. And if you watch any of the Polaris crazy videos, that's RJ Anderson. He's done a great job with that, obviously, with his dad, Randy, with the Walker Evans suspension. As we're seeing this driver, he's in a position where he's trying to think, how am I going to winch myself out of here? But we see off to the left, off to the right, the guys have built a good line. Once again, we're watching Ronnie Anderson and Hunter Miller.
Again, Hunter was our winner in 2020.
He's trying to get close enough to give a tap, but Ronnie Anderson has not given up a bit.
Oh, there you go. Hunter just passed Ronnie. That's in Cougar Buttes. Looks like Ronnie was no, he's still moving.
I'm looking at the map and I see updated. Phil Blurton, hold on one second, let me get the mileage. He's running at 25 miles an hour, so he's broken out a little bit of a lead over Ronnie Anderson. So that Ronnie Anderson is in second, and Hunter Miller in 190. They have a very tight race, and behind them, it's really, really close between Brock Hager, Dustin Jones, and Kyle Cheney. So right now, the only one that's broken away just a little bit is Phil Blurton. So with clear air, he's putting a little bit of a gap on him.
And that's Phil Blurton on the top right, still physical leader. So Phil's just taking full advantage of getting out front, putting that dust down behind him, and clean air, huge advantage. So race course for Phil, it's coming back around. He'll hit remote pit 1 again before working his way back to Hammertown and the main pit. That's Cameron Steele going through Cougar Buttes.
Alrighty, we want to remind everybody that you are watching the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. This is Ricky Johnson and John Crowley this time. We are going to break in just a moment as you're watching the Turkey Claw. We have a driver rolled over as we see Cameron Steele as he works his way through Cougar Buttes. When we come back, we're going to have more UTV Championship at King of the Hammers. But if you're on premium, we're going to keep you live during the whole time. So we'll be right back to more Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. See you in a minute.
Dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 is available with 7.2 kilowatts of electrical power. In case you ever need your truck to power your kitchen.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Welcome back to the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. This is Ricky Johnson with John Crowley. So, John, we have some interesting information going up Turkey Claw. Give us a rundown on the time and the gap between the guys. Who was the fastest?
Yeah, so we're timing some of these rock trails now, which is kind of interesting to look back on. Kyle Cheney was the fastest through. Cody Miller, Hunter Miller, Phil Blurton.
But Phil Blurton was 28 seconds slower than Kyle Cheney up Turkey Claw.
Through that section, yeah.
All right, so now as we're watching the race, we're seeing up front, Phil Blurton, you can see the gap. And when you look in, and if you zoom in on the map, you can see the little dots that will give you the mile mark. markers, because when you look at the information that's given to you, it gives you a GPS coordinate, like it says, located point 02 miles northeast of 36 blah blah blah. Don't get caught up in that. Notice the time that it stamps, and then look on course to see where they're at. We can see that Kyle Cheney is up front. We go down to the second place driver, which is going to be Ronnie Anderson, and then right behind him is Hunter Miller. Behind him is Kyle Cheney. And then we have Brock Hager, and then we have quite a gap down there to 6th place. So the top 5 are staying pretty tight. It's going to be, we haven't got any more information on Cole on what happened. Obviously, we saw what happened on the start. He was not hit by Phil Blurton. Phil showed him a nose, came in behind him, and Cole gassed a little bit hard, mistimed it, went over. So we don't have any more information, but we are showing 0 miles per hour, and he's not moving. So when you notice in that bottom little tip, this red like that, that's showing you that driver has not moved for a certain amount of time. So tough break for Cole. That was you don't want to start your race like that, but this is racing, and with the dust and everything, Phil had to take the shot. Do you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. And that was a gutsy line Phil took at the beginning of the race.
And that comes from pre-running and knowing your different things and say, hey, let's give it a go, as we're watching more racing as they come in and out of Cougar Buttes.
That's Bryce Menzies out front. He was getting some pressure. Mark Welch behind him.
Got a few Mark fans. Let's hear it for Mark Welch. Come on, guys. There we go. Obviously, we still have the driver in Turkey Claw. That's going to, because there's only so many angles that you can use your winch. Sometimes you have to readjust and set, as we're watching Cameron Steele as he works his way into one of another desert sections. I got to admire Cameron a lot because, as I said, the muscle memory, looking at a bump and saying, well, I can hit it this fast in a T1 truck versus how fast I can hit this in a UTV, is it could get you in trouble real quick.
Pretty sure that's Blake Vandeloo make his way through Cougar Buttes and the notches there.
Oh, as he goes up on 2 wheels.
Yeah.
And Four Wheel Parts, they've been a supporter of the Hammers for a long time. We have a lot of different drivers out there that you're going to see throughout the weekend. Four Wheel Parts, they have pretty much everything that you're looking for your Jeep, for your off-road truck, whatever you want to do. If you're just trying to put wheels on it so you look good cruising around, or if you want to get serious and go out and put a winch, if you want to put skid plates and do all the different stuff, check out Four Wheel Parts. As we're watching, as the drivers go through Cougar Buttes, and up in the upper left-hand corner is Cameron Steele.
And Blake Vandeloo down there in the bottom right, he just decided to race literally 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
So put together the car in that amount of time, got out here and is
But he's
doing
not
it.
new to this.
Not new to this, but it's still hard. It's hard to put a car that quick.
Well, it's very hard to put a car together that quick, but these are a little bit easier to work on with a lot smaller parts.
Sure.
And also your UPS bill is much cheaper because they don't weigh as much.
Cameron Steele again in the main screen. Looks like that X3's working pretty good through the rough stuff out there.
Well, we want to take this time. We want to thank the people from Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries. We're going to have some interesting racing tonight. We'll talk about that later, but we also have Four Wheel Parts, Method Race Wheels, Progressive Insurance, King Shocks, Nitto Tires, Holly EFI, Laser Nut, VP Racing Fuels, and Griffin Radiators. We want to thank them for their support.
So we're still on lap 1 here. I'm ready to get to lap 2 already, though.
You want to see some changing. But as you can see, it's spreading out a little bit. A lot of times, I know myself, and if you agree, is that you push as much as you can, but when you get into these sections where you got the terrain changes up and down, the elevation change, with this dust, you just got to sit back and be just out of it and hope for that driver to make a mistake. We saw Kyle Jerkinson when he was behind, same thing with Bryce Menzies. It's about a 20-second gap for the dust to clear, depending on how much wind there is and also depending on how fast we're going.
More action there from Cougar Buttes.
That is Patrick Labroboro.
He did pretty well in qualifying. I let Ian pronounce his name because I was messing it up. Oh no, that's Lance West.
So let's talk about the tire evolution, because they've gotten bigger and bigger and bigger from when you started to where we are now.
Well, when I started in 2009, 26 was big.
Right.
These guys are running 35s now.
Right, and then the thing is, obviously with the clearance and you look at the side traction, they're building kind of specific tires. As we see someone hung up at Cougar Buttes, he's going to set the winch out and get some help. Because
that's Jake Versey. #1 plate for the Ultra 4 Series Championship. Looks like he's having a problem though. He's got his winch out. Unless you've tipped over or broken, you shouldn't be winching.
Well, and you're watching, you saw that his co-driver is out. Now, you cannot get outside assistance, but you can, because I've seen Terry Madden running around like a madman. If another driver gets out of another vehicle and he's entered in the race, he can help you as much as possible. So Terry is one of those guys that is always looking out for somebody. So him and Cameron still broke a few years back, and I noticed Terry's winching a lot of the different people. It was just kind of a crazy madman. So now we're seeing the drivers through remote pit 1.
So that could be Phil Blurton coming back through pit 1 the second time, but I cannot tell.
I'm pretty sure, no, he's going, that's the driver that's going out. So
yeah.
If you notice, we have pits on both sides.
I'm wrong.
So as you can't crisscross over. So as the drivers come out, they're up there, they stay up the left side. As they're coming back, they're on obviously on the left side, but the row of trucks that is closest to us.
Yeah, Phil, when they come back through remote pit 1 for the second time, they'll be going the opposite direction. I was wrong there. That's Ronnie Anderson. Oh,
yep.
No, that's RJ.
So we're looking at right now, but I have to go with the timer. Here we go. The timer is going back and forth. The Ronnie Anderson is right on. But once again, if you're watching and you're going back and forth between the map, make sure you look at the timestamp, because right now we have Phil Blurton was checked in at 8:56:05, and then Ronnie Anderson, which is basically right underneath him. Hold on a second.
So that's Michael Lee behind James Cantrell. And again, there's Jake Versey. They're still having a hard time. He's trying to recover. Something happened where he can't get up that hill, so he might have broken something.
So I have Phil Blurton at 57 miles an hour, and right behind him, they're literally right on top of each other, so I'm having a hard time. Sorry, folks, I'm trying to navigate my way through here.
Oh, we got Cameron Steele stopped out there. Looks like his Kodag's out and Cameron's getting out too. That's not good news.
So at the same spot, we had Ronnie Anderson at 62 miles an hour, Phil Blurton at 57.
And that's a view in Turkey Claw. Looks like the rollover is, they got it on all fours again and are going to start moving.
Alrighty, John, I'm going to be passing over to my cohort, but I'm going to have him, I'm going to pass him to him, but I want to talk to him back and forth, so you don't go anywhere. You're going to stay here, but you're going to hand him your headset for just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, the guy that coming in the booth is Ian Johnson, the brother from another mother, the one with better hair and obviously a lot more style. But Ian, what have you found out there? You went and talked to some of the drivers, and it's been pretty interesting right off the start with Phil Blurton going for that pass and Cole having a bad crash right off the beginning.
Yeah, you know, I saw that, and I talked to Cole before he left this morning. I saw him on the pole position, went down, talked to him a little bit, and I said, is your plan to go out and lead this race and win this race right out of the gate? And he kind of jokingly smiled and said, well, that's kind of the plan, and I don't think it worked out for him. I saw the crash on the live stream like everyone else. It was super exciting. You just sort of see that he just maybe got a little nervous and didn't want that pass to happen.
Exactly, and I got to give it to Phil Blurton, shooting to the inside. We haven't seen that line used the whole time, and then we saw some other guys going to the right side, the left, so people doing their homework, wanting to get out in front early, which was a great move by Phil and Bo. And I know you feel bad because you want to beat the guy, and he showed the nose on Cole, but Cole just got a little excited, mistimed it, and went over. I imagine when he did that, he's thinking, you effing blah, 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 you dumped me, but there was no hit involved.
No, I don't think so. I think that was pretty obvious that he just got a little too excited in those whoops. I also walked down the line a little bit, talked to Paul Wolf.
Yep.
Paul Wolf sat on the pole for so long. Talked to him a little bit about the race today, what his plan is to transition that vehicle ready for the big race on Saturday. And he said, in all honesty, we're going to go out race this car as hard as we can today, bring it back, might step up a tire size, but it's going to be the same car in the big race.
So they're going from 35s to what?
37s. They'll go to a 37.
On a side-by-side.
On a side. He thinks that it's really going to help him on that lap 3 with all those rock sections. He said his plan will be get out of Hammertown. He knows that Lauren and all those other guys are going to blow by him. He said, I'm just going to pull over, let him eat me up in the desert. I'm just going to let him go, and then I'm going to sit back and try to catch him in the rocks and catch him up a little bit later. He goes, I know I'm not going to beat him out there in wide open desert, but he thinks by going to a 37, he'll be a little bit better. And then I also stopped and saw Casey Curry, who had that awful accident in qualifying, and he said, got the car all back together. We worked on it constantly, finished it this morning.
Yeah.
And then went out, and he said, we added a little bit extra armor to the front bumper. And I said, you might as well just lean on that push-to-pass button from the minute you leave town. He said, that's the plan.
And because Casey, obviously, with his uncle, his father, I mean, he's been born and raised out here. So right now, Phil Blurton made that move. He's got a good pace going, but Ronnie Anderson is keeping him very, very honest. That whole top 5 right there, between them, Kyle Cheney's in there, Hunter Miller's in there, Cody Miller's in there. Right now, it's anybody's race. You can't get too excited. As we watched last year in the Ultra 4, the 4400 class, we're like, oh, and all of a sudden here comes Randy out of the middle of nowhere. So everybody don't get too excited on who's running out front of this time.
Yeah, it's a long race, and they really haven't hit the serious rock trails yet. They were just out there having a little bit of fun in the turkey claw and stuff, but nothing serious. But I think we're going to bring the map in right now, right, Ricky?
So as we zoom in, we can see up at the very top, we have Phil Blurton is still your leader, running very strong, and he's got a little bit of a gap. We're looking at the mile per hour, 60.3 miles an hour. As we go back to Ronnie Anderson, Ronnie is running 54, but you can't judge that because he could be going through a turn or whatever, so it's not always that.
They have Brock Hager out there right behind him, and you saw that bubble jump just at 1 second. That's because those trackers update all over the place. Right behind him is Cody Miller.
But that's Brock Hager, and we see they're really tight. So if it looks like you're missing your driver, you got to zoom in really tight to try to split those bubbles up and work your finger around a little bit.
Yeah, that was Kyle Cheney in there tucked in right behind him. Now that doesn't mean they're that close. They could actually be stretched out a little bit because these trackers update at different times.
Now if we look over 150 over here, so we're watching Ronnie Anderson as we go back through the field.
Yeah, you see that little red dot on the bottom of that tracker. That means that it has not moved since its last update. So if we go all the way to the left and look at that number right there. Yeah, that's Hunter Miller. Now that means that it has not updated, he has not moved since its previous update.
So yeah, that not good for Hunter at this point, but you know what? It could be a belt, could be a tire, could be whatever. So we'll try to keep as much information going, but I'm going to pass it back to John Crowley, and so I'm leaving you in good hands with Ian. Take care of my peoples, everybody. I will see you in a little bit. I'm going to go try and find some scuttlebutts. So back at you guys. I'm handing it over for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. I'll see you in a bit.
Thanks, Ricky. Always great to get the mic passed it by the legend, Ricky Johnson. So, John, I didn't get a chance to catch up to you because I've been talking with Ricky. Let's talk a little bit about this race so far. How has it been for you?
Crazy start.
It was absolutely crazy start. Is it playing out the way you expected it?
Pretty much. I think so. I mean, these guys all had a plan to get out there and get through the desert as quickly as possible. We've got Phil Blurton, Ronnie Anderson, Cody Miller, Hunter Miller, Kyle Cheney, and Brock Hager all out front. Pretty well expected.
Now, you know this course really well. You've been out there. You've run these trails many, many times. Did Turkey Claw become an issue like we thought it would be? Did you see a lot of bottlenecks, or did everyone just kind of blast through Turkey Claw?
It's pretty much a blast through Turkey Claw. It really didn't hold anybody up. We've got Jeremy McGrath coming through Cougar Buttes.
So we talked about this earlier off the mic, John. What time do you think we're going to see finishers back into Hammertown today?
So last year, Kyle Cheney won it in 3 hours and 47 minutes, so before noon. This is a harder course, but I think we might see him here before noon again.
I think around lunchtime we might have a winner in here. Yeah. But as we said before, this is just the start of this race. We still have some serious rock trails to go through. And you've run these rock trails in these UTVs. How important is it to have that co-driver out there with you?
Well, they're your other set of eyes and help you guide through things, because there's a lot of pressure when you're going really fast through the rocks. The fastest guys, I don't think their co-dogs are going to get out of the car.
You think that they've got what it takes to get through all those rock sections clean?
Yes. The very fastest guys will get here with their co-dogs in the car the whole time. That's my prediction, at least.
I'm going to hold you to that.
Ah, dang. Again, that's Jeremy McGrath coming through Cougar Buttes. Bottom right is Bryce Menzies.
Non-stop action today here from the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. Remember, you can follow along at home on the live tracker. Go to livemap.racingtracks.com. And you can go in there and you can follow along with everybody who is in the race, just like we are here up in the booth.
That's an awesome helicopter view.
Yeah, you can see we have very little wind out here in Hammertown, so the dust is just hanging in that desert section, making it very difficult to get these guys through. That's the Method Race Wheels helicopter. They're out here every year supporting their drivers, and this year they got a helicopter out there flying around.
That looks fake.
That is actually the live helicopter feed. So think about that for a minute. We're basically in the middle of Johnson Valley, middle of nowhere. We're taking footage from that camera, bringing it all the way back out here to Hammertown, and then sending it out to the whole world to watch. And don't forget, when you're watching at home, if you want to come in there and if you want to post up a question on social, any question about the race, the racers in the race, we'll do our best to get to those questions today, even though we're dealing with non-stop action in this race so far.
Yeah, or about the rock trails too.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that, John. So you know what rock trails we're running, so let's talk. So what do you think is the first serious rock trail we're going to hit?
Well, Sledgehammer is going to cause some problems for some people. It's downhill, but it's a nasty canyon with some really big rocks.
It always is a good thing to see. You can always see a lot of exciting action in Sledgehammer, no matter what course, or rather what race is in it, I should say.
So I believe that's a pole line road they're on, and they're limited to 30 miles an hour there. We've got Phil Blurton right there, and it might have been Cody behind him, Cody Miller.
Phil's fresh off a win at the Baja 1000.
Great view.
Yeah, he's won almost every big UTV race except this one.
So you got Phil out front. Oh, well, wait a minute. No, so Ronnie's right there. That's Ronnie Anderson.
All right, we watch that action on Powerline Road. We're going to take, throw a little picture-in-picture up and catch up with Sarah Price, who we saw racing the T1 truck earlier, and she's out in her UTV right now.
There's one race I never miss, and that is King of the Hammers. There's just something about this race for me that it means so much that I always put a large effort into it. It's also the toughest race in America, right? So everything's getting put to the test. I've been racing a lot of trucks and had a lot of opportunity there in the desert. I usually race with Chattanooga Whiskey, and I get a knock at 5 a.m. just, hey, can you fill in and drive the truck today because Robert's not feeling good? And I felt so bad for Robert, but we had great speed, very competitive. That was exciting. I was super pumped. I was on cloud nine, to say the least. I'm beyond grateful. This is what I live for, This is my passion, racing, and since I was 8 years old, I've put everything I got into it. So the last 2 years, there's been a lot of opportunity for myself, and it's been just incredible, to say the least. I've been racing extreme E vehicles with Ganassi Racing. That's been a crazy new thing in my life, that I've been traveling around the world racing these incredible electric cars. We're here actually racing with the Polaris Razor and the Turbo R. It was my first time up in the race car. I thought I'd shake it down. I wasn't trying to carry any speed or be aggressive. It just shot me backwards, and I rolled down the hill and in the new race car, brand new race car. And it got really destroyed, to say the least. We had to refabricate parts of the cage. We had to do major stuff to this car in order to make it to qualifying. Qualified 37th out of 128, I think, but still pretty good considering the car and the shape it was in to go into qualifying. Racing is racing, right? It's not always going as planned, almost never goes as planned. And yeah, you gotta be competitive, you gotta be fast, and sometimes the results aren't on your side, and I don't give up, and that's kind of what you have to do in this sport.
Always great to see those little driver profiles here during King of the Hammers. Today it's all about the UTVs. It's the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. I'm over here looking at the tracker while my co-host John is keeping track of the action on the big screen.
That's Phil Blurton, and we're trying to figure out exactly who the physical leader is right now. It was looking like Ronnie might have jumped out in front of somebody, but I can't tell for sure.
If I look at the tracker right now, the tracker is actually showing Ronnie is ahead of Phil, and then right behind him is Kyle Cheney. But as we've said before, the tracker does up. It basically pings at different times. So we don't really know physically who's leading this, and we really won't know that until they finish the first lap and we get some official split times. We can always pull unofficial split times through Remote Pit 1, but we won't have anything of semi-official, unofficial official, I call it.
Well, the one thing I do know is right before we went to that break, we were looking at the pole line road where they're limited to 30 miles an hour, and I'm pretty sure the leader was there, and we were seeing 4 or 5 cars in that picture at that point in time, so it's super tight.
It is super tight, and actually all the trackers just updated, so I can run down them right now. So basically our leader right now, it looks like first on course is Ronnie Anderson. Behind him is Phil Blurton. Third physical would be Kyle Cheney. Fourth physical, Cody Miller. And then fifth is Brock Hager.
And we've got a mess out in Cougar Buttes.
Oh, look at this. That's just awful. And that's that squeeze that everyone's got to go through. Look at the traffic jam. This is why qualifying is so important for this race.
Can't tell exactly what's going on there. It looks like...
Well, it looks like that one in the front is broken. It looks like they're having trouble clearing the course. It's hard to tell. I see a lot of winch lines being pulled. So while we watch this, John, let's talk a little bit about this course. As we said before, you've been out run these rock trails. We talked earlier with a couple people when they're lining up. We see a lot of different size tires out there. Now some of that is limited based on the vehicle.
What size tire do you want to have in this race?
Well, in the top class, those guys are running 35s, and I think you have to win this race. The stock classes are limited to, I believe, 33 inches.
Yeah, limited 33. But we do have some people out there running a 32, get a little bit more speed in the desert, but that will sacrifice them when it comes to the rocks.
We're looking at Ronnie Anderson, who might be our physical leader at the moment. We haven't got confirmation of that, but pretty sure that's Ronnie.
Yeah, based on that camera, yeah, and the fact that he has no dust in front of him, and we're not seeing a lot of the wind out here moving dust, and the tracker does show him in physically first, but he's not far ahead of Phil Blurton. So I talked to Ricky about a little bit. You know, we talked about Paul Wolf bringing his UTV back for the big 4400 race and putting 37s on it. Do you think that's a good idea, or is that just too much for those Can-Am hubs and axles?
I don't know how you can run a 37 in the desert on a UTV, but in the rocks, okay. So, I mean, one strategy is you run a smaller tire in the desert, you come back in the main pit and swap tires out for the rocks. We got Mitch Guthrie there. Great helicopter view. That's his brand new car. That's a Polaris Turbo R. Followed by, is that Bryce? Or Brandon Sims? I think that was Brandon Sims. We still have
Look
a
at
pile
this
up.
traffic jam out in Cougar Buttes. It is a mess out there.
Worst possible spot.
Yeah, that's that squeeze right before everyone leaves Cougar Buttes and starts to head back out in the desert. And you can just see that there's just nowhere to go.
Jeremy McGrath was looking for an alternate line. I don't know if he's going to find one around there.
Yeah, that's a tough section. We see it every year, even in some of the other classes. That basically big rock squeeze. It's hard to get out. Yeah, I think all those drivers were getting a little frustrated. They were probably walking up and trying to figure out what was going on. And that's a point in time where it's better just to get out of your car and go help whoever's stuck up there.
Absolutely. You got to get out there and get the trail cleared, or you're not going to move anywhere.
I mean, the cars weigh like, what, 2,500 pounds? 5 guys pick it up, carry it off.
Well, maybe not carry it off, but shove it off.
Oh, come on.
That was Ronnie Anderson there we were looking at, which we're thinking is the current leader.
I think that's a pretty good assumption right now, John, because we have trackers showing him in the lead, and then we are also seeing no dust in front of him on the track, so I think he's definitely current leader. And then right behind him,
that looks like Phil Blurton.
Yeah, I believe that is Phil Blurton.
So Ronnie has raced King of the Hammers several times in a UTV, never been on the podium, but I want to say he's gotten 4th or 5th.
John, you know, we ask everyone when they're up here just for fun. We did it all through qualifying, and now that we're deep into this Can-Am UTV race, what if you could pick one car out there right now, what would be the car that you'd want to be driving in this race, or just take home today for a little bit of fun?
Not fair to ask me that question. That's Kyle Cheney there, last year's winner.
Making quick work of that section in his Can-Am UTV.
So Kyle won it last year, and then went on to get 11th place in the 4400 race. And got 2nd place in the UTV race the year before.
Yeah, in our picture-in-picture, we're jumping back out to that mess in Cougar Buttes. See if it's cleaned up at all, and it looks like maybe there's a little bit of movement going on.
Yep.
Got lots of co-drivers out. Yeah, it looks like they were moving that one car out of the way, finally got it winched up and out. Can't see whose it is, but it looks like they've got that action sort of cleaned out, and that lineup has started to move, which is good.
Pretty sure top left, we're still looking at Kyle Cheney. His co-dog is Scotty Lawrence. That's probably Bryce Menzies in the in-car view on the bottom left, maybe?
Could be, yep.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
helicopter
Menzies.
View and onboard.
And in-car view.
Wow. I don't know how they put that together.
Well, they use FM. FM, John.
Okay.
It's freaking magic. That's what they do. That's all it takes. A little bit of magic.
I got nothing.
You know, can't say enough good things about the production crew out here in Johnson Valley. Not just only the crew that builds Hammertown, but the crew that brings you this live stream. Make sure you tune in all week for non-stop action. We got nothing but hardcore races between now and Saturday. And if you haven't subscribed to that premium feed, it's definitely worth doing. We're going to have racing for the next 3 days, and you're not going to want to miss anything. The lead's going to change multiple times in all these races, and the last thing you want is to miss something amazing because you didn't subscribe to that premium feed.
So we're an hour and 20 into this. They should be back here in another 20 minutes or so, maybe?
It's hard to tell on the
Maybe
tracker,
30.
to be honest with you. I'm trying to see where they are, get some guesstimations, but I'm still showing Ronnie in the lead. He still has a little ways to get back to Hammertown.
Well, they got to get back through pit 1 first.
Exactly, yeah, and I don't see that happening. I think we'll see that obviously first, and I think that's going to happen pretty soon.
We've got Pam Hall out there. We had something going on with the feed, so she was sent us intel via text message. So at least we got eyes on the ground out there.
Yeah, Pam will keep us honest on what's happening there. Once again, that's on board with Bryce Menzies. Crowd's yelling at us for running order, John, so let's give them a little bit of unofficial. So based on the tracker right now, I see Ronnie Anderson in first. Right behind him, Phil Blurton. Physical second on course. Physical third, Kyle Cheney. Physical fourth. Oh, I got to zoom in because the bubbles are right on top of each other. Looks like physical fourth right now is Cody Miller. And right behind him, Brock Hager. Now, once again, that's absolutely unofficial. As we said before, these tracker updates don't update all at the same time.
So we've had some movement there.
Well, I think, yeah, it's hard to tell in that 3 through 5th spot because they're so close together.
But if you look at it, you know, Ronnie's made some moves. He wasn't in the front row. I think he started in the 3rd row. So Phil was in the 1st row. So physical lead and time lead, maybe.
Yeah, you remember this race is on corrected time, so they'll basically get back to Hammertown. If you started far back in the pack, corrected time comes to your advantage if you get near the front of the pack.
So one thing to note is this year we've got several different UTV classes that are coming into play. Our physical leader, as far as we're looking at it, is Ronnie Anderson. He's in the open class, and that's a Polaris Razor Turbo R.
Yeah, and so what I'm going to do over here is I have all the classes listed on the live map tracking, and so I can select them just like you could do at home. So if I go up here and I choose UTV stock, it looks, based on the tracker, that our leader in UTV stock might be Tyler Ramereed, if I'm saying that correctly. I hope I am. If not, I'm sure someone in the audience will yell at me. And then right behind him is Mitchell Alsup. And so that would be UTV stock. So now I'll collapse that.
And that's Mitchell's first race here at King of the Hammers. So that's neat to see him up in front of his class.
Now if I go UTV stock turbo, it looks like Randall Anderson is in the lead of that class. And while I dig through this live tracking map, we're going to take a quick break from the action out here at the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, presented by Progressive Insurance. Remember, once again, if you're subscribed to the premium feed, you will not have a break from the action. You get to watch it all day long, and you can also track all the racers just like we are. But we'll be back here shortly, live from Johnson Valley.
Really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problems with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And in the State Frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
The Ford Bronco is back, and 4 Wheel Parts is your Bronco aftermarket headquarters. Whether it's a wheel and tire upgrade you need or an all-out overlanding build, 4WP's expert staff and lineup of in-stock products are ready to help you do your Bronco right. Build your Bronco at one of our 100 stores nationwide or shop online at 4WP.com/Bronco HQ.
Welcome back. Live view of Ronnie Anderson. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. Now we're looking at Kyle Cheney there in the upper left screen. Ronnie in the bottom right.
All right, while we were on that break, I actually went through the tracker, pulled down all the classes, and it was a lot of work. A lot of work, but I was able to pull it off. So these are absolutely unofficial. So we'll start with Pro Mod Ronnie Anderson, which is what we're watching on screen a lot of the time. That is, he is, we believe, our physical leader in that class.
He's in the open class.
What's that?
He's in the open class.
Well, then the tracker lied to me because he said he was Pro Mod, so we're going to say he's in open now. So they also have.
And he's pulling into pit 1 right now.
There we go.
Yeah,
So
that's Ronnie Anderson,
Ronnie Anderson
physical
pulling into pit
leader
1
right now.
All right, stock NA, naturally aspirated, is Bailey Cole in the lead right now. So Bailey's in the lead on that.
Honda Talon.
And it looks like stock turbo. It was hard to tell who was actually in the lead. It looked like Josh Smith may have had it, but we were also showing him not moving. So it's hard to tell whether it was him or Ronnie Alexander. But as John said, our leader is now into remote pit 1.
Yeah, so Ronnie's definitely stopped there. Probably getting some fuel. Doesn't look like they're swapping any tires or anything. It might just be a full fuel stop. That's Kyle Cheney, who may be physical second. He's getting ready to drop into the pit, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember all the desert, but that looks like he's going to be coming into the pit. Yes, yes, he is.
Yeah, and the tracker shows him right on top of Ronnie, who's in the lead.
So they're taking their time with Ronnie in the pit.
And we've got Pam out there in remote pit 1 with our leader.
Pam Hall out here at remote pit 1. The leaders are coming through. Ronnie Anderson just made a pit stop, more than likely for fuel. We have Phil Blurton. He is just now passing behind us. The leaders are coming in close together, so lots of action out here at remote pit 1.
Thanks for that update. Oh, sorry. Thanks for that update, Pam. It's always great to get that information all the way out there from remote pit 1.
So it looks like Phil Blurton's in second, and I think that's Kyle Cheney rolling through in third, physical.
Yeah, I can zoom in on the tracker and see what it says. Tracker's showing Ronnie Anderson in the pit.
Oh, so Ronnie's still in the pit?
According to the track. Now, the problem is, got to remember, these trackers update not instantly. So there is a delay there. So I don't know if he's still in the pit, but according to the tracker, he is.
That looks like Ronnie right there, maybe. Can't see his number, but that looks like his silhouette, maybe.
I will hit an update here and see what happens. Should mention that if you're following along at home using the tracker, remember all of these transponders update at different times. So it's not a live feed, but it's probably about 1 minute to 30 seconds off of the action. So as I said, we saw Ronnie in the pits on screen, but we believe he's already left, even though his tracker is still showing him in that pit.
That's Phil Blurton right there. Some big old whoops he's going through.
You know, and this is pure speculation right now, John. But I'm watching Phil out there. I don't see a lot of dust in front of him.
They might still be working on Ronnie in the pits. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
There's not a lot of air movement out there, and what we've seen so far in this race, these two racers are so close together. I would expect to at least see a little bit of hanging dust in front of him. And there's a good chance that we might be looking at our physical leader right now.
That's a great shot right there. I love the helicopter view.
Tracker just updated, and yes, Ronnie Anderson just pulled out of remote pit 1.
Okay, so if I'm looking at the dust in the cars correctly, we've got Phil Blurton in first and Kyle Cheney in second, physical. And you can see the dust right in front of Kyle.
And you know, that's a question we should ask Pam. I didn't see either of these cars stop in remote pit 1.
I don't think they did.
I think they just drove right through. We did see Ronnie stop, so that is where they may have made that leapfrog jump to get ahead of him.
And they might be fueling here in the main pit.
Yeah, and that brings up a good question that Social might be interested in, John. So in these cars, we're talking about a long time in the desert. What kind of mileage are we getting in these cars? How much fuel do they carry, and where are they going to refuel?
Well, so these cars aren't going to carry as much fuel as a desert race car. They want to keep them a little bit lighter for the most part, but I would expect they're going to be probably around 18 to 20 gallons in these, and fuel mileage maybe 6 miles a gallon.
That doesn't sound great, but it's better than a 4400 car. That's like twice as good as a 4400 car.
You know, there's a guy out there that could answer that question, but I don't see him in the crowd anymore. So we're just getting word that Brandon Sims has a 22-gallon tank in his new Turbo R.
And that brings up another point that we're assuming here. We're assuming that the Millers are going to possibly fuel in main pit. The question would be, does Ronnie have to fuel here, or will he get away with just fueling in remote pit?
Well, I'm assuming Ronnie fueled at pit 1. He was there for quite a while, and it looked like Blurton and Cheney passed him. They didn't stop as far as I could see, so I think they're going to be stopping in main pit for fuel.
And will Ronnie be able to continue? You think he'll be able to continue out of here without fuel for the next lap?
He should be able to make the rest of the race. But he could stop at pit 2 or back at pit 1 again. After they come back through main pit, they go all the way back out through Turkey Claw and out to pit 1 again before heading out to the desert and into the rocks.
Yeah, totally different course this year. For a few years, we've kind of had a very predictable lap 1. It's always been the same. We kind of leave out of Hammertown, big, long desert loop, out to Cougar Buttes, out to remote pit 1 again, and then back to Hammertown. But this year, whole new race course, which is super exciting. Rocks right out of the gate, which I think is awesome.
And lots of cool spectator areas you can get to.
Yeah, and if you're here in Hammertown and you're looking to get to those spectator areas, don't forget to download the BF Goodrich on trail map. Gives you the full map of Hammertown with all of our amazing vendors here set up in Hammertown. You can go to the 4-wheel parts tent, pop over to the King Shocks booth, talk shocks, go see the Warren people, talk about winches. Look at those Factor 55 hooks that I love so much. Go check out the new Ford Broncos if you want. They're pretty cool. And then you can head out to Turkey Claw, watch some action, and then head up to one of, I think there's 5 or 6 dedicated spectator areas that will give you all the action. Backdoor, Laser Nut Alley, Chocolate Thunder, Cougar Buttes.
Yeah, so there was a spectator area at Backdoor, but they're not going down Backdoor
No,
anymore.
not this year. That would be, if you went over there, you'd be a little lonely.
Yeah, but Jackhammer, Laser Nut Alley, you can see Her Problem.
Yep.
And then Chocolate Thunder is a big viewing area.
Here's a perfect example of what we were talking about earlier about the no wind. There really is a small wind, but not enough.
Well, Kyle Cheney's just out of Phil's dust, just enough breath of air to get that off the course for him.
Yeah, and he'll just hang back there until there's a good time to push to pass, because the last thing you want to do is get caught up in that dust and miss a big hole. We saw that right off the basically starting line this morning. We saw a hole sneak up and grab one of basically our pole position.
So I think that might have been Cody Miller, not Kyle Cheney. That was Hunter or Kyle or Cody that we just saw. So I think the Miller brothers are both getting ready to head into pit 1.
We have gotten some info that Cole Clark, even though we saw him in that amazing crash right outside of Hammertown first thing this morning, he is okay, walked away. As a matter of fact, Miles has him down in main pit.
Wow.
All right, apparently Miles didn't hear me. Hey, Miles, I hear you got Cole Clark in the main pit. Let's hear what you got.
Well, I don't think we got Miles. That's a current look at pit 1. I don't see anybody stopped currently at pit 1. And there's a lot of strategy that comes along with pitting. When you're going to pit, these guys all want to get to the rock trails as quickly as they can. So definite strategy to not fuel up until you have to keep out in front.
Yeah, we saw that action in Cougar Buttes earlier, and that is just a preview of what you're going to see when we get into these King of the Hammers trails. Cougar Buttes is actually not that hard of a trail to get through. It just has one squeeze point. But when you get out into things like Laser Nut Alley and a couple Jackhammer, Sledgehammer, there's multiple squeeze points.
That's Phil Blurton again, who we believe is the physical leader. And actually, I talked to Kyle Cheney. We believe he's physically second, but he was saying he didn't need to be out front.
All right, we're going to try one more time to grab Miles down in the pits. Miles has Cole Clark with him. Miles, what do you got?
Thanks, Ian. I'm down here with Cole Clark, the pole setter. You took off like a rocket. You and you were battling right up front. What happened?
Came out of Hammertown. Everything was good, and Phil tried doing a kind of a gutsy move to the left of me, and I was like, oh man, he's gonna wreck out there. And immediately the back of my car just popped up, and I tried to save it, and then just went for a good little tumble, and I'm good now. I think I broke my thumb, but I should be good.
Ouch! Yeah, you and Phil Blurton were battling out there, but it looked like it was a clean pass. Just tough break. I see the disappointment in you, but you're a sportsman at heart.
Absolutely. It was all clean. I am upset. You know, we work so hard to get to these races and do everything we possibly can. But King of Hammers put on a great event, and I'm just happy to be a part. I'm going to help out my other drivers on my team, and just come back better next year.
And you'll be racing with us this season as well, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
What's your next race you'll be racing with us?
I think I'm going to go to Utah and go do some short course. Our car is super fast in the short course area, so I think we'll do pretty good there.
Well, you had a great showing in qualifying. Tough break, but that's racing. That's what it's all about, and that's just part of the deal. But great to see you're okay, buddy.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Miles.
Thank you, Cole Clark. So we'll send it back to you guys in the Jumbotron.
Thanks, Miles. We're watching a replay of exactly what Cole was talking about with this pass. You can see he just dropped in behind him, put a little bit of pressure on him, and then he just got a little bit offline, took a nasty tumble in the desert.
Pretty risky move by Phil, or gutsy move. He must have walked out there and looked at different lines for the start of the race. That's just smart racing right there.
Yeah, and it's good to hear that Cole is okay. It's a shame that his race ended so quickly, but he'll be back again, taking that UTV out one more time. And I believe that was Bryce Menzies was in our big picture, now is in our small picture. I'm trying to see who that is out in the desert.
I don't have that car memorized.
I believe that might be Caitlin Hadlock. It was hard to see the number. It went by pretty quick, but it looks like it might be Caitlin Hadlock off to the side out there in the desert. It looks like both are out of the car.
Working on something on the right rear, maybe the front rear.
Well, it looks like the front
right.
Right. Looks like they got a tire off. The question is it just a tire or is it more than a tire? And it looks like it might be more than a tire.
They just have the spare off, maybe.
Possibly. And the picture is Bryce Menzies.
So we're going to be seeing the leaders here back in Hammertown anytime.
Well, you say that, John. I can jump on the tracker here and get us a rough idea what's going on out there. I'm going to wait for it to update one more time before I actually make an announcement because it looks like our leaders are dancing around. They're so close.
So we're looking at Ronnie Anderson here, and he's stopped for something.
Looks like he's stopped.
Oh, a stop check. Okay. So Ronnie Anderson
he just went through that. Didn't see that checkpoint, but he caught it at the last second. They were able to get him taken care of.
I didn't see the stop sign there. Maybe Ronnie didn't either.
So we may have some action out there, John, because I'm watching our tracker and it did just update. I misspeak. It's right where we thought it was. So we believe our current physical leader on course, Phil Blurton. Right behind him is Kyle Cheney. And then right behind him is Ronnie Anderson. I'm trying to get a rough idea how much longer it's going to be until they're back into Hammertown.
We're looking at Bryce Menzies there. I love those side shots going through whoops.
Once again, that's the live feed from the Method Race Wheels helicopter out there, bringing this footage from the 2022 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. This is all part of the Progressive King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries Race Week. We got 3 more days of all-day racing for you to watch on this live stream or watch here in Hammertown.
That's Ronnie Anderson there we're looking at.
You can see that dust is right in front of him, so he's not far off our leader's pace. You know, we always talk about how awesome this live stream feed is, and it says a lot that you look out this little window here, John, and all these people could be out on course or watching it somewhere in the Hammers, and we got probably a good 100, 150 people sitting out here in lawn chairs watching it on the big screen here.
Best seat in town.
That's a nice fire out there. It keeps you warm.
So Bryce Menzies look like he's coming into pit 1. So we'll see if Ronnie Anderson is close to Blurton and Cheney. If he got gas at pit 1 and Cheney and Blurton have to fuel up here, that we might swap again.
Yeah, I'm watching them on the live tracker, and they all look like they're right on top of each other. You know, this morning when we all checked in and RJ asked me to go out and walk around the starting lineup, get some stories, I talked to a lot of people, but probably the coolest thing I saw was the King of the Hammers tech crew was out there making sure that everyone was tech checked before they went up to the starting line. They even had a list of drivers who hadn't made it over to the tech tent yet, and they were hunting them down in Hammertown to make sure that they were fully checked out before they lined up on the starting line, because your other option is, you know, show up on the starting line and get pulled off to the side. So shout out to those guys who do all that work here at King of the Hammers so these guys can go race in the desert.
Bryce Menzies in pit 1. You can see he's fueling up. Doing a quick check on the car.
Let's run down a little bit of the classes here because we're just kind of focusing on the leaders. So our leaders are open UTVs right now?
I believe, well, no. So if Phil Blurton and Kyle Cheney are out front, they're in the Pro Modified class.
Okay.
Ronnie Anderson is in the open class.
And we have Miles down in the pits with a great little interview for us. This is going to be awesome.
Dang.
Take it away, Miles.
Thanks, Ian. I'm down here with Sal Fish, an off-road legend, and he's here at King of the Hammers. How cool is it?
It really is cool, Mike. Miles, I'm really impressed with what Dave has done. I was here, I think it was either 3 or 4 years ago, and gosh, it's just exciting. It's a great group of people. I'm here with the Burton and the Glenn Harris group, and I'm enjoying myself, seeing a lot of the desert people here, a lot of the sponsors. Gorgeous day, gorgeous turnout. It's just fantastic, really.
And you've been a part of the off-road racing world for 40-plus years, if I'm not mistaken, down on the Baja Peninsula. I mean, it's completely different, but it's kind of the same, all in the same.
Well, it is different, but, you know, people that love the desert and love off-roading, this is where it's all about. And it's beautiful to see here right in our backyard in California, you know, outside of Los Angeles here in the Lucerne Valley. We put a race on back in, I think, 1985 at Score back here, and obviously we didn't use the territory that Dave is using here and didn't do the work that he has to do. I mean, I'm amazed at what he has established here in his crew. My hat goes off to him, and I think the community certainly should appreciate what he's done.
Well, I thoroughly appreciate that from us at Ultra 4, and it's just amazing to have you here. We've had so many amazing people that come out here to watch this, and we're going to watch Phil Blurton do a little pit crew here soon. So it's just great to see you here, and we thoroughly appreciate everything.
Well, thank you, and it's a pleasure talking to your audience, and I love your mic. That's as cool as anything I've ever seen. But anyway, thank you.
Well, thank you, and it's going to be a good time. The pits are getting ready to get hot with the Boxo Tools mic ridge, so we'll see what happens. I'll send it back to you guys. Ricky and Ian, take it away.
All right. So we've got Brian Deegan on camera now. He just passed a couple UTVs that were having some problem. The guy up front there was Travis Zollinger in a single-seater, and he was rolled trying to recover himself. That doesn't sound like fun.
Looked like another driver pulled up behind him. As we watch Brian Deegan make quick work of the desert, for those of you at home who don't recognize Sal Fish, maybe from the East Coast, and desert racing isn't in your blood like a lot of these West Coast guys. He's a retired president of one of the largest off-road sanctioning bodies in the world. And to have him out here giving props to Dave Cole for building what he's built out here at King of the Hammers means a lot to everyone who loves to go racing in the desert. Kind of the grandfather of off-road racing, right, John?
One of several, probably.
Him and Bruce Myers.
Yeah. Again, that's Brian Deegan. First time racing King of the Hammers. His co-dog, though, is Terry Madden. He's been out here a couple times.
Yeah, Terry's kind of a staple out here in Johnson Valley. I believe he now lives out here in Yucca.
He does.
And, you know, it's great if you're going to come out here and cross over. We see a lot of these crossover guys show up. You know, the motocross guys transition very well into the UTVs. They are very good at reading terrain, because if you read terrain wrong on a motorcycle, it hurts a lot worse.
A lot worse.
Than when you read terrain in an off-road car. But yeah, if you were to pick someone to go on a ride with you in the rocks, Terry Madden is an excellent choice. We'll see him in a lot of cars throughout the rest of this week.
So Brian Deegan, this is his first time at King of the Hammers, like I said. He is in a Pro Stock Turbo class. That's a Can-Am X3. And you mentioned Terry was going to be doing more in here. He is going to co-dog for Kyle Cheney in the 4400 race on Saturday.
Yeah, we saw him last year co-dogging with, I believe it was Cameron Steele last year, but we see some action going up in Remote Pit 1.
So that's CJ Greaves, I believe. Maybe out of gas, and they're pushing him to the pit? I don't know.
Oh, no!
Man down.
Yeah, we're getting reports that, yes, he's getting pushed into the pits. Hopefully it's just a fuel issue.
So you just asked about the fuel mileage thing. I think they just misjudged it by a little bit.
It could have been. Well, maybe they were stuck in that traffic jam out at Cougar Buttes, just sitting there burning fuel. We're not sure.
Or he could be having a different problem. We don't know. I was just speculating on the fuel.
We were just watching Brian Deegan make good time, and now all of a sudden it looks like he's just stopped. Hopefully everything's okay there. You can see him working inside the cab of the side-by-side. If we see a window net go down, we know there's something wrong.
Terry doesn't look like he's getting out.
It doesn't look like he's getting out, so that tells me it's not something that they think they can just easily fix.
I'm thinking they
it
might
looks to me like they're backing down. That does not look like they're backing down under power. I think he's just slipped it into neutral.
I think they missed a turn.
It could have. I don't think they missed a turn based on how fast this car is coming up.
Yeah. That's Shannon Campbell.
That's
just
Shannon
made a pass
Campbell
on
in the Wonder Woman Razor, the invisible Razor.
Lexan paneled machine.
I remember when I was watching Shannon build that on, he posted a bunch of stuff on social. I've never seen anyone bead roll Lexan before. I immediately texted him and I said, "Can you really do that?" And typical Shannon response is like, "I'm pretty sure I just did."
Okay, so we've got some leaders just about to make their way into Hammertown. They're around back door and should be here any moment.
Yeah, they're in that sand wash section. When they get close to town, we'll obviously get Miles down there with his Boxo Tools wrench mic. He'll keep up with what's going on down in the main pits.
So, oh, no, that's not Brian Deegan. I thought it was.
We'll see the leaders will be coming through that sand wash, up through the Bronco Arch, and then they'll drop back into town. And then we'll have some sort of unofficial, official split times. We can actually see who's leading the race on corrected time. Get you more information. As you can see it right there, I think I just got a glimpse of one of the cars.
Almost through the Bronco Arch.
Oh, yeah, it looks like they're right on top of each other. Yep.
So that's Blurton and Cheney. Blurton out front. But again, Cheney started a couple rows back. So Phil's physically leading, but Kyle is beating him on corrected time.
Yeah, we'll know a little bit of that information when they come through here and tick us off on their lap 1. But as we've said many, many times before, you know, the first lap of this race is not really where this. Oh, he's head into his pits.
Yeah, so
he'll go into his pits first.
Phil's going to pit. Let's see if Kyle does. I would think he would, because I don't think he stops out at pit 1.
Yeah, the question would be, where is his pit?
Right.
All right, we got Miles down there with his Boxo Tools wrench mic, and he's going to give us an update.
So I'm walking around Phil Blurton's car. The car looks great, but he does have a left front axle issue. Not sure what's going on. A little bit of liquid on the left rear, but other than that, this Can-Am's looking like it's in great shape. But this will do a little bit of fuel stop, and we'll see how fast they can switch this left front axle. Phil's chatting with the team, making sure everything's good. Bo Judge, they seem like they're pretty relaxed. So I just saw one of the Miller brothers cruise through, and now Ronnie Anderson going through. So that physically puts him in 3rd spot, heading out for his 2nd and final lap. Next time here into Hammertown will be the finish, but that'll be a little bit after lunch, I assume. But the Can-Am, again, is looking pretty good. Phil Blurton and Cole Clark had that little race early on, but it's still going strong. They've got all hands on deck trying to get this axle swapped out. I'm hoping they can get it in out of here in less than 10 minutes. Getting the brakes. Oh, the brakes are hot.
What you need, Kevin, let me know.
So yanking the brakes off. The hub will come off next.
Here, hey, right here. Lift your hand on there. That's good, I'm good.
There's lots of good help on deck right now. So tough brake on that axle. They're hoping there's nothing wrong with the front diff, but there's still that possibility. Phil Blurton's ran up top a lot during these races, and it just never knows what happens. You can say Phil's getting a little frustrated right now, kind of throwing his hands up, talking to his dad, Senior. This is costing a lot of precious time right now. But you can see there's only 2 out in front of him, so we're still good. Remember, this race is on adjusted time. Phil Blurton started on the pole next to Cole Clark. Still trying to get this axle out. Still no other UTVs in sight yet. This has got to be terrible. Just sitting there patiently waiting. I mean, just kind of helpless sitting there in the driver's seat. But Phil's a competitor. He'll go out there and push strong. You want to talk, Phil, or no? You want to talk? So I got Phil Blurton here. How's it going out there? It's tough luck, but you were running strong all morning.
Yeah, I don't know. We lost 4-wheel drive about halfway through that lap. We thought it was the diff, but I guess it's an axle. So now we're going to sit here and wait to go back on course.
So you got a great team trying to get everything going. Right now, you just got to be a little helpless, but man, you got to keep your head in the game, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're not out of it yet. We still got, I don't know, the rock lap. This class is just so competitive now that one small issue like this can really knock your chances down of a podium. But I don't know. We're still going to go out and push and see how the day ends.
Yeah, you're a great competitor, and I just hope the best for you. Hopefully, you can get back out and really battle up front.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Phil Blurton, for taking that quick little time. Looks like there's getting closer to swapping everything out. But the rest of this Can-Am, this thing is an absolute beast. So they're starting to go back together. So they're going back together as we speak. Like I said, this should be about a 10-minute swap. We'll see what happens. But it sounds like John and Ian may have something for us.
Thank you very much, Miles. Always good to get that information in the pits. You know, that's always a bummer. Those UTV axles usually just fall out until you want them to come out, isn't it, John?
Well, it's never good to have to replace an axle, but
we're seeing lots of action up here. It looks like this is at remote pit 1 right now. But probably the biggest news is what we saw happening down there while Miles was watching that pit, and that is we saw our 2 other leaders just drive right through.
Yep. Kyle Cheney was out front, and then Ronnie Anderson behind him.
And right now, also, Brock Hager also came through, according to my tracker. So what I have right now is the unofficial, official laps time for each lap. So right now, Kyle Cheney completed lap 1, 1 hour, 49 minutes, 17 seconds. Ronnie Anderson, lap 1, 1 hour, 50 minutes, 34 seconds. And Brock Hager, 1 hour, 54 minutes, and 49 seconds. Those are the only 2 vehicles that have moved out onto the second lap. And that's Kyle Cheney, who right now is our current leader.
In Turkey Claw.
Making quick work of that rock section. We talked all week about how important pre-running is in this race. And John, it's definitely played out exactly as we thought, isn't it?
Yeah, a few. I'm interested to see where the Millers are. But the top guys are... all the top 10 is pretty tight, except, you know, obviously Cole Clark had that mishap.
Yeah, we've got great little flow going here, but I got Ricky Johnson is going to jump in the booth with me. We sent him out to find some stories in and around Hammertown. So RJ is going to jump in. We're going to have a little chat. We'll see what kind of information he's got. Once again, our 3 leaders have made it through Hammertown. Kyle Cheney, Ronnie Anderson, Brock Hager. As we're still watching Phil. I don't believe Phil has left his pits yet. And it looks like that's Ronnie Anderson down in Turkey Claw. And it looks like he's fighting that vehicle, trying to get into 4-wheel drive. His window nest down. I hope there's not a problem. But Ricky, what did you find out there?
Well, I ran around, talked to the guys. Obviously, we found out that Cole was okay after the crash. Obviously, he had to have some anger issues and things going on. Went to find Dave Cole, couldn't find him, ran around. Everyone was scattered. So I was listening to what was going on. I heard some guys coming through this race. Obviously, we see Ronnie Anderson now with his helmet off. So that is not a good sign back in Turkey Claw.
That is a terrible sign in Turkey Claw if you're taking the helmet off. That tells me it's not as simple as, hey, we're going to winch this thing. Hey, we're going to be okay. It's looking like some frustration right there.
And I'm sorry, I did what I'm not supposed to do. So as we're watching the main pit, looks like they're going to change some brake calipers. They got something going on in the main pit.
No, that's the axle going back together. I believe Miles was down in the pit. We were watching them swap that axle. I believe that's going back in the car. That was our current leader. Came in first, had a problem with that left front axle, but he's being super cool about it, very calm, cool. He knows there's a lot of race left.
Well, and you know, I talk with, as we see, that's a tough break for Ronnie Anderson. He was running so strong and right in the top 2. But as we said, you can't relax and go, oh, they're hauling ass, they're going to run away with this. So many things can happen, and so much stress is on these vehicles. And we see Ronnie getting out. Now he's putting his helmet back on, so hope maybe he knows something. Obviously, he knows something that we don't because we can't see it.
Well, he's there, so yeah. But it's definitely, you know, he's in Turkey Claw. He's shut down. It looks like he's getting out of the car. We don't know what is going on. It looks like he's getting back in. But there we go. Phil Blurton moving again. He's gone through the start and finish line. So now we have an elapsed time for him on lap 1. So even with all the trouble he had in the pits getting that axle change, it looks like he has gone through main pit with a first lap time of 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds. So Miles called it right. He said 10 minutes to change that axle. It looks like it took exactly 10 minutes to change that axle.
So the plot thickens. So somebody in the Anderson crew came over and said, what are the rules? Can Ronnie get in RJ's car? So that's what I think they're looking at. And so I said, they need to go talk to Liam O'Donnell and ask him, is that possible? So I don't know. Can they
I don't think they can.
I don't think they can.
I'm pretty sure you can't do that. Well, I shouldn't say that. Maybe they can, but I don't think. I think we've seen driver change, but the driver of record still gets the finish. We've seen it before where in 4400 they go out and send, a heavy hitter out to do that desert loop. We've seen Rob Mack here before doing that, and then someone else jumps in to do the rocks. But I don't know what's going to happen in this situation. That's a call on the fly.
And as you look down there, that looks like what they're doing. It looks like Ronnie Anderson is getting ready for RJ, his brother, to come through there so they can make a driver swap. Now, is that legal? I don't know. I sent the representative from that team over to Lee O'Donnell to ask him if they do it, or do they just feel that Ronnie's more comfortable in the rocks, or whatever the case may be, because RJ just got out of the B1 buggy win last week. So both the Anderson boys are very, very fast, but we got something happening.
The question to me would be why? I don't understand why, especially if you're going to stop in middle of Turkey Claw and wait for them to get there, unless this car is down.
It's got to be down,
and he's going to get in the other car to finish the race.
And as we scan back, we'll see if RJ is coming into Turkey Claw or what. So we're giving you guys
RJ just came through main pit. We see him coming through the 1 hour 58 minute time frame, and I don't think he stopped. So he would be going right up into that section within 2 miles. So we'll see it unfold right here, whatever it is. All right, as we watch this, lots of action in Turkey Claw. We said all week long that this was going to basically be the win or lose moment in these start of these laps.
Well, we just got a report that says RJ's in the pit. Now we see Ronnie's
he's
starting to run down.
Yeah, so
all right, so as we're looking at the map, we see Kyle Cheney, how quick he's running. Currently, he is in front. Right now, we have him at 17 miles an hour. Obviously, that's just coming out of the mountain. Below him,
Ronnie Anderson, we just talked about, is sitting at number 52.
But it hasn't pinged yet, because remember, it's going to ping again,
and he won't be moving.
Yeah, have him not moving.
Brock Hager?
We have Brock Hager that's moving at 45
But I believe
miles an
we
hour.
just actually saw Brock pass Ronnie. So that shows you how these trackers don't update as quickly. They update every 30 seconds to 1 minute.
Yep.
We move back. Cody Miller's moving through the desert right there. And then these other yellow bubbles down in the front. Oh, we have Phil Blurton out here as well. But these other yellow bubbles, these are in pits in Hammertown. They are on lap 2, but their pits were obviously after that start-finish line.
Correct. And there we see Hunter Miller. Remember, he was changing that. No, that was Phil Blurton that changed the front axle.
Yeah, Phil Blurton was changing the axle.
Miller, and then behind him, that's Dustin Jones. So last year's champion sitting in the main pit right now. So once again, folks, as you go on there, if you're watching this on YouTube or Facebook, make sure that you go to ultra4racing.com. Then you can go to live tracking. You can pull all this stuff up. When you go from point to point, as you can see, the yellow vehicles, they are on the second lap. The orange vehicles, they are on the first lap. And you can see how tight it is. And right now, they're at a crushing pace.
All right, so that is
Turkey Claw.
Yeah, that's in Turkey Claw. That's Cody Miller, who just came through main pit that we were talking about. So he should be coming up shortly on that. There we are right there, just passing. So that car there's no reason to stop that car there unless there's something wrong with that car.
So overheated, because if it was a belt, they would change it.
You would change it, absolutely.
Yeah, or if it's an axle, they would try to change it. A lot of different things, because you carry so much. Go down the checklist of what are the different things that everyone carries here, because you cannot get assistance unless it's from another team.
Yeah, that's important. We haven't really talked about that so far this week because we have been just dealing with qualifying. It's important to remember all King of the Hammers races are no chase race. You cannot call your pit crew out onto course to bring you parts or help you fix your stuff. You have to fix it and carry what you've got. And speaking of pits,
Miles, take it away.
Thanks. There's been lots of action in the pits as we saw Phil Blurton Jr. have to switch that axle. We have Dustin Battle Axe Jones in there switching a primary clutch. But we saw Dustin and R.J. Anderson blow turn 19. Here comes Mitch Guthrie Jr. There goes Sarah Price. I mean, there is action all over these pits. It's a lot of fun down here. It's kind of hectic, kind of hard to keep up with it, but we're having fun, and it's only going to get better as we go. And here comes Dustin Battle Axe Jones. Getting the thumbs up. There he goes. So they switched that clutch in less than 5 minutes. They've got a lot of great teams on these Can-Ams. Lots of fun going on all over the place down here. I'm having fun. I hope you're having fun. And we're going to keep on keeping on. So, Ricky, Ian, back to you.
Alrighty, once again, we are at the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. I'm Ricky Johnson along with Ian Johnson. That was Miles that you heard down in the pit as we were watching the early race leader, Phil Blurton. He had to change, I think it was a left front axle.
Yeah, Miles followed along in the pits. They changed that left front axle, but now he's made it through Turkey Claw. It looks like he is probably physically third, I'm assuming, on course.
Well, and the pace now, I mean, we're looking at, right now it's just past 10 o'clock. Some people are saying somewhere around noon that they're going to finish that quick. So the pace that they're putting in with those bigger axles, the bigger tires and the traction and all different stuff, it's going to start beating things up. We saw that in the prologue in the T1, in the T1 and T2 class. A lot of people were breaking equipment, and I think it's going to be the same here.
Yeah, and we really haven't hit any serious rock trails yet. Like, if you're watching at home and you've never been out to King of the Hammers, this being Turkey Claw, it's really not that hard of a trail.
Well, it's not, but it's speed. That's the thing. You just watch how it goes independent. They're up in the air, and they're going back and forth. This could be R.J. Anderson, and we'll see if they're going to make a change. But that was the rumor. But once again,
it looks like they're out of the car, and here comes R.J. in that car.
We just saw Ronnie without his helmet, so I think he was told he cannot make that change. R.J. is just going to keep moving on.
Yeah.
So
I think the rule is they could make the change, but it would be RJ's win. Because it's the same in the other classes. We see it all the time where someone goes out and does the desert loop, maybe comes back in, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't move from car to car. The car stays the car, if that makes sense.
Yeah, the driver record stays the driver record. So I have no idea why they would change. So maybe we could get John while he's down there, Miles, to talk to that main pit and ask them what was their thought process by changing drivers.
Bucket list, just really, really, really wanted to finish King of the Hammers so he doesn't have to come back.
Ronnie's like, I was leading, it's my turn.
Yeah,
so,
high five.
Little brother wants in. So we don't know. We'll try to find out that information. As you said, we got a lot of different things. We want to thank also AMSOIL, Tribe 16, Boxo Tools, Axial RC Cars, Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, and PCI Radios, as well as we have an Axial King of the Hammers limited vehicle. The King of the Hammers, only 1,000 of them were produced, serial numbered, pre-order starting at 2322 at horizonhobby.com, $519.99. Just need to add battery and charger, and away you go. So it's very cool. Axial has had a long time. This is a bomber chassis, a lot like last year's King of the Hammers champion, Randy Slauson. So.
Yeah, the cool thing about that car is it has all the former Kings listed on the roof, wrapped with that King of the Hammers logo.
So once again, we're looking down at Turkey Claw. We see Ronnie Anderson and his co-rider out, and we'll try to get some information. If somebody from that pit could let Miles know what happened with Ronnie. It was a tough break. He qualified well, was racing well, had a good pace going, was in second physically, and then actually was up for the lead for a little bit.
Yeah, and what I'm looking at right now is I'm going through our timing, and I'm looking to see who's finished what lap. And what's even more interesting as to why they'd even want to trade vehicles is R.J. Anderson is in UTV stock turbo. So that may have also played into as well. But we're looking at who's completed a lap, what kind of time they've got. So UTV stock turbo, we've only had one vehicle through, and that's R.J. Anderson. Had obviously before pro modified, we've had Kyle Cheney through Ronnie Anderson, Brock Hager, Cody Miller, Hunter Miller. Those are our leaders that we've been following along with. If I go to UTV Oh, once again, UTV stock turbo is RJ Anderson. UTV stock, I see nobody back into Hammertown yet. UTV stock NA, same thing.
We just got information that Ronnie Anderson was a broken transmission. That's what pulled him out of the race. So you hear a little bit different. When it's a belt that blows up on you, the motor's still running, you hear everything. But when you hear the transmission clunk on you, you know. So by jumping up and down and all that pressure going, shooting from side to side to side, it breaks.
Yeah, when it starts sounding like a box of rocks in the back of the car, you know that there's something wrong. So obviously it's a shame for him to be out with a broken transmission. And now comes the question, they're going to want to probably get him off. The nice thing about Turkey Claw, though, is there's a lot of bypass routes. There's a lot of ways around. We've actually been seeing the drivers easily make their round. You can see these cars right here coming up through Turkey Claw. It'll be easy for them just to get around that car.
Alrighty, as you're watching the two drivers as they're rolling through Turkey Claw, you are watching the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. We're going to take a quick commercial break. And remember, if you have the premium channel, you're going to get to continue watching action. So we will be right back with Ian Johnson, Ricky Johnson, and a host of others. We'll be right back.
The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 is available with 7.2 kilowatts of electrical power, in case you ever need your truck to power your kitchen.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Conquer the elements, handle the most extreme environments, and dominate the desert and trails with King's new 2021 Ford Bronco 2.5 OEM Performance Upgrade Kit. All kits are 100% designed, manufactured, and assembled in our Southern California facility. See why we're the first choice for experienced off-road racers worldwide and order your Bronco kit today.
lap of Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, presented by Progressive Insurance, as we're looking at Turkey Claw right now with a car that is out of the race.
Yeah, Ronnie Anderson, too many Andersons here, with his teammate or co-driver Billy Goat. So you can see now they're not trying to assist him; they're just getting him off the course.
Yeah, I think the key will be to get him out of there. It's, as we said before, Turkey Claw. There's a lot of bypasses. There's a lot of ways around. We've seen multiple drivers go through and easily get around, but he still wants to get that car off the course.
Yep. So now we're looking at backdoor.
Well, no, that actually, that's what we were just talking about on the headset.
Yeah,
that is not backdoor. That's the incorrect Subaru, because they are not doing backdoor this year. They just come around backdoor and get back down to the sand wash. It's near, we'll call it near backdoor.
Or backdoor-ish.
Backdoor-ish, exactly, yes.
Once again, this is Ricky Johnson with Ian Johnson. You're watching as the drivers are coming through. This is Bryce Menzies, which I love this because Bryce runs the absolute top of the top when it comes to trophy truck and T1. But now we're watching that he's running this. This is going to do great things for his discipline as a driver and his commitment, because he's got to make it work.
Yeah, we see a lot of crossover drivers come out here and race King of the Hammers, and it's always fun to see them. It's fun to see them basically catch that learning curve of what it takes. It's not a desert race. It's not a road race. You know, we saw guys like Vaughn Gittin, who started in lower class, worked their way up, and now he's a dominant name in the sport. But I actually did just get a little bit of a blurb through my PCI race radio up here in the booth. I was incorrect, and John was as well. We were talking earlier about how they're not going down back door, but it is an option. They can go down back door. Yeah, it's a little shorter. It's kind of like yesterday in qualifying where we saw Lauren Healy launch off that big drop. You know, it's if I was if I was far back in this race, I'd probably run back door, because you know you're going to be on the highlight reel.
Well, yeah, but we've also seen in the past with Jessie Combs, she came down in the Everman Challenge and balanced on the bumper. There was only so much driving involved, because she went down, she hit the bumper, and it teeter-tottered, came back, and the crowd was screaming and stuff like that. So anytime you run back door, big things can happen.
Yeah, it is, and it's even scarier in a UTV because they're a lot shorter, but they do have the option to go around that section of the trail or run through that rock section, I've just been told. So we could see some action later on from some people who are like, you know what, I'm not winning this race, I just want to have fun, I want to run backdoor in my UTV.
Or you get somebody, say, I'm just going to use him for instance, Phil Blurton, that changed an axle, and if he is making time on Kyle Cheney, you have to go for it.
Could be.
You know, that's the thing, is because your factory, your sponsors, they want you to win, so you're going to have to take that chance. And how much time did they spend running down it? Because to practice it, you're taking a huge chance of crashing, and it's not little anymore.
Well, professional race car drivers are paid to win, not to race.
Correct. So here we're looking at remote pit 1, where you can see there are people on both sides, so that the drivers don't get in a situation where they're crossing back and forth. As we see one driver heading over there now, he might be going out of the race, but typically you're supposed to have, stay to your left so that we don't have head-on situations.
Yeah, and that looks like that might be it looks like there's a lot of cars coming in. We saw a lot of traffic out in Cougar Buttes, people getting backed up on a bottleneck, and I'm going to assume that this is a lot of those cars now showing up into remote pit 1. So
that's the thing, I was talking with Charlie Peltzer, who was running the B1 class, and he says, I might just take a rear start. I'm like, do not. This is not like San Felipe or anything else like that. With these narrow canyons and stuff, all it takes is one person to break an axle, and now you're losing 5, 6, 10 minutes could be. As we saw, it was great. We saw Jeremy McGrath being creative, trying to find a way around that bottleneck at Cougar Buttes.
We see it every year here in Johnson Valley as part of the Progressive King of the Hammers powered by Optima Batteries Race Week, and that is that we're making all these speculations early, but the reality is we still have all the rock trails to run.
Exactly. And that's the thing, is that and Jessie would tell me that, when I raced against her in the spec class, as we're watching Bryce Menzies as he works his way down. Or no, that is not Bryce Menzies, I take that back.
I believe that's Sarah Price. Grab the number off of it.
78.
That's Sarah Price. She had an unfortunate incident. She's out pre-running in that UTV, and we talked to her earlier. We had a little clip from her, but Sarah was out pre-running our basically short course that gets her ready for qualifying, rolled the car, and crashed it really, really bad. and they had to completely rebuild that car almost from scratch for her to show up on race day.
Well, and we had that at the beginning of the show. Some guys were telling me all the different people, CJ Greaves, Casey Curry, Sarah, a lot of people tore up a lot of equipment, but that's the thing, they work on it all night long.
I talked to Casey this morning before he left the line, and then we were just sort of reliving that qualifying lap. And, it was a nasty hit, but he even said the same thing we said here in the booth. He said that it looked a lot worse than it felt.
Alrighty, and now we have down, as we're watching this driver come into the main pit, we got Miles down there. Take it away.
Thanks, Ricky. I'm down here with Wayland Campbell, a fan favorite. We just saw your dad come through. It looked like just a quick splash in fuel.
Yeah, he's running good and strong. Just a leaky CV boot, no big deal. So he's just going to keep going.
Yeah, I got thumbs up from both him and Berger, and everything's looking good. He looked pretty calm, and usually you're racing this way. So, you're racing this one. You're just taking the day off, huh?
Yeah, it's kind of nice to be able to spectate and get to see the race for once. But, just ran out of time at home and, ended up using some of my parts for these cars that are out here right now.
Well, all in good fun. And like I said, your names came up quite a bit in talk. How you feeling about Saturday's Nitto Race of Kings?
I feel really good. Car feels really great. Had a little flat tire yesterday, but no big deal. And, I hope we got all the big bugs worked out.
So are you excited, or how much smack talk is it from your brother-in-law?
No, I'm excited. I was stoked to see him on the pole yesterday. I know these new cars are fast, and I got to put it on the pole in Oklahoma for the last race of the year, and I'm stoked to see one of our cars up on the pole again.
Well, Wayland, always I'm just a huge fan of the whole Campbell crew. Thanks for just being so cool to us and the whole sport, and just good luck all week long.
Thank you very much.
All right, Ricky, Ian, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Miles. Appreciate that catch up. We got some news from our people on the field, don't we, Ricky?
So Tiffany's out of remote pit 1, and Cameron Steele is out of the race with a broken rear diff. That's unofficial. Remote pit 2, a broken front diff. So obviously you're not going to crawl through these in two-wheel drive.
No, that's not a situation. That's just bad luck for Cameron. I feel real bad for him. He comes out every year, tackles so many different classes out here racing, and we'll see him. But he's got another race later in the week, so we'll see him out there.
As we're watching CJ Greaves, and the Greaves family made a switch from Yamaha last year to Polaris this year. I haven't had a chance to talk to CJ or Johnny. Johnny, once again, had a little bit of a crash in hit a pretty big rock in qualifying, but CJ is definitely comfortable in this new Polaris and running it up to pace.
Yeah, lots of action coming to you here from Johnson Valley. Don't forget, if you're out here in Johnson Valley, make sure you stop by some of the booths set up inside Hammertown. Go over see the Pro Eagle Jack booth, see some of those cool jacks. Grab yourself some Baja jerky, maybe a buggy whip for your rig. And most importantly, stop by the Tread Lightly booth. You can go over there and talk about the course cleanups that are happening. Oh, and it looks like, is that Terry?
Yeah.
So that's Terry Madden. Looks like Deegan ran out of fuel. That's, we were watching them earlier. We saw the car stop. We couldn't figure out why the car had stopped. And they backed down the course. Obviously, they ran out of fuel.
Wow. That is not... And look at Terry. That's why I said I love his commitment. I mean, this guy, he's endless. And so he ran there. He's down in water as much as he can. They're strapping 10 gallons of fuel to his back, and he's going to run back across the desert. So
if they tried strapping 10 gallons of fuel to my back, I'd say no, 5.
Yeah,
5 will get us to the pits.
Just give me a splash of 1.8.
I think at this point, you know what? I think I've got $1 million idea, and I'm going to give it away to all of our sponsors out there. We've seen this play out so many times. Somebody has to come up with a backpack fuel jug ready to go.
Well, actually, it's out there.
Oh, no, my $1 million idea is shot.
It's not a backpack fuel jug, but there is fuel bags that you can put. You can get 5, 2, and 1 gallon for motorcycles and stuff like that. You can throw them in a backpack and run. So I would much rather carry... Damn, check out Terry Madden.
Ratchet straps over your shoulders with a fuel jug is not going to be fun running through the desert.
He's thinking he's trying to go through selection to get in the military right now. All right, put this pack on and start humping it across the thing. As we're watching the different drivers as they're working their way back into remote pit 2.
That's Michael Park heading up into Turkey Claw on the bottom right.
And up in the upper left is R.J. Anderson as he still continues to move back towards, I think, remote pit 2.
You know, it's important. We mentioned it every year, and we talk about how important it is. You know, this being a no-chase race, there's a perfect example of that. Unless another driver stops and gives him fuel, the only option that Deegan would have would be to send Terry to a pit, pick up a jug, and bring it back. And
they can't drive backwards, so nobody could drive to the remote pit 2 and then drive back to remote 2. We've seen Lauren Healy. How far did he run with a steering? Was it a steering box, or what was it a couple years back?
I think it had something to do with his steering. Last year we saw Jason Shearer, the exact same thing, run into town to get fuel, or not him, sent CrossFit Sally. Luckily, he likes CrossFit, so he can head in.
So as we're watching Brian Tilton as he works his way back.
Oh, making a little pass in the rocks here. And I believe this is just outside of Hammertown. This is the section that we've been talking about where you can come up and go over and around back door. Or if you're brave, you can turn that right and go down and run down back door.
Well, and so this race is interesting because just like, you know, down in Baja and stuff like that, what is race course was sometimes somebody broke and they had to make an alternate route. And when I did this a few years back, I'm going up and I'm seeing these lines off to the left or the right because somebody makes a mistake and somebody's like, well, I'm going to try this. Well, the newer lines are always typically, in some cases, easier. So if somebody clears it, then I got to go for it. So sometimes a survival route becomes race course.
Yeah, it just changes all the time. I will say this, when you're on the big race in the 4400 or even now in the Legends class, you have more optional lines to choose from. You have larger tires, you have more horsepower. When it comes to these Can-Am UTVs, it's a little bit harder for them to take advantage of all those optional lines.
I love this. Jeremy McGrath, obviously the king of Supercross, the Pro 2 champion, and he's out there in the Kawasaki. So I think he's the only Kawasaki in the field. I'm not absolutely sure, but I love it. And he's got his good friend Scott Bell out there, a good buddy of mine, and also Jet Boat, and all of us hang out together, which I was like, Scott, are you sure you're ready for this? Because you're going to get out an awful lot. But that team is working really well together. That new Kawasaki looks like it's handling great. Obviously, it's in a really smooth part of the course right now, but nonetheless, Jeremy McGrath takes every racing thing that he does seriously. When he jumped into trucks, he went in full tilt, and obviously winning the Pro 2 Championship. Maxxis is a big sponsor of his, a long time, and it's great to see him working back with Kawasaki because that's where he started. The Team Green, his amateur career, started in Supercross. Obviously did other things with other factories, but it's great to see a champion like that back in Kawasaki, now representing the four-wheel market.
Yeah, we see a lot of those crossover athletes. And, you know, there's one driver that we haven't talked about very much that is brought up here in my tracker because I wanted to see what's going on, and that's Brian Crofts. Now, the reason that I want to talk about Brian Crofts is when it came to qualifying yesterday, he laid down a blistering speed, sitting on the pole for the 4400 race, but he is currently in third place in the UTV stock turbo class. He's only the third driver to come through, and he's running a 2-hour, 14-minute lap with R.J. Anderson in the UTV stock turbo coming through 1 hour and 58 minutes. Now, sounds like a big gap, but if Brian Crofts knows one thing, he knows these rock sections, and he also knows how to run them in an IFS vehicle because that's what his 4400 car is. So I think he's in an advantage in those rocks in that UTV.
So, you know you're going to take R.J. Anderson to the open desert. He just got off a B1 win here the other day and is also a short course racer, and you're going to take Craw in the rocks. So that's the beauty of this. This is, like, when it comes to hybrid, people think that a trophy truck has to do a lot. But when they started doing this Ultra 4 racing and stuff like that, you're trying to get something with ground clearance, so you raise the CG up. Now it gets spooky in the corners, but it gives you more travel. But the technology that this series has pushed from the Gomez brothers, you want all their vehicles, they're unbelievable. Shannon Campbell, what he's done, Lauren Healy, and Randy Slauson, how everybody, and Eric Miller, the list goes on and on. But with these side-by-sides, the different drivers have their different strong points. You want to try to get in position so when you get to the rocks, they can't just go flying by you.
Yeah, and the technology in these side-by-sides has probably grown even faster than the technology in what we see in the big cars, you know? We see these side-by-sides years ago. If you put a 33-inch tall tire on this, by the time they hit Turkey Claw, they were breaking axles and burning up unit bearings. Now, 35-inch tall tire, these look like legit cars when you actually get into the parts on them. As we're seeing some action down here in Turkey Claw right now, and I can't tell, but I believe that, I can't get the number off that car, but...
Well, and we just got a report that the leaders should be approaching Spooner, so they do have a very good pace going on right now. So as we're watching the races, and you see, that's what's great about open desert, that these trails, because typically someone goes out rocking and there's one trail, they move off to the right, they start making another trail,
one. Absolutely.
another trail,
yeah.
another trail, and it gives the racers a chance. And we have a little bit of wind now, a little bit more. It said it's going to be up to about 10 knots today. So right now the wind is helping the drivers, and you want to make sure you stay on that side as we're watching RJ Anderson.
Yeah, and this is obviously a section of the race course that we've raced before. We saw what happened this morning when we headed out to Turkey Claw in a section of race course that doesn't get raced very much. There is a single track, and we saw what happened when two cars tried to fit into one space in that single track. It didn't work out too well.
Man down, we got a problem with the announcer booth.
We're watching Lance West make his way up through Turkey Claw, number 432.
Once again, RJ Anderson, as he works through. At this time, we'd like to thank Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, Yukon Gear and Axle, HCR, Pro Eagle Jacks, Baja Jerky, ARB, TreadLightly.org, BFG Trail app, and King of the Hammers course in Hammertown. Obviously, Oak Hills Brewery, BP Racing Fuels, and also Rigid, Rennick, Spicer Dana, Korean Enterprises, Action Sports Canopies, as well as Share My Coach and Warren Factor 55.
We'll have non-stop auction over the next 3 days. Today is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, presented by Progressive Insurance. Tomorrow, we have the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. As we watch Sarah Price right here, I believe this is in Turkey Claw.
What I love about this, Ian, is that sometimes somebody running on the thing helps you. But the majority of the time, the more they run, the more they drop the wheel and they roost out and stuff like that. When Luke and I, my son Luke Johnson and I came out and learned from Dave Cole, he teaches that throttle brake modulation where you're hard brake and then medium gas and you're kind of driving with your braking.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about that 2-foot driving out here when you're trying to crawl through the rocks. Comes in a little bit differently when you get into the UTVs because you also have to factor in the CVT transmission. So that gets a little bit more work on that as well. But rock crawling is still rock crawling, which is why I'm super excited when we see Brian Crofts about to head out into the rocks. But we've got some action
Deegan
going up here in Remote Pit 1. I don't know what it is.
So I think that's Brian Deegan. He has the 38X. I'm pretty sure that's Brian, just to double check. Yeah, that is. So that was Brian Deegan that has gotten back to the main pit, and then another driver was coming to talk to him to find out some information, but Brian did a hard right, obviously heading over to his pit.
So we watch another Can-Am come out of main pits and head up into Turkey Claw.
That's Alsop. So that's Mitchell Alsop. They have him down as number 6, but he's number 106. So we have some discussion in the booth with John Crowley, and we're talking about what happened with Brian Deegan. And we saw Terry Madden running off with 10 gallons of fuel, but then we saw Brian come in and then made a turn. So we're going to try to find out some information. Obviously, we have Tiffany Stone and Pam out in these different things, so we're finding out some information. We also going to send John to do as much searching on that as possible.
Yeah, the speculation that I'm making right now is that he came into Remote Pit 1, turned around, and went back out on the race course, not backwards, but in the correct direction, but in the direction that they originally went out of Remote Pit 1. The problem is he's going to have to do that. If he does that, he's going to have to do that whole loop.
Yeah,
I honestly, at that point, if that vehicle's running and you get Remote Pit 1, my decision would have been, sorry, Terry, enjoy your day in the desert. I'm on my way. Because He will have to make that entire loop again to stay on course.
You can't go back out, cut across the desert, and do all that because you'll be disqualified. Correct?
Correct, and you can't run backwards on course. So his only option would have been to go back out, drive that entire course, and come back in. Which he's out of the race. Even if he doesn't break the rules, the time that adds is going to be insane.
Well, and when it comes to this, at that point, this is one of those races that it's not checkers or records. You're not going to go, either I win or I'm out. It is such a great accomplishment to cross that finish line and what you go through, because it's like a bar fight. It's a short race, and they're going to end about noon, and they'll start coming in after that. So Brian Deegan's one of those guys. He's going to want to stay in the game as long as he can. But where is Terry Madden? Is he running the shortest line, and he missed him coming in? So I don't know.
It's hard to figure out, and obviously he didn't need fuel because the car made it back to the pit.
So somebody stopped and gave him fuel, or somebody said, hey, take Brian some fuel or something like that. Obviously, Terry did not have the communications and back and forth, but once again, Terry Madden running through the desert. So if you see Terry Madden with 10 gallons, if you see a guy in the middle of the desert, just let him know. Give him some water, let him know, turn around.
If you see those blonde curly locks in the desert.
So when it comes to help on the field, you and I can go back and forth on this. I know that you cannot get outside assistance. Somebody cannot come in to help you, all right? But other teams and other drivers can.
Yeah, and also it's a safety issue. So if we have a rollover on course, we don't just want to leave that car laying upside down in the desert.
Correct.
So that is where you'll see course workers come out and right the vehicle. The course worker can't help you fix the vehicle. The course worker can't give you fuel or any type of assistance in that manner. But like you said, another racer can, which is why you'll see some racers, especially when we get into the other classes, sometimes they'll run parts out of main pit up to a vehicle stranded in the desert.
Well, and also we saw with Ronnie Anderson that here this looks like Bailey Cole as he's working his way in that Honda Talon. But to finish that thought, we saw Ronnie Anderson broken, and when he was out, then they came in to help him. So once again, we're watching Bailey Cole as he works his way up past. There's Ronnie Anderson's car. They weren't able to get it out of there. So Bailey, running the NA class, was the top qualifier, with Jeremy McGrath qualifying second behind him. We'll try to figure out where those two drivers are on the course.
Yeah,
now,
I'm looking at the tracker right now, and I show Bailey Cole as the only stock, naturally aspirated UTV to come through main pit, with an overall time of his first lap being 2 hours and 18 minutes. So in his class, he's sitting in a very good spot right now.
Well, yeah, and also when it came to qualifying, there was a couple of turbo cars in between him and Jeremy McGrath, so that is helping him, because he's not going to make up the time across the dry lake bed, but it's not going to slow him down. And he's such a veteran already at a young age. When it comes to the rock section, that's going to be his strong point.
Yeah, we talked earlier about Brian Crofts definitely having the pedigree in the rocks. So does Bailey Cole. You know, he's basically grew up out here rock crawling through these trails, so put him in a UTV and throw him in the rocks. It's certainly a person that we're going to want to keep our eye on and watch.
So as we're watching the driver through Spooners, it's showing 216, and I don't have that driver on my list.
No, I think that's actually Brock Hager.
So that's Brock Hager
out
in the
there.
Yamaha.
Yep. So Brock Hager, I believe, was sitting second or third overall physically on course. We just saw our leaders go through this section.
Well, and what I love is that this is a Yamaha, so we have multiple manufacturers obviously going with what they think. Honda's got that automatic transmission that you can run manually. Yamaha's got its version of how they run it, and the others are on belts. So we're going to find out what's the best.
Yeah, it's really interesting, like you said, the technology of these machines. They've certainly proven they can handle some of this harder rock trails out here in Johnson Valley. We have multiple manufacturers out there. We saw it last year, Can-Am basically sweep the podium. If you want to see some amazing Can-Am machines, you can pop over to the Can-Am booth here in Hammertown. They even have a swing a hammer, ring a bell, and I think they're giving away a bunch of free stuff. I did not even try it yet. I'm still working on it.
This is not right on camera. This is actually Spooners. It's not, and that is Brock Hager in number 912. so it's a little bit different on the list. But back to what we're talking about, when you're driving these, especially with the clutch cards, you have multiple things. As we're watching the leader come in outer limits.
Yeah, that's our leader right now in outer limits. We saw that quick pass in main pit earlier.
And this is our last year and defending champion, Kyle Cheney. Obviously a multi-time short course champion as well. But he's got a great pace going, and as he works through, and we're also going to see him in the 4400 class.
We're going to see 3 or 4 of these cars out in the 4400 class, and I talked to Paul Wolf when he was lining up today about that exactly. And I said, any plans to make some changes to the cars? And he said he honestly thinks the one thing he might do is switch up to a 37-inch tall tire. Certainly for lap 3, he thinks it'll help him in those rock sections.
And that's what, when you were talking about that earlier, about how the technology has changed, the strength and the angle of CV joints, what they can do now is unbelievable. And now they're able to push that horsepower turbo. And turbo is not just high end. It comes in early, gives you that torque that you need to do that. Because a lot of people think of old school turbos, it just runs at the top end. But these turbos kick in early as they go. But to be able to run a 37-inch tire with that size of axle and that CV with that kind of horsepower is unbelievable.
Yeah, there's been a lot of technology pushed through in all those things, in that CVs as well as but I think the big technology push, honestly, has been in the bearings themselves. You take one of these UTVs apart now, it's like taking apart a small car. The bearings out at the tire and wheel are sometimes the same size as the unit bearing that you would see on your Jeep that you're taking on the trails every day. The upsize in those components are what allows these vehicles to take this kind of abuse, even with a 35 or a 37-inch tall tire.
Once again, if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, go over to ultrafordracing.com. You can get a lot more information. You can get the sections and get the times from the different things. We saw earlier this morning that Kyle Cheney, your current race leader, was 27 seconds faster than at that time physical race leader, Phil Blurton. So as we watch Brock Hager as he works his way through Spooners, that is not Hidden Valley. You can go on the site, you can click over on the left and get the different section times, get the overall leader. So it's Hidden Valley and Spooner, so that's why it's labeled that by Progressive. But there's a lot more information if you dig into it at ultra4racing.com.
You can also get some merch, some sweet merch.
Absolutely.
I don't know if they're shipping right from the lake bed this year, but they always have in the past. You can get some of the commemorative King of the Hammers shirts, jackets, hoodies, whatever your flavor is. But we just saw our leader, Kyle Cheney, making his way out of Hidden Valley through Spooners. And right now, if I jump over to the tracker, I'm going to do it on mine. Look. All right, so we're going to pull up the tracker here shortly. Pulling it up on my laptop. We're just getting production in there to get it on theirs. I'm looking at my map on this, and you can do this at home, by the way. You can go to all the live mapping, but we're going to cut to the live map right now. And as you can see, that's Kyle Cheney. That is our current race leader right in that section of the course.
Brock Hager as he's working through Spooner/Hidden Valley, and now we see, but it shows that he has stopped. So the little red tip has Brock Hager stopped. So that was, explain that again, Ian?
Yeah, when the tracker updates, if it reads a 0 mile an hour, you're going to see that little red line. So if we look at Phil Blurton, we see no red line underneath him. He's moving. And if we go to the next one, we see Cody Miller. We see a red line. But this gets very confusing when we're in the rock sections, because if we go back, this is Shannon Campbell, I believe, in the invisible. Oh no, sorry, that's Randall Anderson. I read that number wrong.
Randall, RJ, Randall, the one.
Yep. Hunter Miller back behind that, and then we got a couple right on top of each other. Cody Martin, zooming in. Brandon Sims, and then Paul Wolf. That's what we were talking about earlier.
So as you can see, as you look from the satellite, that there's the big desert section, but when we get to the rocks, that's where we want to look for Wolf to make up in some time.
Yeah, and we talked about this earlier, those little red lines on that tracker. When we get into these rock trails, when you see a red line on the driver that you're following, don't worry, don't think they're out right away, because when those trackers ping, if they have just maybe stop to shift the transfer case into low range, or maybe they're just lining up on a new line and that tracker pings at 0 miles an hour. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're out. It just means that for that point in time they weren't moving. Give it 30 seconds to a minute and it will refresh.
Now you're looking in the lower right-hand corner, Hidden Valley / Spooners. That is Phil Blurton. Obviously, he made a left axle change in the main pit. He's back underway, moving. But once again, when these guys are going through these rocky sections, sometimes they stop. They have to get back up. They have to readjust, and it might ping a couple times, and they're not moving at the time. But we'll see as you watch the tracker. But we're going to be going back and forth as we're watching Brock Hager on the main screen.
And this will actually be very interesting to watch, just as someone who's a big fan of building cars, because that particular car, I believe, does not have a low-range transfer case.
Really?
Yeah, so I believe that particular model of UTV has a high range but a non-belt transmission, whereas the Can-Ams have that option to go into high range versus low range. So when we get into the rocks, driving them is going to be completely different.
But you can go down to first gear.
You could go down to first gear, absolutely.
So
I don't believe you're going to get that low range in that particular model, which is not a big deal in these, I'll call this a small rock section, because it is. When we get into Sledgehammer, this is where having that low range makes all the difference.
Well, that's the thing that a lot of people don't realize, is that you're going along and you're looking at your tractor as you're driving. You're going, oh, I only have 2 miles or 3 miles to go. It's almost
2
over.
miles of the worst day of your life out here.
And when I did it, I was so shocked at the things that I saw. I'm like, whoever thought of this is crazy. But when you watch the different people, when they get to name the trail and they break these things in, they look at it and go, I'm going to give it a go. Same way somebody looked at Mount Everest and said, I'm going to walk to the top.
Well, you know what they say, Ricky. Everybody on Mount Everest was once a highly motivated person, so just relax a little bit, would you?
Just simmer down now.
Simmer down. But we have lots of action here. It looks like we've had a lot of time being made up out in that desert section with that front axle change. We had a 10-minute split on them. Let me just pull up my timer here. Yeah, when we were watching the axle get changed earlier, Miles called it be about 10 minutes, and it cost him exactly that. But based on the tracker, it looks like they may have made it up.
I think in the main screen, that is Bryce Menzies with the main AMSOIL sponsor. Yep, got the big number 7. And so Bryce definitely, got bitten in the T1 race. Was out in front, had an upper length problem, then a drive shaft problem, then he was out of the race. So he definitely wants to get this finish behind him, because it'll mean a lot to him.
Next year, maybe we'll see him in a Bomber Fab or a UFO chassis out here running the big race. We saw it with Cameron. Cameron used to come here and work with us, Ricky, and now he's out here he's still working, but he's doing a different job.
Absolutely. So we saw Kyle Chaney working through outer limits, and now we see Brock Hager working his way. So as the course progresses, both of those guys are great short course. So I'm not going to give an advantage to one or the other. They're both studs in everything.
And here we're watching that exact theory play out that we were just talking about. We're watching that UTV try to climb that. We've cut away from the shot, but we were previously watching that UTV trying to climb that rock. And without that low range option, you have to hit it harder and harder and harder. Even though you have first gear, sometimes having that additional torque of that low range makes all the difference. And you keep punishing your vehicle in these rock trails, it doesn't end well.
Well, and also when I've driven, if you have to shift gears as you start to get momentum, you want that gradual clutch to start basically giving you more mile per hour to help you go. Where if you have to shift in the middle of that, it creates a problem.
Here we can see he took a completely different route, backed up and decided to drop down that section instead of going to the far right where we saw our leader go.
Well, and it's great because we also see a new generation of driver. We saw Christopher Pavardi coming second overall in the T1 and the T2. He was first in T2 and second overall in T1. And now we have Brock Hager. So we're looking at the top 10. Any surprises?
Not well, honestly, a big surprise because our pole position car was out so early. I honestly thought they were going to run away. But this is the time that we have. This isn't current running order on course. This is current running order based on their time through lap 1 through Hammertown. So we'll start at the bottom right now. In 10th position, we got Dustin Jones, did it in just over 2 hours, followed by Cody Martin, same, just over 2 hours, and Brandon Sims, also 2 hours.
Phil Blurton, also Hunter Miller, Cody Miller, R.J. Anderson, Brock Hager, Ronnie Anderson, but we know that Ronnie Anderson is out of the race at this time, so you can wipe him off. But Kyle Cheney is your leader at this time. So the race that looks like it's shaping up for the lead at this point is Kyle Cheney and Brock Hager. Kyle in the Can-Am and Brock Hager in a Yamaha.
Yeah, and we watched that, and here we got some action in our big screen right here. That's Bryce, and I can't see who's going in for the pass, but somebody's there. And I was wrong. I've learned from the tracking that these guys do have push to pass this year.
Oh, so they do. But in the desert racing, that means push to motivate the guy to take off and run.
Run away, drive faster.
So
yeah.
It's like I'm right behind you.
Maybe that's what happened to our pole position this morning. Maybe he saw that push to pass and pinned it and got a bad bounce.
Yeah. Well, and on the start like that, I would have done the same thing. I'm not going to move over on the front.
Not well, and he was in what would assume to be a good line, but that hole was huge when he went into it. All right, we're back in Hammertown with a little bit of drone footage, watching a car come in. That looks like it's Cameron Martin. Going to come through that Can-Am Talladega turn.
That is just past, we're going to call it turn 19 or Herb's turn.
The elusive turn 19.
They got a hold of that same Herb's truck in the same place 2 laps in a row.
Oh, I apologize. That is Nick Newstad.
We have 2 number 26s. This looks like Jeremy McGrath as he works his way through Hammertown, so great job by MC and also Scott Bell in the right seat. I don't think Scott's had to get out of the vehicle yet because, as we said, we saw a lot of different things, a lot of different action and bottleneck at Cougar Buttes, but Jeremy was one of the first guys to start looking for an alternate way and get rolling.
Yeah, and if Jeremy comes through Hammertown here, he will be our own the second UTV stock NA or naturally aspirated vehicle to come through.
Well, and so
Bailey Cole came through at 2:18.
And we rekindled that just like in Supercross, that battle between Kawasaki and Honda. So it's awesome to see the different manufacturers playing around here, but good to see that Kawasaki up and running hard.
Soon as we get Jeremy through that start-finish line, I'll give you an update on what his first lap time is. But I certainly think that Bailey Cole is sitting in an amazing position right now at 2 hours and 18 minutes and heading out into the rock section. Bailey Cole is an excellent rock crawler, spends a lot of time out here in Johnson Valley.
And Brian Tilton has come through and started his second lap. Looks, I think that is Sarah Price, but I can't be sure. I know that a lot of her vehicle is white, but I'm taking a shot in the dark.
Who did you guess that was?
Sarah Price. But
yeah, I think it's probably a pretty good guess. We've seen her sort of just making her way through the rocks earlier, and it looks like her car. Unfortunate incident for her in qualifying.
And I love how much UTVs are playing a part in motorcycle shops, and also how many people and how popular it is right now. That's actually 913. You don't have a 913? We think that is Brandon Sims, as we're watching in the lower right hand in Outer Limits. That is Phil Blurton. So Phil and Bo are a great team. Bo does a lot of the short coursing, and Phil does a lot of the desert racing. They're fresh off a Baja 1000 win. And what's great about that story is I was talking to him in the airport the next day after, and Bo did the first half, and then he says, I want to finish this. He rode with Phil and finished the race. So he did the whole 1,200 miles. That's the kind
awesome.
of shape that he's in. As we're watching, I think it said that's Brandon Sims as he's working his way. I think that's Spooners. I'm not sure.
I can't tell if that's Spooners or Turkey Claw from this angle. When he gets a little bit further, we might be able to see it. And I believe that's Bryce
So the top
was Spooners.
Yeah, top screen is Spooners.
And that's Bryce in the bottom, and right at the top, that's our leader. That's coming to you live from our Method Race Wheels chase helicopter. So we got off of that, and we're back onto Bryce. Bryce is now making his way through the rocks. We'll get back to our leaders as soon as we can. We say it every year, and it's worth saying again. It's a lot of work to bring you this live stream from out here in Johnson Valley. Middle of nowhere, bouncing signals off satellites, repeaters up in these hills to keep these camera signals coming back to you at home. It's a lot of work to bring all of this to you at home.
We want to thank Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, 4-Wheel Parts, Method Race Wheels, Progressive Insurance, King Shocks, Nitto Tires, Holly EFI, Laser Nut, VP Racing Fuels, and Griffin Radiators.
Without all those sponsors, none of this footage would be getting to you at home. And also, if you're watching at home, don't forget to subscribe to the premium feed, because as we get closer to race day, you're not going to want to miss, well, I shouldn't say closer to, we're actually in race day. You're not going to want to miss any of the action. And there's our leader. We got him back on the helicopter.
As well as RJ Anderson in Outer Limits. So everybody's got a good pace going. It's going to be pretty much, if anybody has a mechanical. We see Phil Blurton already had one, but can he work his way back?
Just based on what we're seeing in our unofficial split time, that we're just picking different spots in the desert, it looks like he may have made up almost all of the 10 minutes he lost in the pits.
Whew, that's a strong pace. And so what I love about both of those guys is the commitment that they've made. Like they started looking at it and go, well, if we can lose a couple pounds each, and so they are both lean and mean, and that definitely pays off, because Kyle Cheney's a big guy.
That would, I'll use that as my excuse as to why I'm not a race car driver. I like steak too much, Ricky. That'll be my excuse, even though it's probably not true. But either way, we just saw two cars in Outer Limits.
RJ Anderson.
And then right behind him,
that might have been Phil Blurton working his way back up.
It might be Cody Miller or Phil Blurton. I couldn't see it.
As a favor to the Can-Am crew, if you're listening, can you guys bolt a different colored cone on the top of each car so it makes it easier for us as we're watching? That is Hunter Miller.
That's Hunter Miller in the big screen in his Can-Am UTV.
Explain the ramps on top.
Yeah, those ramps on top. We didn't see a lot of cars leave the line with them this year, and I think
all the Can-Am cars had the exact same
I think that's incredibly smart. You know, the rock trails are going to run this year are huge, and we're watching us pass right here in this rock trail.
So RJ went off to the right. Hunter Miller went down the left, and so RJ's changing his mind. He's going to follow him down.
And I think that's experience in action in those rock trails.
Well, let's explain why. Because they have 33-inch tires, right? Or 35-inch tires.
35-inch tires.
35-inch tires, and sometimes the gap between them is 40 inches. So explain why they got the ramps.
Yeah, so the ramp, but it will just be to basically help them get up or maybe even drive over some gaps in some of the rocks. I don't think we're going to see it here. I think we're going to see it in places like Sledgehammer. Some of the drop-offs in Sledgehammer are huge, but you can see how much space he's already put after that pass, and it looks like he's backed up and going back to his original line.
Yeah, so RJ's getting schooled a little bit right now, and that's the thing. You got to watch the talented guys. If they go left, you go left. If they go right, if they roll over, just do it. Do exactly what they do. If they just caught you and passed you, you have to watch what they're doing.
The tricky thing is we're looking at two very different UTVs. That was a Can-Am. I believe the wheelbase on the Can-Am is a little bit longer than on that Polaris Razor, so following him is going to be a little bit difficult. But in your main screen, that is our current leader heading into Aftershock.
Kyle Cheney working his way through Aftershock. We see RJ Anderson, as you said, I think it's a slightly smaller tire. I think he's got the 33 on there. So that little bit of tire is going to make a huge difference when you're trying to gap these rocks.
The Can-Ams are big cars too. They're long. They do have a limitation on how wide they can be based on what class they're in. But wheelbase, I don't believe there's a limitation on that. But depending on what class they're in, there's a limitation of 35 or 33-inch tall tire. But the wheelbase, we saw that on our pole position car. That was obviously, it was a heavily modified Razor that had been stretched. and then narrowed to a single seat. But the Can-Ams have a longer wheelbase right from the factory. I love the look of the Can-Ams. To me, that looks like a Lamborghini in the rocks.
Well, I think it's the right balance. They've obviously tested it because for a 2-seater, it is a much longer, has a longer wheelbase than the Polaris or the Honda. And so, you know, I was out, as I said before, I was out here with my son Luke Johnson in a 2-seater Talon and a 4-seater Talon, and actually the 4-seater worked out a little bit better because I could bridge the gap between rock to rock.
Yeah, the 4-seater wheelbase is really long. The Can-Am has just always been one of my favorite UTVs. It's got that low, sleek style. I really like the look of it. I talked to a couple of my friends who are really into UTVs, and I asked, like, why don't you get a Can-Am? And it honestly, it comes down for them to driver position. They like to be sitting up more. They don't want to be sitting down and lean back. To me, that reminds me of like a bomber car or like a good old Southern rock bouncer where you got that gangster lean going on when you're in it. But some guys like to be sitting up like in a truck.
And talk to me about why they do the boat. I know why, but I want you to tell me why they do the both sides. So you know they don't just have the car like the short course cars and the desert cars. You have them square at the bottom. These looks like a boat hull.
Yeah, that also depends on what class they're in. So some of the classes you cannot modify the rockers, but you can protect them. Move up a class and you are allowed to boat side. So you can see that car has just the edge of it below the floor, kind of comes in at an angle. That makes a huge difference when you're in the rocks because you can put your tire on the rock, drive over that rock, and you'll catch the rocker panel. But the rocker panel has actually been raised up a little bit. Oh, we got action out in Turkey Claw.
So notice he is up, around, and backwards. So the driver looking like they're going to get out as we're watching Kyle Cheney in Aftershock as he works his way up there. And that's the thing with all these little bits and how well he's connected with his right foot, left foot to run right on that clutch and also the turbo kick in, all different things. There's multiple things you're managing.
And the experience just being in the rocks. We saw it earlier. When we had a pass going on in that rock section. That boiled down to pre-running and experience out here at the Hammers. But we're watching our leader make quick work of this rock trail, and he's going to want to be well out in front in all these rock trails because I think we're going to see a lot of bottlenecks in this set right here in Outer Limits. This is a perfect example. You only have a couple ways down on that, the left side and the right side. If someone breaks in there or something happens, that could be the end of your day. We saw it earlier in Outer Limits.
I think that's Sims in 913. He had a strong run in the race where he had to actually change a belt before he could get back out there. So the tensor tire entry of Sims is running strong, has a good pace going. But as you said, Kyle Cheney, he's been here, he knows. I can imagine he's just kind of doing business as usual.
Yeah, we always talk about how when it comes to winning these races, it seems like we get a lot of the repeat names out there in every class.
Yeah.
And a lot of that has to do with just understanding where you are on the race course compared to last year, compared to the year before that, how hard to push the car, when you can lay up, when you got to just basically put on a lot of speed. And he knows right now that he's in a very good position. He's just going to keep going, keep a good pace, but there's no reason for him to push the car incredibly hard right now.
When you experience so much, when I did this race, I didn't leave here 100% more knowledge. It was probably like 800% more knowledge. I'm like, because you get put in situations bouncing on one wheel, doing this, doing that, and when you get somebody like Sims and also Kyle Cheney, they're so well in touch with their vehicle. Once again, they're relaxed, they're calm, they know what's coming.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick break from the action. Once again, I'm going to remind you, if you subscribe to that premium feed, you wouldn't be missing any of this. So go ahead and take care of that because you don't want to miss anything live from here in Johnson Valley at King of the Hammers. But we'll be back after this break.
all-new 2021 Ford F-150 is available with 7.2 kilowatts of electrical power. In case you ever need your truck to power your kitchen.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Denied.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Conquer the elements, handle the most extreme environments, and dominate the desert and trails with King's new 2021 Ford Bronco 2.5 OEM Performance Upgrade Kit. All kits are 100% designed, manufactured, and assembled in our Southern California facility. See why we're the first choice for experienced off-road racers worldwide and order your Bronco kit today.
Welcome back to Johnson Valley. If you didn't have the premium feed, you're kicking yourself right now because you missed a lot of action. We had Cody Miller roll over on course, and then we had Dustin Jones turn around and help right him as we saw Cody Martin and Bryce Menzies drop in for a pass.
So that's why you want the premium channel.
Oh man, I was super excited and I saw it live.
We were screaming, "Get out of commercial! We got something to talk about." So great job by Dustin Jones to actually not in a way sacrifice his race, but that's a great team player.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to take a quick break from the action. I'm going to hand my headset off to John Crowley, who's going to catch us up on what's going on. Ricky, it's been great. We'll see you shortly.
I'll see you in a little bit.
All right, back in the action.
All righty, John. So tell me what you learned out there. You were out walking around. Any scuttlebutt for me as we're watching CJ Greaves work his way down. I think that is Outer Limits, but I'm not exactly sure. But I know that that's CJ Greaves.
That's CJ Greaves right there. So a couple things. Obviously, we saw Phil Blurton change an axle out there. Cody Miller, who just rolled in Outer Limits, had to change an axle back in pit 1. The interesting thing so far is Kyle Cheney, our current leader, has not stopped for fuel yet. So a lot of strategy going on. He's got a big fuel cell. We'll see what he's going to be doing. Little live look there at Turkey Claw.
So that is Jason Weller as he's working his way up, and then we see a little bit of a traffic jam, and they got a vehicle down there to try to help right some of the vehicles up as we're watching Brock Hager running through Aftershock. And Brock has had a great run that we were talking earlier. He's in a Yamaha with the manual transmission sequential that he can shift, so he doesn't have a high and low, but basically he does because he has first gear through fourth gear.
Yep. So and first gear is taller than a low range and a CVT type
and
machine.
that's what we've been talking about. Is that going to hurt him? But at this point, he's got a great pace going. He's been running this car for a few years. He knows what he's talking about. But he is running the smaller tire. I think it's a 33 and not a 35. So that Can-Am, I think, is in some cases a little bit of a hybrid as we're watching. I think that's our race leader in the lower right-hand corner of Kyle Cheney. As he works his way into the desert section. So you see the guys.
So Kyle Cheney is going to be running into pit 2 in just a moment. He's out of aftershock ahead of Brock Hager, and they're going to stop pit 2. It'll be interesting to see if he grabs any fuel there. Otherwise, he's not going to have another chance for fuel.
Well, and that's the thing. What are the fuel strategies? How far can you go? We saw Terry Madden carrying 10 gallons of fuel strapped to his back, running out with Brian Deegan. Then we saw Brian Deegan come up. We don't know exactly what went down there as we're watching CJ Greaves in aftershock on the main screen, and then that is your leader, Kyle Cheney, in the lower right. Now he's in the desert. So if you watch this, when they're going through the rocks, they're going so slow. Now when he gets to the top, it's like on a bicycle. You get over the top, you can make a bunch of time going away. So it's going to bring that gap back out.
So after pit 2, Kyle's going to be doing Fisher Mountain, which is this big mountain behind us here in the Hammertown. And then the real fun begins because he's going to drop into Sledgehammer.
I'm trying to find a little bit more on information. I apologize, folks, that I'm not the sharpest when it comes to. Yes. Alrighty, so we are looking at the map. We have Kyle Cheney out in front, obviously with Brock Hager in second. So we got to make sure, as we're looking, going back and forth. And then we have, once again, Brock Hager in second, but as we're noticing that he was closer, but now that Cheney is on to the faster route, he's going to pull a bigger gap.
And we got Shannon Campbell there in the upper left corner.
We see other people rolling through Turkey Claw. Once again, we want to thank everybody from Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, Yukon Gear and Axle, HCR, Pro Eagle Jacks, Baja Beef Jerky, Buggy Whip, ARB, treadlightly.org, BFG Trail app, as well as Oak Hills Brewery, VP Racing Fuels, Rigid, Brannick Motorsports, Spicer Dana, Curry Engineering, or Curry Enterprises, I apologize about that, Action Sports Canopies, Share My Coach, and also Warren.
And top left screen there, we've got Kyle Cheney. That's Fisher Mountain. Fisher Mountain is pretty much high gear for all of these guys. They're going to be moving out. And you can see down there, Hammertown in the background. It's an awesome trail if you guys ever get a chance to get up there. Super views of Johnson Valley. And again, after he does Fisher Mountain, he's going to be going down Sledgehammer and then up Jackhammer. So again, top left, that's Kyle Cheney, our current physical leader. Still more action down there in Turkey Claw. It's almost like race start again. They're just back to back.
So now we're starting to see a lot of the NA cars. So if you want to give a little background, obviously I know, but a lot of people don't know. NA, obviously turbo is turbo, but they got the modified cars as well as the NA cars.
Yeah, well, NA stands for naturally aspirated, no turbo, no supercharger, less horsepower.
And we're watching Kyle Cheney, my bad. Kyle Cheney as he works his way through aftershock.
No, actually that's not Kyle Cheney. That Kyle. I believe is Hunter Miller coming up aftershock. Hunter may be in third place physical behind Brock and Kyle Cheney. Again, Hunter won in 2020, and he will be racing in the 4400 race this Saturday with Kyle Cheney, who's in the lead.
So now as we look at the times, it's very, very close, but Kyle Cheney went through Aftershock at 11 minutes and 2 seconds, and Brock Hager, the other driver, through there at 11 minutes and 11 seconds. So Kyle was able to make up 9 seconds on Brock Hager through there.
Wow, that's a cool stat. And those guys are moving. I mean, Aftershock isn't that hard, but that's still putting some heat down on that trail.
Speak for yourself saying it's not that hard. I mean, for me, it is. And now we're starting to see, here's what we're talking about, the traffic jam. We see drivers out, they're going to be using their winches, they're going to be using their boards, and now they have to try to find a way. And as they drop over, look at the big rock on the left, they got that one that's going to grab the skid plate at the bottom. So a very, very tight little bottleneck there, and that's the thing, why you want to be up front. That's the one thing that Dale Earnhardt said, when he's out in front, he doesn't have to worry about anybody spinning out in front of him. So an interesting fact,
the view of Hunter going up Aftershock is incredible. That's a ways from Hammertown. It is really a cool view.
So I take that back. I completely was wrong. I'm sorry. Kyle Cheney went through at 11. I'm reading this wrong, so I apologize, people. Kyle Cheney went through Aftershock at 11:02, and the rest at Brock Hager at 11:11, and then Hunter Miller and Phil Blurton both through at 11:17.
And we were just looking at Hunter Miller make a pass on Phil Blurton in Aftershock. So Phil was physical third. Hunter just made a pass on him. You got to know that something's going wrong with Phil to have him slow down like that.
And then as we look down, we see Shannon Campbell is out with his helmet off as they're working their way up. I'm not exactly sure.
That looks like Spooner to me.
So they're working as he works his way up Spooners, but a great race right there for third place between Hunter Miller and Phil Blurton.
So if I'm looking at Phil right there, something's going on with his right front. I'm going to say his wheel, that doesn't look right.
Yeah, it looks like he's broken a tie rod or something like that. It looks like it's flopping side to side.
It almost looks like a wheel bearing. You see it wobbling from side to side there, so he's just trying to nurse it up Aftershock, trying to get it to pit 2 so he can get some help. He's got no pole on that side.
Explain what that is going to do to the vehicle, because obviously we can see the wheel tracking from side to side, moving around, and you can see Phil's trying to do everything he can to keep the vehicle going straight. But with a bearing out, what does that do to the CV, and what does it do to the drive?
Well, you're going to have more stuff break if you have to go very far with that. The whole wheel could fall off if it keeps going. So he's got to nurse it to get it up Aftershock and to the pit so he can get help.
Because we were watching earlier while you were out, is that Phil had made up almost all the time that he had lost in the pit, changing that front left axle. So something definitely going wrong with the right front of Phil Blurton as he works his way up Aftershock. Once again, Hunter Miller had worked his way past him, and so right now we only have the top 5 cars through Aftershock.
Down on the right, you're looking at Turkey Clock again. Guys going back on their second lap. And that's Phil Blurton again up top. And now we've got Shannon Campbell out of the car, working on it.
A little bit of information that was coming from Spooners. The duration time when it came to it, the fastest through there was Paul Wolf at 8 minutes and 13 seconds. Dustin Jones with 9 minutes and 7 seconds. Cody Martin with a 11 minute and 20 second. And then Cody Miller with a 23:10.
So Turkey Claw, again, these guys are going back out on their second lap. Turkey Claw's the first obstacle. And I would expect we're going to have Kyle Cheney in Sledgehammer here in the next 5 minutes.
We're watching Jeffrey Donda as he works his way up Turkey Claw. We'd like to take a moment and thank Amsoil, Tribe 16, Axial RC Cars, Boxo Tools, Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, and also PCI Radios. Right now,
okay, that's Outer Limits. Is that Johnny?
That's looking like Johnny Greaves or CJ Greaves. That is
no,
CJ
that's
Greaves,
CJ.
number 33. So CJ Greaves with the Polaris, but that also has the 35s on it. So
Yep.
Some people go on with the 33s. CJ has stepped it up to the 35s. Obviously, the advantage of having the bigger tire, but what does that do to your drivetrain and everything else that goes along with it?
Hey, it's Miles, the voice of Ultra 4 Racing, and we have something special here and we want you to be a part of it. The Ultra 4 subscription is only $35 a year. Premium will go picture-in-picture during commercial. You can also rewatch last year's King of the Hammers or any regional race in its entirety. We have some driver feature videos, car walkarounds in case you missed it. You can do some of the video trail walks and all that stuff. But during King of the Hammers itself, we'll have some special dedicated cameras. We'll have some helicopter footage, some FPV drone, a little extra in the pits. We'll have all sorts of dedicated camera angles from behind the scenes with the premium, including the drone, but we have some good pilots, and it ain't me.
I think you're limited to a maximum of a 33-inch tire. A few other things you can't modify. You have to run full plastic, minus a little bit you can take out on the bed to put a spare tire in there.
Alrighty, as we're watching RJ Anderson as he works his way up.
Pretty cool.
And so now this is coming down back doors.
Actually,
Spooners. Huh?
These are Spooners, actually. They're coming down right before. We're not doing back door this year unless they want to.
But it is an option.
It is an option.
They can go either. But
here's a perfect view. They can bail out that sandhill, and everybody's going to do that unless they want to show
Unless you
off.
come down and you can, if you take a chance. We saw Lauren. It was Lauren Healy jump straight off it yesterday, but he's in an Ultra 4. But if you got to go if you're going for the win, would you go for it?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
146. That is Kyle Smith.
A lot of action here in Hammertown. I think Can-Am is throwing out some hats and goggles. Again, making their way up Turkey Claw there. Start of lap 2. There's Hubert Rowland coming down Spooners. End of lap 1 for him. Good. Sorry, I said Spooners. I meant Resolution.
We got an argument going on between John, our producer. That is the backside of backdoor, which is called Resolution. So we're not exactly sure. We're coming in and going out. So if we miss our mark by a little bit, don't beat us up too bad on the boards. We're doing the best
Sorry
we can.
about that.
But as we're watching Aftershock, go ahead, John.
So that's Mitch Guthrie coming up Aftershock. He's a 2-time King of the Hammers winner, 2018, 2019.
And he is not in the new Pro R, correct?
No. There are no Pro Rs racing.
And
Brian Deegan.
Brian Deegan, and does he have Terry Martin in there? So I got Mark Burnett, who always wants to correct me as much as he can. He said that was Terry was carrying 2 gallons of gas, but come on, Mark, give him a break. I'm going to say he was carrying a 10-gallon can. Maybe it had 2, maybe it had 3. How do you know, buddy?
Does look like he has his co-dog in there, Terry.
So right now it looks like Brian Deegan is solo at this point. So now we're trying to. He's back in.
No, Terry's in there.
So Terry is back. You saw the golden hair, or did he have?
No, I didn't see the golden locks, but I did see a passenger in there. I'm hoping it's Terry.
So in talking with Terry Martin the other day, I asked him how committed Brian was to this, and he said unbelievable how hard he wants to work, how he listened to everything, and he said he was very, very adaptable and worked very hard at it. So unfortunately for them, they ran out of gas because I think he was hoping for big things out of Brian.
Action coming down Outer Limits. The good news for them is they're coming down outer limits. Up is a lot harder.
That is Michael Park in the front, and I can't see who's in the back, but that's Michael Park as he's coming down in the Can-Am, down outer limits. You're running through Hammertown and you guys want to have a great cup of coffee, come up right next to the Monster booth is Racer Coffee. They got everything with latte, scones, everything that you need to keep your day rolling. So I want to thank those guys for coming out and supporting this year after year. Oh, up on two wheels.
That's where you can break a tie rod. When you're binding up that right front side. Ooh.
And it's pretty loud when you go chassis to rock, when nothing gives up.
And again, that's Mitch Guthrie in the bottom right. So we talked about it earlier that Mitch isn't racing a Pro R, that's a Turbo R. And a lot of the factory Polaris guys are racing the Turbo R this time.
But is he running the 33-inch tire?
No, he's in the open class, so he's running a 35-inch tire. And the open class is where you're putting those cars that aren't commercially available yet. So nobody can go and get one of these from a dealer yet, but the factory racers have them. And that's why they're in the open class, the way I understand it. And it looks like he's coming up on maybe...
That could be Phil Blurton that was having trouble because...
No, it's not Phil. That might be Jamie McCoy.
Well, this time we just want to let everybody know that there is hot showers available to the public. They're available from 9 to 6 p.m. for $20. The Finish Line Showers is located on Optima Drive in Hammertown. So if you've been out here for a couple days, you feel a little gamey, you want a shower, grab $20 and go over to Optima Drive, and it's called Finish Line Showers.
Okay, the right screen there, we're looking at Brock Hager coming down Fisher Mountain. So he's probably, 10 minutes behind Kyle Chaney? Car's still looking good.
All right, I'm taking a look at a map, so keep reporting what you see there for a minute, John.
Back to outer limits there. Rocks are gigantic in outer limits. Pretty easy to get bound up if you, as we saw there a second ago.
You can see the co-driver over there. He's wiping off the GPS because when these guys pre-run, they can mark it. Some of the guys are using lead nav, some are using Lowrance, and they'll run different lines, and they can put their marks on there. And even with lead nav, you can put audio, so they can tell the drivers, stay left at this rock, stay right at that rock. And then also, I've had it to where I ran it down in Mexico, where just basically with my phone and my co-driver holding that. So lead nav is a great tool to have and use whenever you want to go out pre-running or let your buddies know where you're at, and also help keep you safe. So keep that in mind.
Good view of the big old tires. Those almost look like they're bigger 35s. That looks like Spooners there.
Yeah.
Can't tell who that is. Well, there's Shannon Campbell still. He was working on his left front a little while ago. I don't see.
We don't know if
where they're at. I don't know if they're still working on or what.
We don't know if it's frozen or if they're all stopped, but it's looking like we have Sarah Price as she starts to work her way down outer limits.
Great to see Sarah Price moving. She had a tough wreck before qualifying. Worked hard to put that car back together.
Well, and I got to give it to her because she ran in the T1 class and did a great job for Johnson, and so now I love these shots when you see the guy floating the 3 wheels, but once again we see Sarah Price as she's working her way down outer limits. We're going to be looking at the map here in just a little bit to kind of get a track and get an idea. And there we see, I think that is Bailey Cole. Let me just double check.
Out at remote pit 1, so that would be finishing up the first lap.
No, I'm sorry, that was Jordan Pellegrino. As he was stopped at the pit, we didn't see exactly what was happening. As we see Sarah Price doing her best impersonation of
pretty easy to take the wrong line and tip over here, just like we saw Cody Miller earlier. See that big old drop off on that front tire? She's trying to avoid that. But with those big old rocks, it's hard to get lined up exactly the way you want to do it.
And this is the part that, it's for a desert racer that's used to always moving forward, that really gets you going, is when you come up behind somebody and they're stuck, and because you immediately picture your competition just running away from you, and they're going fast. You don't realize that they're having their own situation of problems, because in road racing and stuff like that, we see them just constantly moving. Here, everybody, even the winner, is going to have some problems throughout the day.
Well, and you get someone that's kind of having a little bit of problems, you start looking at alternate lines.
Alrighty, so now
you think about what to do.
We're kind of looking at a combination of Hammertown and the map, but we can as we look in, we can see where the drivers are. As we're looking, that's Kyle Cheney. We can see that he's running at 16 miles an hour, and then behind him is Brock Hager. As we're working, as then we go back a little bit more, and there we have Hunter Miller. So we have 3 guys that have kind of broken away from everybody, but you can see they got a little bit of a gap. Next in line is going to be Phil Blurton, but you were saying you think it's a wheel bearing or something for Phil Blurton with the right front. Here we also see RJ Anderson, and then also in front of him, Mitch Guthrie, but we're showing both of them stopped, but we just saw them moving a minute ago. So they could have been stuck, they could have been behind somebody, and also Paul Wolf, who was actually making real good time in the rocks.
And then Brandon Sims following that up. And if I saw it correctly, it looked like Phil was in the pit maybe, or very close to it. All right, so we're getting reports from Phil Blurton Sr. that Phil is not in the pit, and Bo is out of the car, moving on foot to pit 2 to get a part and come back, maybe a tie rod.
Potentially a tie rod and a spindle. So Phil Blurton Sr. letting us know what happened. Unfortunate for Phil Blurton Jr. As we're watching the guys work their way up, we got a little bit of a split screen showing a couple different angles. We'll get that straightened out for you in just a moment. Okay, so as we're going to keep watching this, we'll say we're watching a couple different screens. We'll take this moment to thank Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, Yukon Axle and Gear, HCR, Pro Eagle Jacks, Baja Beef Jerky, Buggy Whip, ARB, treadlightly.org. And at this moment, we're going to go to a commercial. We will be back. We'll get this screen stuff straightened out. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. We'll be right back.
The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 is available with 7.2 kilowatts of electrical power, in case you ever need your truck to power your kitchen.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Denied.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Conquer the elements, handle the most extreme environments, and dominate the desert and trails with King's new 2021 Ford Bronco 2.5 OEM Performance Upgrade Kit. All kits are 100% designed, manufactured, and assembled in our Southern California facility. See why we're the first choice for experienced off-road racers worldwide and order your Bronco kit today.
All right, we're back in the action here, looking at Outer Limits. That's Mitchell Alsop. Couple little things we heard during the commercial.
A big situation. Brock Hager has missed a turn, and now we have him tracking, which we're going to look at that in just a moment, that he is ahead of Kyle Cheney, but he has completely missed a section, of course, and this is going to be devastating because he's not going to be able to make it back up. He can't go backwards on the course, so you are not, it's going to be unbelievable. So he has to just keep going. When he gets to the finish line, he'll find out, or more likely he'll get radioed in to find out what he's done wrong. But Brock Hager has taken a wrong turn and missed a section. Now you can explain the sections to people that know it better, where he missed that turn.
Well, so coming down off of Fisher Mountain, there's a split. All the UTVs are supposed to go down Sledge. During the EMC race, the stock and EV classes go straight. So they skip Sledgehammer and Jackhammer. The UTVs do not. So Brock Hager went straight, skipped Sledge and Jack, and he's now in front of Kyle Cheney, but that's going to end his day.
That is going to be a huge devastation for him because Brock has been doing such a good job to this point. But I've seen it before. I've seen it happen to Shannon Campbell, that when he was running by himself, he missed a turn, was out in front, and next thing you know, that kills the race for you. Because once again, you can't go backwards on the course, so you can't go recap. Once you head down there, you have to stay committed.
And I don't think he knows yet.
No, there's no way he has radio communication at this time. You can't. So he's basically on his own with his co-driver, and they've made a mistake.
Live look at Turkey Claw. Again, these guys are coming out on lap 2, start of lap 2. So again, that's a heartbreak for Brock Hager, taking the wrong turn. So it looks like we've got Kyle Cheney out front. He's in sledge. Hunter Miller is probably going to be in second physical after Kyle. And during the break there, we actually heard from RJ Anderson's dad, Randy. RJ's doing actually pretty well, but he hasn't done rock crawling. He's a short course guy. He's not a rock crawler, and he thinks rock crawling is kind of stupid. So it's it's pretty cool to see him out in the ugly stuff out there.
If you listened earlier, we were talking about them possibly chaining. We saw Ronnie Anderson put his helmet on and go out there. I said, what was going on? He says, no, they were never planning on it. That was just Ronnie screwing with his older brother RJ. And he said, RJ has never rock crawled until 2 weeks ago, as you know. But you know what? He's doing a really good job. I mean, he's a talented guy. There's nothing that I don't think there's anything he can't do in a side-by-side. I actually watched some of his videos as well.
Well, drivers are drivers anywhere, right? But rock crawling's kind of a special kind of a thing. You gotta get some practice at.
Well, and I'm listening to Rob Mack. He said he's more afraid of going 2 miles an hour in these rocks as he is going 120 down in San Felipe through whoops at a 3 foot tall, because you have so much time to think about falling off the side of the hill, and that's the thing that's spooky for a guy that normally just runs really fast through all the rough stuff.
Okay, so we're again looking at Turkey Claw. 6:45 coming up there on the start of their second lap.
That's Zach
Pollard. He's a back east guy. So this is Fisher Mountain now that we're looking at. Next trail will be Sledgehammer for this. I can't see who that is right offhand. Maybe Mitch Guthrie Jr. We're working through a few technical difficulties, but it sounds like Kyle Cheney may be coming out of Jack North here in a little bit, and that means he would be in her problem after that.
I love the names where they come up with it. Once again, if you are the first one to run a trail, then you can name it somebody. This is Kyle Hathaway in the Honda
Talon.
Honda Talon.
Okay, so looks like Kyle Cheney in her problem. I don't know who that is behind him though. I could be messed up. No, that's her problem.
That's Brock right on his bumper, but remember, Brock missed a section. We can't confirm. That's unofficial. So that one of the things that Bob Bauer taught me the other day is that everything that we're going to say is unofficial. And now we see Brock Hager getting stuck in the rocks, back and forth, back and forth. There we go. We got that thing. But it keeps pushing. It keeps driving him down.
Yeah, he's getting bound up right there. So the question would be, if the road that he took wasn't part of today's race course, could he still turn around since it's not live race course? He went off course. Can he turn around, come back and enter the course and go down the sledge?
That's a technical question. Now,
I don't know.
We have to talk to Lee O'Donnell on that, who is running race ops. Liam, and once again, is famous for a lot of things, but doing that front flip in a monster truck. But they've entrusted Liam to go in there and make those calls.
So after her problem, they've got to come down idle issues, then they'll round the corner, and then boom, they're in Chocolate Thunder.
We were just watching 226 John Carnival as he worked his way down.
And that's Brock Hager on her problem. I love all the different trail names out here. That's one I have no idea where that name came from. If somebody knows out there, send it to us on Facebook or something. There you go. There's Chocolate Thunder. Kyle Cheney, our physical leader, dropping in off of idle issues, turn the corner, and he's going to head up Chocolate Thunder.
Every night I've just heard it's been a crazy party up there. Everybody having a good time and taking the rock crawlers out there and having a great time just trying to navigate their way through. Now, and it changes from year to year. One year you got to stay up to the right, one year to the left. As the wind comes in, fills up some of the gaps. As some of the trucks go through, they move some of the bigger rocks. But you see that bedrock, that never changes.
Well, there he goes. Kyle Cheney just blew right up it. Didn't even slow down. Smooth run. That's awesome. There's really 2 lines up Chocolate Thunder right now, and you were talking about them changing year to year. They change day to day during Hammers Week.
Well, and as the drivers go through, as they get stuck and their wheels are down in between the rocks, they roost the sand up on top, then that loses traction. But when it's clean on top, like you just saw Kyle Cheney go through, it lets the compound of the tire work. So let's talk about tire compound. In desert racing, with the speed and everything, a lot of times we're going to run a harder compound because we don't want to run it. But here, they go with the softest compound as possible.
Well, you got to have some grip in the rocks. Definitely helps get traction and pull you up and over, but so does momentum.
But it's also a fine line. If you go too soft and you start wearing tires out, then you see the tires start to chunk knobs off and things like that. So everybody that's out here doing it, all the different tire companies are working really hard to make sure that they have the right combo between everything.
Down on the right-hand screen, that's Hunter Miller. And that's our race leader, Kyle Cheney. So he's made it through Chocolate Thunder. If he doesn't have any problems, he's going to be here within 45 minutes.
Well, it's amazing how fast he went up there. I mean, that's where I learned how to rock crawl, and I spent all day trying to figure out what to do there, and I was screwed up back and forth, and I had one of Dave Cole's spec trucks. So as fast as he went up there, that just shows you how well he knows the territory, how well he knows his car, and how good that car is set up. So Can-Am is giving him the right tool for the right job.
In addition, Kyle practiced that a lot.
Right, obviously. I mean, he knows his way through, because you can pick a line to the right or to the left. It looks like he took a pretty dominant line off to the left this time. When it starts to get beat up and stuff, that's when you'll see the guys try to climb the cliffs on the right. But Kyle wasting no time getting through Chocolate Thunder.
So from here, Kyle is going to go up Wrecking Ball, down Full of Hate. He's going to hit, I believe it's Daydream, and then go up Turkey Claw, down Choose Your Own Adventure, and loop all the way back around, go down Resolution, and then he's back here.
Alrighty, I'm going to pass it over to my main man, Ian Johnson. Right now we have a great race between Kyle Cheney and Brock Hager, but we have had some reports. We cannot confirm, totally unofficial, that Brock Hager missed a section of the course. He was right on the back of Kyle Cheney, that tells me, because he made up a pretty big gap.
Yeah.
But we're going to find out shortly. I'm going to run off. I'm going to go talk to the race officials and see if I can find out some homework for you. So this is Ricky Johnson signing out for the moment at the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, presented by Progressive Insurance. Ian Johnson, take it away, brother.
Thanks, Ricky. I appreciate that. John, it's been one heck of a race. We've been watching it all day on the live stream, back in the media tent there, hiding from the sun. What do you think so far? Are we playing out like we expected it to? Any big surprises so far?
Yeah, lots of surprises.
Well, let's tell them what those surprises are, John.
Oh, man. I was very surprised to see Brock Hager on Kyle Cheney on his bumper right there at Her Problem. So I don't know exactly where he's at right now, but we don't know for sure what the deal is with if he actually missed a turn, and if so, what the consequences of that are.
Yeah, that's one of those things that's going to come up later when they get back into Hammertown, have the officials look at it. And that comes into what we were talking about earlier as well. We were talking about the difference in the cars. Brock's in a UTV without a low-range transmission, correct?
Yes.
And so we weren't sure how much of a hindrance that would be in the rocks. Are you seeing him have any problems out there, or do you think he's doing all right?
Well, if he's on Cheney's bumper and Her Problem, he's doing pretty damn good.
He's doing pretty good, yes.
All right, back in Hammertown. Okay, so these are the guys coming back in at the finish of lap 1. Whoa!
Oh, a little bit of action there in the short course.
So these guys are heading back out, start of lap 2. I think we're looking at RJ there, and maybe Cody Miller. Okay, Wrecking Ball. There is Brock Hager coming up, Wrecking Ball.
So Brock Hager, our current on-course race leader. I'm going to jump over to the tracker here. I still see Kyle Cheney on the tracker, still close to him, but we can't see him in that picture. And Hunter Miller is also in the mix with them as well.
So coming up Wrecking Ball here in a little bit, there's a waterfall, and they've got a bypass to go around it, but it's pretty sketchy.
Well, if there's one thing that's a staple out here at the Hammers Trails is they always change as more and more cars go down through it, as well as everyone who's out here wheeling all week on them.
Emerson Dry Lake off on the right-hand screen. That is after Outer Limits and before Aftershock. Again, we've got Brock Hager in the top right screen.
Yeah, he is our current race leader. Based on this pace, do you what time do you expect him to get back into town, John? You still sticking with that noon time?
12:30, easy.
Still lots of racing to do, though. Couple rock trails before they get around the backside and then get back down into the desert. All right, Ricky Johnson jumped back in the booth. He was going out to get some intel for us. Ricky, what'd you find out?
So we went down and talked with Dave Cole. There was a misconfusion, some confusion. Hager's pit had said that they sent him one way, and then the official said they sent him the other way. So Brock Hager made a mistake. They're going down to talk to Hager's pit right now, but he did take the wrong way, and that's what made up his time. So after we do all the calculations, that's a very, very, very tough break for Brock Hager. But there was some confusion between, as we're watching Kyle Cheney back in Wrecking Ball. But right now we have a situation with Brock Hager did go the wrong way.
Yeah, and that'll come into play. What the officials will do at the end of the race when Brock gets back into town, they'll assess any additional time advantage that he had, and unfortunately he'll see a penalty for that. We'll let the race officials make that call. That's not our job up here in the booth. Our job up here is to just take a look at Kyle Cheney working through Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, and he just made his way up that bypass on the waterfall. Pretty spectacular climb. Definitely a little pucker factor even for these top guys. It's tough to get up and around there, and it makes your heart beat a little bit too much.
Yeah, we say it all the time, you know, showing you how steep these trails are on camera is almost impossible. Especially in the Can-Am UTV. Ricky and I were talking about that earlier, about how the seating position in that UTV is very different than some of the other brands. The Can-Am is more down and back. I kind of like that. It's like a little bit of a race car or a little rock bouncer. Some people like to sit up more up and straight like they're in a Jeep or a pickup. But when you're down and back like that, those climbs, it's a little bit more difficult to see where you're going.
So that's our race leader, Kyle Cheney there. He's through Wrecking Ball, right about ready to go down Full of Hate.
And in our in picture is Cameron Martin making his way through that Hidden Valley rock trail that then leads into Spooners.
That's a great view of Kyle Cheney right there, and this is the top of Full of Hate right now. It used to be a really tough trail, but the bypasses got burned in pretty good, so he'll make quick work of this.
Now they're going down Full of Hate, correct?
Down Full of Hate, and then at the bottom, before he hits Turkey Claw, he's going to hit a new trail called Daydream.
Yeah, going down these trails is sometimes just as hard as going up, especially in these short wheelbase rigs.
Yeah, but you can
That's where I think the Can-Am actually has a little bit of an advantage. I do think that its wheelbase is a little bit longer. You see it handle those drop-offs just a little bit better.
And the stair steps going up too. Back to outer limits.
That's James Cantrell out in outer limits.
He's raced this a few times. Never been on the podium though, but he's definitely got some good finishes.
I don't think I got to ask you this morning, John. We always ask who your pick is to win the race. Who you think's gonna come in and win it? It seems unfair now. The race
Can I
is
say
pretty
Kyle
much
Cheney?
90% done. Are you? You're gonna? That's a clean bet right there. Oh, John bets Kyle Cheney.
He's running a good race so far. Very smooth. But the one thing, he has not stopped for gas. I heard he's got a 27-gallon fuel cell. I'm sure he and Scotty are in there. They've done their calculations. And they figured out they might be able to do this whole thing without stopping for fuel.
That's got to be so stressful, though, as you watch that gas gauge get lower and lower and lower as you get through the race.
2015, I was going up Wrecking Ball, and my fuel light was blinking. That's some stress. Okay, so that's Brock Hager, who we talked about again, took the wrong route.
Yeah, we don't really know what's going to happen in that situation. We'll wait for the officials to make that call, and they probably won't make it until he's back into Hammertown. As we said before, we were watching Kyle Cheney, who we believe is physically first on course.
And so that's Brock Hager dropping into Full of Hate,
where we just saw Kyle go through.
Yep. So for Kyle, he's probably in Daydream right now, and then he's going to hit Turkey Claw. There's a couple tough spots right there in Turkey Claw, and from there he's going to drop down a Choose Your Own Adventure, which is fairly easy. Scoot by Pit 2, Desert, and then he's back in Resolution. All right, so live look there at Aftershock. Bottom screen there's Outer Limits. Co-Dog's out of the car. And if you're going to be out of your car, Outer Limits is probably a spot. That and Sledgehammer.
Yeah, there's some nasty drop-offs there. We saw a little bit of action here earlier in the day, but it looks like Co-Dog's out, just basically picking his line, helping him see which way we down. Oh, we got some action in the big screen with our Method Race Wheels live helicopter.
Obviously a flat tire, 432. Can't remember who that is.
Lance West.
Lance West, that's right.
Yep. Lance West out there changing a tire. Amazing that you get footage like that out here in the desert. We say it all the time, huge props to everyone out here in Hammer King Productions, bringing this to you live.
And Emerson is after Outer Limits and before Aftershock.
A little bit of action here in Hidden Valley Spooners. You might see a pass in the rocks. So John, you've driven most of this course and you've seen most of it. Do you feel that there's a greater chance to pass in the rocks or in the desert in these cars?
I love to pass in the rocks. 2015, I was horrible in the desert, got passed by a whole bunch of people, ended up passing in all kinds of them again in the rocks, and then ended up third place.
You know, and we see that in a lot of our crossover athletes, guys who come in from other genres like T1, other forms of desert racing, motocross, and everything else. It seems to take them a couple years to get used to being in the rocks. As we're watching the 88 of Mark Welch make a big pass, just like you called it, John, right there on the rocks.
Yeah, that's coming up Spooners. So Spooners is before Outer Limits on this course.
That's the 143 of Tyler Remereed, I believe it is. Co-driver out, helping him get through the rocks. Looks like we got a little bit of drone shot here in Aftershock. That's Brian Stone.
There you go. Hunter Miller. He's in Wrecking Ball.
You assumed he would be there, John, and that's right.
So this is the waterfall bypass, if I'm not mistaken. So let's check this out. He made that look too easy. Those right tires, the passenger tires, are almost coming off the ground, and it's a little more sketchy than he made that look.
Yeah, making quick work of that. You can see our recovery crew out there expecting people to have trouble in that section.
So Hunter is in third place, but we've got Brock Hager in between, which we think eliminates him.
Well, we don't know. The time penalty will be assessed by the race officials. There's a lot of math involved in that, where they actually look at the course, see where he went. They'll pull his GPS track, take a look at it when he comes back in and crosses the finish line, and that's when they'll make that decision.
But so Hunter just shifted back into high range, and he's heading to full of hate. Probably about 8 minutes, 10 minutes behind Kyle. So in 2020, Hunter got first place and Kyle got second place. Right now it looks like Kyle is first physical and Hunter maybe second.
We have one car in between them right now on course, but as we've said, it's going to be a penalty assessed at that point, but we don't know exactly what it's going to be. So we're just going to wait for these cars to get back into Hammertown. Still lots of racers out there on the course. This is in Aftershock. This is Brian Stone. We've been following him up Aftershock with our little drone footage. In front of him is the 32, I believe it is. Or nope, not a 32. I guessed that number wrong. That might be a Honda.
It is a Honda.
It is one of the Hondas. I just don't know who's it.
I didn't see the number.
It could be Bailey Cole.
I think Bailey's 13, if I'm not mistaken.
Looks like he's going to let him pass. Maybe we'll get a number here. Yes, that is. That's number
Bailey
13.
Cole.
That's Bailey Cole.
And Jeremy McGrath coming down outer limits.
And I believe those are our leaders in the stock class, correct?
Stock NA.
Stock NA, yeah.
Is,
naturally
Jeremy
aspirated
McGrath.
stock. I can pull up some timing here, maybe.
Awesome to see him doing well.
Yeah, if we base it on when they came through Hammertown, it's Bailey Cole, stock UTV, naturally aspirated, came through at the 2:18 mark. Jeremy McGrath was right behind him with a 2:39, and by right behind, that's 20 minutes.
At Sledge Mailbox.
And then Jordan Pellegrino with a 2:40, so he's right behind Jeremy McGrath. Garrison Calloway, 2:42.
Okay,
so he's out?
Yes.
Should we say that?
So lots of action in here in this particular race today, the 2022 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, presented by Progressive Insurance. This is our leader down here in our picture-in-picture. I believe he's coming down Clawhammer.
So that is Hunter Miller. He's coming down full of hate right there. Almost.
Full of hate.
You can see Clawhammer right there. He's taking a left-hand turn going on Daydream right there. That's a brand new trail that, whoa, and Hunter just
Oh, that is not good. That is not what he wants to do right now.
And that's a tough spot because you can't roll back over with a...
not with that big rock underneath the car, no.
Man. So that's going to be a tough recovery for these guys. Let's see what they can pull together.
Once again, we say it all the time, King of the Hammers is a no-chase race. You can only accept assistance from other competitors or the course officials if you're in a dangerous position or on trail, but I don't think we have any recovery crew out.
No, there's nobody
spot.
right there.
So they are on their own. It looks like that rock is low enough that they could be able to get that car over.
They can flop it over there.
Not really what they wanted to do today, though.
So Hunter and Chad Hughes there. Chad's out of the car. And we've got a live look at our race leader, Kyle Cheney. It looks like he's coming down Choose Your Own Adventure right now into pit 2, or close to pit 2. So from here, it's desert and then resolution. Yeah, so he's hit the valley floor there right near pit 2. He cannot stop is the way I understand it. No pitting for him. So if he's low on gas, he's SOL.
He's got to make it all the way back. And what is... All right, we're watching him make his way through the floor. That is our current race leader, coming to you from our live helicopter feed.
And second place just rolled.
Yes, well, we still don't know what's going to happen with our physical second car unless we get an update on that. We know that there was some issues with on the course, so we have to get that straightened away. But our second, what we believe is our second place on time, just rolled on the trail, which is not what they wanted to do.
Again, top left, that is Kyle Cheney and Scotty Lawrence.
And down in the bottom right is Jordan Pellegrino.
Coming up Spooners in his Honda Talon. So I'm just kind of checking out Kyle's car. I don't see anything wrong. Looking smooth.
He's still got to make it through a little bit of desert before he makes his way back into Hammertown here. But right now on our main screen is our physical race leader. Last year finished second place.
No, last year Kyle won.
Oh, last year, so back to back.
Year before it was second place.
Second place. So this could be a back-to-back UTV win for him.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with the car. All the tires look full. No toe problems. Down on the right is Jack North. I can't see who that is right offhand.
Yeah, I didn't see the number on that when we
from
cut
Jack
there quick.
North, the next trail is Her Problem. And then Idle Issues and Chocolate Thunder. That could be Jamie McCoy. I'm not sure.
As we're seeing a lot of traffic and a lot of alternative lines being tried out here in Outer Limits. That car in the front is the 916.
And I think behind it, that's the Wellers. Corey and Jason's behind the wheel. Husband and wife team. Would your marriage survive racing King of the Hammers?
I don't think my wife would get in a car for King of the Hammers.
I guess it depends on how good of a driver you are.
She'd be happy to stay back in the pits and cheer me on, but I don't think she wants to be out in one of these cars.
If there's lots of winching involved, probably not. All right, so bottom right, that's after Jack North making her way across the desert, almost to Her Problem.
As we're watching two different lines being attempted here in Outer Limits. This is what we talked about all day, but all the different lines they can take when they're in the rocks, and a lot of that comes down to pre-running and experience.
So Jason he had a pretty good qualifying run going. He clipped a rock coming down after the Bronco arch and blew a tie rod. He limped it across the finish, but did not get a good time. I think he started 75th or something like that. So he's got a lot of work trying to get through traffic.
Oh, seeing a little bit of excitement there up in Outer Limits. Did very good at staying on the gas and sort of dealing with that little front endo there. That could have ended very different.
You could see Jason doing the same thing. A little bit longer wheelbase helped in that spot.
Yep. Here we'll see the exact same drop off. You'll see the
Looks
difference.
like Brian Deegan coming up Spooners. Awesome to see him still moving. I want to hear the story about that. That might be Kyle Cheney, our physical race leader. I can't see for sure if that is or not.
Well, based on the fact that he's in the desert and there's a helicopter chasing him, I'm going to guess yes. Oh, you can see co-drivers out in outer limits. Maybe that's Nick. Oh.
The Rock saved it.
Rock saved him on that one.
Nice.
Good job. Maybe that's why the co-driver got out. Maybe he knew that was going to happen, and so he's like, I'm out of here for this. Oh, we got a rollover in outer limits.
We just had a rollover.
That's Chip McLaughlin. As Mrs. Pam Hall would say, Chip happens. We'll see if these guys stop and help him or just drive around him. Looks like it might be a drive around.
That's a tough spot too. Again, that's Kyle Cheney down on the right-hand side, current race leader. Looking smooth through the desert. Last rocks he's got to do is resolution. Skipping back door and Hammertown.
Yeah, looks like they're just going to leave Chip out there. It does look like there's some course officials out there that may be able to help him, but I don't think they can get in a position to right him at that particular spot. So I think it's going to have to be a competitor to get him back rolled over.
They've got a big old worn winch there, so they should be able to use that and get themselves over.
So based on what you've seen so far, John, one more rock trail left. Think that rock trail is going to cause any issues for our current race leader? Or?
Well, I was actually up on top of the mountain yesterday, or the day before, and I went down resolution in my Can-Am Commander, which is a rec utility vehicle. So if I can do it in a Can-Am Commander, he better be able to do that.
Then he doesn't get to be King of the Hammers champion.
All right, that was Mitch Guthrie just getting ready to head up Chocolate Thunder, and now we're back to Brian Deegan on Spooners.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of action with Brian earlier where it looked like he ran out of fuel.
I want to hear that story.
I want to hear that story too. More importantly, I want to hear the story, as I learned from Ricky. They actually have backpacks that hold gasoline. I want to learn the story as to why no one here has one yet.
Especially if you're going to race with a stock fuel tank.
Every year I come here, I see people ratchet strapping jugs of fuel to their back and running in the desert. I think I'd much rather have a backpack.
Yeah, so Brian Deegan is in the stock turbo class, and so he's got a stock fuel tank, 9+ gallons. They just miscalculated a little bit, and you might pre-run it, but you're not running at race pace, and you use more gas at race pace.
Well, and I think we saw he was stuck in that basically parking lot that was up at Outer Limits earlier. So if you don't account for that type of stuff, where you're just sitting there idling for 20, 30 minutes to an hour, it's certainly burning the fuel. Obviously a smaller size tire in that stock class. Can't cut the rocker panels on the car, so it's a little bit harder to get them through the rocks.
So Deegan just made it out of top of Spooners, and he'll head his way over to Outer Limits. Awesome to see him, first timer still moving.
That is the 49.57 of Zachary Davis out in Outer Limits. I think this right below this section is where we have that rolled over car. As he gets through here, we'll probably be able to pull the camera back and see if that rollover has been recovered yet.
Yeah, that's just the top right there. There's a few rocks in there, but that's really the entrance, the nasty stuff.
Picking his way through the rocks here. You can see, ooh, there's a little bit
smoke in his belt.
He's letting the smoke out, John. That's not good. You got to keep that smoke inside.
You heard him rev up a little bit. He was bound up, hitting too much gas, not moving anywhere. That just spins the belt, and you get the smoke from.
Never good to let the smoke out. It's like letting out all the magical pops and snaps out of that front diff. There's only so many of those in there. There's 1,000. That's it. That is the 8:05. Looking at my cheat sheet here, Mark Morasoli.
Coming up
It's
Spooners.
important to remember that we just, as John was talking about, smoking the belt. Most of these vehicles out there running a what would be it's called a CVT transmission, not a CV joint.
True.
Completely different, kind of like a snowmobile for those of you who are up in the north.
And so we were talking a little bit about CVT. In reverse, it's not really a low range. I mean, in forward you have high and low. Reverse, you only have one. It's just reverse, right?
Yeah.
So it's a little bit lower than normal, but it's not low range.
Not low range like you get when you put it in low.
That looked like Kyle Cheney a minute ago, and Hunter Miller's back over.
Hunter Miller back over and moving. Good for him.
And so that is actually Daydream right there, almost to Clawhammer. So he may still be second physical.
And I don't see any dust in front of him, so I think there's a good chance that I think you're right, John. I think he may have been able to right that vehicle himself, get back on track.
That's Daydream right there. He's going to go down this hill. There's some off-camber loose stuff, nothing too hard, just you're leaning, feeling like you're going to roll over, but good driver, you're going to keep the gas going. Turns the corner and he's up Clawhammer. Great to see him back on all fours.
That's the 419 of Michael Garcia, heading up through Hidden Valley and then into Spooners. You can see he's got a little bit of traffic in front of him.
He's got his window net open. Does that mean the Kodog's ready to get out, or he already is out?
He may already be out and just walking. It's hard to see from this angle. He may have dropped him off at the bottom and said, "I'll meet you at the top," and the Kodog may have said, "I'm not walking this, I'm done, I'm going back to camp." Can't see if there's actually a Kodog in there. He may be getting, like you said, he may be getting out and getting, no, he's in there.
No, he's in there. I don't know why you'd leave it open.
They may, like you said, they may be expecting him to get out shortly.
Or
but
it
maybe
could be
he's
broken.
just doing okay.
Coming down Jack North. Looks like they lost their spare tire. I think that might be Jamie McCoy.
Yeah, based on the fact that the strap is still swinging around back there, it's probably a loss, the spare.
And again, Jack North is after Sledge and Jack. You go down Jack North. And so that's Brock Hager we're looking at. He might be physically in second, but again, we've got that issue with skipping part of the course.
Yeah, we're going to let the officials deal with that, and then we'll call this race when we actually know officially what's going to happen. As we go along with this little drone ride through the short course, we're going to jump out and see who this is.
That could be Bryce Menzies.
It looks like Bryce, yep.
I don't see his number, but
I see.
Oh, there you go, it is.
Yep.
Oh, and there's RJ.
There's RJ.
RJ Anderson coming down Jack North. So, I mean, physically, RJ's maybe top 10. Pretty awesome for a rock newbie.
Yeah, we say it all the time. You know, these guys come over from different disciplines, and sometimes it takes them just a little bit of time to get used to the rocks. RJ certainly seems to be taking it on pretty quick, pretty easy.
So RJ's in the new Polaris Turbo R, which is in the open class.
Looks like he's getting a little bit bound up there.
He's getting bound up there.
Yeah, he's going to back up, reset.
Sure,
got a better line there.
His brother told him about not getting bound up in the rocks. Ronnie's more experienced here than RJ.
Picking his way through Jack North.
Yeah, and Jack North is a downhill this year. It can be pretty tough going up, but it's not too bad going down.
lot of the trails, you know, they're obviously, most of them usually are easier going down until you pick a few like Sledge, not easier going down.
No. Well, it's harder going up Sledge than down.
It's true.
But it's still not an easy trail.
It's not easy to do down or up.
And there's only really one route coming down Sledge. Got Brian Deegan again, outer limits.
Same problem we just watched RJ have. He's got that right front bound up a little bit. Needs to back up, maybe get a better line on that.
Well, it's pretty tough. That other rock's in his way of getting a better line, so he might have to do a little cowboy maneuver.
He's got a little, there we go. Sneak around that.
I actually pre-ran out there with Terry and Brian the other day, and Brian was a little bit extra on the throttle, whiskey in.
Having a little too much fun in that Can-Am.
Well, he was new. He's newer to the rocks, so it's a learning process. Okay, there's Clawhammer on the top left. Hard to see in the dust who that is. That could be Hunter. That's the top of Clawhammer, so you're almost done with it at that point. Make a left-hand turn, dive down into right past King's Veto that they'll be running on Saturday. Oh, easily.
All right, we watch Brian Deegan out in outer limits.
And that's Cody Miller coming down Jack North. We heard he had a broken rear axle at one point early on lap 2. And it looks like he may have something going on with his left front tire. I could be seeing things too.
Sometimes those bruises on the tires, when we see them, they look worse than they are.
Yep.
But we do expect to see our first finisher back into Hammertown pretty soon, don't we, John?
If you want to be in Hammertown for the first finisher, you better giddy up. $12.25.
Well, you said 12:30, so he's got 5 minutes to get here, John. I think you're going to pull it off.
Just off a pace from last year, 3 hours and 47 minutes for Kyle Cheney last year. Again, that's Cody Miller coming down Jack North. He's actually out of Jack North. There's a wash you got to go through before you head over to Her Problem. Oh, and that looks like Mitch Guthrie Jr.
Yeah, Mitch Guthrie Jr. on his side out in Wrecking Ball.
Looks like he's got a couple of other racers going to come over and help him out.
Yeah, looks like based on the fact that you got 3 guys running up without helmets on, I think they've already called it a day.
Yeah, something's going on. They should be able to plop that over with 3 guys.
Let's just hope that's the only problem. And I believe that's Brock Hager in our picture-in-picture.
Yeah, that
working
is.
His way through the desert.
Coming across the desert.
As we're watching Mitch Guthrie. Yeah, you called it, John. They're going to get 3 or 4 guys on it. Just try to roll it over.
And we got another competitor coming behind him. That may be Dustin Jones. I don't know.
Co-driver is still out of that. I guess he might be grabbing the winch line.
That's Curtis, his normal Best in the Desert co-dog. Oh, look at that.
Oh, there's a
nice
pass in the
move.
rocks. Good job.
Oh, no, that I got to look that number up. I'm pretty sure that's Jamie McCoy. Oh, Paul Wolf. Sorry. Thank you from the crowd.
Yes, that is Paul Wolf.
Paul Wolf has been on a mission this week.
Yeah, set that fast qualifier in
4,400 for quite a while.
For quite a while, yep.
Didn't end up there, but close.
Talked to him on the starting line this morning and asked him what his plan was for 44. And
okay, so we've got our race leader, Kyle Cheney, coming down Resolution.
Then talked to Paul Wolf, asked what his plan was, and he said he's going to step up a tire size. Thinks it would help him in that third lap in the rocks. Same car, just going to give it a quick prep. Throw it right back out in the desert.
And he got first or second in the shootout. I didn't watch it, but I
can't remember.
I think it is first or second too. So the guy's on a mission.
And that is Jordan Pellegrino. Looks like he is unfortunately bound up in that stock class Honda.
Okay, Kyle Cheney's out of resolution, taking the backdoor bypass. Backdoor is not part of this. You can take it if you want it. It's an optional line. You'd be nuts to do it.
Oh, but then you'd make the highlight reel.
You don't need to do that in first place.
Same as Lauren Healy taking that huge drop-off yesterday in qualifying. That's probably the most viewed video on the internet. He broke the internet almost as...
Yeah. So there are some huge whoops coming up right here. Nothing hard, though. And he's coming around the corner, and he'll be coming through the Bronco Arch in a moment.
And so that'll be our first car to make it back here into Hammertown. As we watch Jordan Pellegrino's co-driver getting out.
He looks bound up bad right there.
He does. It looks like that front end's in there pretty tight. Looks like they're doing some thinking on that one, so there may be some issues in the front of that car.
Kyle Cheney, Scotty Lawrence about ready to come through the Bronco Arch. Just past the qualifying loop there. Bronco Arch is right there.
They're on that same course as qualifying through the Bronco Arch, and they'll be back into Hammertown. Of course, they have to run the short course. Don't jinx them.
Turn 19.
Yeah, don't jinx him, John. Let's make sure he comes in here clean through turn 19. I need to remind you, this is a adjusted time race. As these cars come in, we'll just call them as they cross the finish line, but we do need to check their adjusted time.
I'm looking out in front of us. I see AJ Jones right there. Dakar winner. Dang, we got to catch up with him later. All right, physical first, Kyle Cheney.
There you
Scotty
go,
Lawrence.
Hammertown. First car back home. Let's hear it for Kyle Cheney. He's back in Hammertown.
All right, lots of racing still to go here, and we got to see how things shake out on corrected time.
Yeah, first car across the line into Hammertown on the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. Everyone gathered around that car. It's always great. You called it, John. You said 12:30. It's 12:30. It's good to have him back.
Wow.
Perfect time.
Again, Kyle Cheney won it last year.
And it looks like he may be in a position to get it again, but we'll wait and see. As we said, this is unofficial. We'll say he's the first car across the line. We also have to remember we have multiple classes out there racing today. He's got to be happy, though, to be back home after that day.
Oh, it's so great to take your helmet off in Hammertown and go, oh, geez. Scotty Lawrence there next to him. Media swarming over him.
Everyone's going to run around. Well, I'll give it to you, John, because you called this winner, even if it was just an hour ago.
That was an hour ago.
Good job.
That's
Good job.
Full cheater.
But I think it's more importantly that you called the time almost perfectly. You said this race was going to end at 12:30, and it ended exactly at 12:31. We had our first car across the line. We're jumping back out to Wrecking Ball.
Mitch Guthrie and his co-dog Curtis out of the car, tossing rocks, trying to get up this spot.
We saw that car roll a little bit earlier, and they rolled it back over. The co-driver immediately ran the winch. So
was that a roll or a tip?
It was a flop, we call that.
Okay,
that
a flop. I'll give you a flop.
Took a little dirt nap. And we see another car stopped on course right here. That looks like it might be Bryce.
That almost looks like Fisher Mountain, but...
All right, we got Miles down in the pits. Miles, take it away.
So first across the line, back to back. It's looking good for you. How you feeling right now? It's been a long day, and I can see it in your eyes.
That was tougher than the last one for sure. I don't know why, but it was. We did have to winch. We got messed up in sledge. I screwed up. And we had to winch. We broke the winch line, and I was freaking out. He was freaking out. We finally got out of it. We had GPS errors before we even took off. The GPS wasn't working. We had to like redo the GPS. Like we weren't even using the navigation thing. It was just a nightmare, this whole thing. But
so that's your worst moment of the day. What was your best moment of the day?
my best moment of the day was coming through the desert and coming into the pit and seeing Phil was the last one and us going into rocks first. That's why I won, and I always want to go into the rocks first because you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, in case somebody breaks their winch and all that stuff, and that's what happened to you. But you made it come through, and you just got to be super stoked right now. You're saying your legs are wore out. You still have to race on Saturday, right?
No, my legs aren't worn out. They're just numb. I don't know. Like my hands were numb. Like for the whole desert part until we got to the 30-mile-an-hour zone, I was able to stretch them out and get warm. But no, man, that track was freaking nasty tough. Man, that was amazing.
Are you excited for Saturday racing with the 4400 big boys?
I don't know. I mean, my co-pilot Scott's really good, and it's going to come down to I have Terry Madden's going to ride with me in 4400, and it's going to be tough. I don't know, man. Right now, I just want some lunch.
And this car, I mean, this Can-Am looks like it's in great shape, but you're going to take it back and rebuild the whole thing?
Yeah, my guys are going to just go through the drive line and check it out and make sure everything's good for 4400. Maybe we'll put fuel in it, maybe not sure.
Well, unofficial, it's looking good for you, so you might be back-to-back, and you just got to be stoked with your whole program.
No, I am. Especially my guys. I mean, they put in a lot of hours, a lot of work in this thing, and it definitely shows.
Well, just again, huge shout out to you for coming out here and playing with us, and I'm excited to see how you do with the 4400 guys coming up.
Yeah, Dave kind of put a freaking cross on our back last night, in the driver's meeting. So I don't know. Hope I guess we'll see.
No, it's all in good fun, but good luck, and we'll see how this shakes out. Good job, Kyle.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
Thanks, Miles. Great catching up with that first car across the line, but still a lot of UTVs out there.
We saw Brock Hager cross the line. We'll see how that shakes out. I'm sure Dave Cole's out there talking to him now, doing all the tracker stuff and figuring it all out. So we're going to leave that to them.
Yeah, it's important to remember, as we said before, we also have multiple classes racing today. And it looks like we got a little bit of assistance between two cars. Oh, no, I thought maybe he was pulling him up there, but I guess he's just backing up.
So I'm interested to hear, maybe Miles can ask next time, did Kyle Cheney stop for gas at all, or did he make the entire race course on one tank?
That was what you were speculating earlier, is to see how far he could go on that one tank. That we'll get, maybe we'll get Ricky down there to ask that question, and then we'll find out from him when he pops back in here, or maybe somebody can run down there and find that out. Well, but if he did, that'll be a huge game changer when it comes to taking that same car out on race course on Saturday.
So while I was out of the booth for my break, I talked to one of its pit guys, and he was planning to stop for fuel in the main pit, and he just went right past him.
So when he obviously looked at his fuel gauge and went, "Yeah, we're good."
That's kind of sketchy.
Well, let me ask you this, John. You know all these UTVs inside and out. I know there's a lot of technology out there, especially from companies like Holley EFI. They have items called Hydromat and allows you to take advantage of all the fuel in the tank. Do any of these cars use something like that?
I'm sure he does. That's a 27-gallon fuel cell that he's got in it. So I'm sure he's got all the high-tech stuff in there. We're looking at Mitch Guthrie Jr. again in Wrecking Ball. They're still having a hard time.
Yeah, based on how much winching they're doing, I'm going to assume that there might be something wrong with that car.
Something might be wrong, and maybe that's why he tipped.
Yeah, we saw him tip over earlier. 3 other drivers who were obviously out of the race ran up, flipped him back over, but then immediately the co-driver went and got the winch out. So there's a good chance that there's something wrong in that car. As we see lots of action out in outer limits, multiple lines for these cars, but a couple of them are a little risky, as we've seen a few rollovers today, but it seems that at this point a lot of people have their co-drivers out.
Oh, and here's a live look at Hunter Miller coming across the desert. So we were getting some reports on the tracker that he was still in Clawhammer or Daydream, and that's not Clawhammer or Daydream. He's blasting across the desert.
Yeah, I was looking at the live tracking map, and obviously his tracker hadn't updated. As we've said before, those trackers aren't live updated. They update every 30 seconds to a minute. So he was obviously in the rocks, but he's not anymore. He's out in the desert, making quick work of that desert section.
And we were looking there at Mitch Guthrie. It looked like he's having a front drive problem, maybe an axle or two, or a front diff problem. But that's a tough spot to be in without a front wheel drive.
Well, we saw one person pass him, but I don't know how feasible that passing line is for a few of these cars out there.
It looked a little sketchy coming around that. He's right above the waterfall.
The pass that we saw go around him was reminding me of the old Tom Ways pass that year in backdoor when he went up the far side of the hill and came across. Incredibly impressive, and that UTV kind of relived that moment for us.
Live look again at Mitch Guthrie Jr.
Yeah, they certainly don't seem to be in any hurry, so I think that they may be looking at this as we're just looking to get out of the way kind of thing.
Well, he's still got some rocks to go through from here, and with only rear-wheel drive, that'd be really
it looks like
tough.
the front isn't pulling at all.
Well,
is it?
that
No.
right front is pulling, so maybe it's just a left front axle. Couple guys making their way down Jack North. They'll be coming around the corner to Her Problem Model Issues and Chocolate Thunder in a minute. And there is Hunter Miller.
And that is the next car we expect to see back here in Hammertown.
Yeah, he's almost to resolution. Gonna be making a left-hand turn there, if I'm not mistaken, and headed right over there. Well, that's Brian Deegan coming down Jack North.
Yeah, he's moving pretty quick right there. Good. Making quick
Or
work of
am I
that trail. Looks like
is
he's
that
putting a
somebody
little
else?
pressure on who's in front of him. I can't see.
No, that's not Brian.
Looks like that might be Paul Wolf up there, just based on the I think that car's missing a
Or
spare tire.
maybe Phil Blurton got back going.
No, it looks like there is a spare tire on that, so I don't believe that is Paul Wolf. That might be Phil Blurton.
Yeah, Phil has his tire like that, flat in the back, and he's boat-sided, so that could be Phil.
Whoa, Brian Deegan. Well, he's used to two wheels, so he should be good with that.
I can't tell for sure if that's Brian or not.
It's hard to tell from this angle. We're just going to assume that maybe it is.
Okay, top left, we still got Hunter Miller, Chad Hughes moving out.
Oh, we got a little bit of action out here in Outer Limits.
It's that same spot, we keep seeing him tip.
That's Garrett Toombs flopped over. Yeah, that drop-off can just be nasty.
Look at those big old whoops Hunter was just going through. Pretty easy to wad it up. Again, Hunter and Chad are going to be racing the 4400 race on Saturday. I think they got close to a top 10 qualifying spot. Do you remember?
The UTVs definitely put on a show with that qualifying course. But the man to talk about on that is Brian Crofts.
Wow.
Picking off that top spot incredibly fast. Said he wants to get a finish before he retires. I can't believe he's going to retire from racing.
Not a lot of lead changes in that qualifying.
No, it basically sat for a long time. But in our picture-in-picture, we got Hidden Valley and Spooners, but up on the main shot is our next car we expect to get back into Hammertown.
So Hunter Miller had a DNF last year. He ended up, I think he broke his diff coming down a hill and ended up tumbling it while he was in the lead. Tough break.
But it looks like he may be coming in for a podium finish this year.
Car looks good. Don't see any issues. He's got a drop down resolution. He's almost there.
As we're watching lots of traffic down here in Hidden Valley that leads into Spooners. Got a couple cars that are obviously out from the looks of it, or maybe trying to fix to get back into it. We watched that all day today.
Hidden Valley actually takes a left right there, and that'll be part of the 4400 class. on their lap 3, they'll be going up Hidden Valley.
Yeah,
and
3 laps for the 4400s this year. A bunch of new rock trails. We'll be doing that on Saturday. Tomorrow is the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. And if you're here in Hammertown, don't forget to stop by the main booth. Take a look at this Boxo Tools toolbox that's out here. It's all wrapped up. King of the Hammers logos, full of those Boxo tools. You can actually enter to win that toolbox. Just head over to the 4-Wheel Parts tent. Fill out an entry. They'll be giving one away.
That'd be cool.
You can never have too many tools.
Right? A little mess in Outer Limits.
Yeah, I see Kyle Wickham in the back there, waiting for all of this traffic to get taken care of. That's Garrett Toombs that rolled over.
So that's right after the beginning of Outer Limits. Kind of the chute that starts the whole thing. Lots of traffic on Spooners on our right screen. I see Hubert rolling.
Oh, he's just going to keep rolling that car all day down that section. He's having some bad luck. Looks like they threw the car, he just threw the winch line right back out. He's just like, don't even, here, take it again. Take it again. Just keep it.
He's trying to aim out of it.
It looked to me like that right front wasn't pulling. It looks like we got someone being towed in here. Made it through turn 19. That would be bad to come through turn 19 rolled while towing, but this is a competitor helping another competitor.
Which is completely legal.
Oh, Jim would be so proud. Look, he's running in here. I know he saw that Union Jack, and he's coming in here to steal this headset. That's Philip Ponpontas, who's being towed in from Great Britain. His co-driver is from Holland, Bowie Odick. I called that. As soon as I saw that Union Jack, I knew Jim would run in here. In his blood.
How long did that take?
That wasn't even planned.
All right, top left screen, we've got Hunter Miller coming down Resolution. Resolution is not a tough trail. Right before back door.
We expect to see that car in here in the next 7 to 10 minutes.
And that is Brandon Sims heading down Jack North. Jack North isn't that tough going down. It can definitely be tough going up, though.
All of these trails can be tough going up or down. But he seems to be making quick work of it, heading down through that section. But so far today, we've had 2 cars back into Hammertown, waiting on our third. All right, so I'm just hearing from the booth that we're going to hold off on announcing any of the winners of this Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance until 4:30 tonight. So we will wait till pretty much all the vehicles, I'm assuming, will be back in by then, we hope. At that time, here on the main stage, we'll be announcing the winners as well as on the live stream. So make sure you're back here at 4:30. Between then and now, I mean, I'd subscribe to the premium feed myself, but that's just me.
And that is Hunter Miller popping up and over the backdoor bypass, and he's heading around, and he'll be in Hammertown here in a moment.
It's like he's making his way through that section that you can see Hammertown. So those beautiful porta potties there.
Well, that's right by back door.
Right by back door, that's right. It's good to have all those porta potties.
We got a rollover and claw hammer. Oh, that's Cody Miller, Hunter's brother.
Oh, that's a shame. Rolled over in Clawhammer.
That might be in Daydream as well, where his brother rolled.
Looks like he had the ramps out.
No,
it might have fell off.
It might have fell on. Yeah, that's right in Daydream. Clawhammer's right below that. So it coming down full of hate. You take that left. I think it. Yeah.
I think it is the exact
it's
same.
The exact
spot.
same spot.
I think his brother was leaned up against that brown rock
just to the left.
Right.
And up in the left-hand screen, that's his brother Hunter making his way into Hammertown.
Well, the good news is they should be able to write it because we assume his brother did the same thing previously. But that is Cody Miller out. Looks like they're going to give it a shot. They're going to push. That's a heavy car to push over like that.
Well, it's aimed downhill a little bit, so they've got a little bit of gravity.
Yeah.
And there is Hunter Miller, Chad Hughes.
Third car across the line here in Johnson Valley for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, presented by Progressive Insurance. And remember, we're going to hold all the finishers. We're not going to announce any official winners until 4:30 Pacific time.
Again, Hunter was the winner in 2020. Got a finish last year on the 4400 race as well, somewhere in the teens.
Yeah, and when they lined up to head out, everyone thought they were crazy.
They were.
Well, they were, but it's a good kind of crazy because they came in. I believe they came in top 10 somewhere.
Kyle Cheney got 10th place and then corrected to 11. Hunter was after that, maybe 15th.
So top 20, which is really, really good.
Oh, it's insane.
As we said, Paul Wolf, who's still out on course, we're watching him. He will also be racing his UTV in the big race on Saturday.
Got Wrecking Ball there. That's one of the Polaris racers. No, that's not Deegan. That could be Casey Curry. No, CJ Greaves.
CJ Greaves.
I just saw the Monster Claw there, and it was one or the other.
So many monster drivers.
Well, Polaris narrowed it down, so I was adding the two together and narrowing.
That's some science right there.
There you go.
Oh, that's that climb that you were talking about.
That is a killer shot right there. So he should be coming up on Mitch Guthrie Jr. here in a few minutes.
Then
Really
we'll
close.
know if, hopefully by then we'll be able to see if Mitch has been able to get the vehicle back on all fours.
Well, he's in a spot where he should be able to get out of there in two-wheel drive. He's pretty close. Mitch was right there. So once he got past that, two-wheel drive will get you up. You could probably bail out a different way and down towards Claw.
And you even mentioned that it looked like at least one of his fronts might have still been pulling.
It looked like his right front was. Good to see CJ moving. He's still in contention for a top 10.
All right, lots of traffic still out here in Redmond. Oh, this poor. Oh, it looks like the 810 of Garrett Toombs. He's just had a terrible time on that one section of trail. It looks like he may have just pulled over to the side, let a few people by, but look at the traffic up in there.
So actually, CJ is going to be diving into Full of Hate here in just a second. And Cody Miller and Cody Taylor are down at the bottom of Full of Hate, rolled over.
That's where we saw them rolled over.
So if we stay on CJ here, we might see what's going on.
I would hope by now they've been able to get it back over. It looked like they were just going to flop it downhill, like you said.
They were trying to lift it up.
Side. Yep. But you can just see the traffic lined up in outer limits. And this is why qualifying for this particular race is so important. You want to get a good lead out at the very beginning of the day, push hard, get through your desert section, or in this case, the little bit of rocks and desert section, and then get into those rock trails early so you don't get caught in that.
So I didn't see Mitch Guthrie Jr. at all in that. So,
and I think that was the turn that we saw him leaning over. So I think you're right. I think he has moved on from there, which is good.
Moved on. The question is whether he's still on course or whether he bailed out. So hopefully we'll see what's going on with CJ, Mitch, and Cody Miller right there in Clawhammer.
can see we got some co-dogs out here in outer limits. One's running ahead to just try to figure out alternate lines.
Yeah, it's a parking lot.
You know, we see that every year somewhere in one of these trails.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. You got, you know, these guys started 50 plus probably, and they're just not as experienced or have a mechanical or something. You end up with one guy broken and off to the side, and it changes everybody's lines.
Yeah, we talk about this every time we talk about King of the Hammers, about how important it is to get out in front, not just for that clean air, but look at the traffic in this section. And this, you know, if you're in there and you still want to push fast, you'll see some people take risks that they don't necessarily need to take. And that's when parts break, vehicles roll. This is obviously the popular line that everyone's trying to get down.
There is another line to the left. If you want a winch, you can get through there. I'm surprised nobody's taking it, but it is safer on the other side.
We're watching Toombs. It looks like he's trying to winch. It looks like he's fallen down into this hole.
But look at the rock they're on. That does not look like a big enough rock to winch to.
I don't know if I would have chosen that rock
it's
either.
just gonna
It
fall
looks
down
like
on
the course
top of you.
official maybe possibly helping him reset
He
that.
might be going, that's not a good rock, guys.
I think they've made the call that that's not a winchable rock at this point.
Again, this is a live look at outer limits. What a mess.
There are a lot of cars out there packed
Where you
up.
really, you got to get your co-dog out of the car, get them up the cars in front of you and help move. Like you were talking about earlier, you can get a couple guys to lift these things up and shove them over. So
yeah, I think at this point,
Get
it may
on
not
it.
look it, but I think that shot may be frozen.
It is. It looks more like a parking lot that way.
But I don't think it moved a lot between that. Oh, here's another shot. Here we go.
All right, live look at Wrecking Ball. This is right at the waterfall. That's Brandon Sims. He's not taking the bypass. He's actually trying to take the waterfall.
He's up in that waterfall section.
That's nuts.
That waterfall's over to the right, as you were saying, John, earlier. You saw a lot of people hit it, but he's rolling right up into doing some hardcore rock crawling stuff.
That's hardcore right there. It's really easy to get your rear tires bound up trying to come up that.
Oh, and we have cars stopped on course. Got this number 904.
Michael Park.
Michael Park, yep. Look like they're out walking around.
So that might be after Jack North and before her problem. It looks sandy, and there's a bunch of sand in that area, so.
Still have their helmets on, so it doesn't look like it's a major problem. Oh, and there you called it.
There you go. There's Brandon Sims.
That's definitely going to be a winch party right there.
Yeah. I've winched up that before, and it's kind of a little bit of a pucker. Your nose is way up in the air, although I was in a shorter wheelbase when I did it. I'm surprised he's not taking the bypass like we saw CJ do a little while ago in the same car.
Well, maybe there's something wrong. Maybe he's got a bad front end, or one of the tires is pulling. He knows he just doesn't have the power to get up.
Well,
if you don't nail that bypass line, it can get bad in a hurry.
And we saw CJ's front right tire go pretty high up in the air, so if you don't have all four tires pulling, I might take the safe route too. And you can't winch up the other side.
No, there's no anchor up there.
There's just loose rocks.
So there's a good chance that maybe they just decided to drive into that waterfall, pull that winch cable out. You can see that anchor there that's put there by our volunteers.
Well, they dropped it with a helicopter right there,
They dropped
didn't
it with
they?
a helicopter, yep. Great way to see the race if you ever wanted to come out. If you're not sure, if you want to come all the way to Johnson Valley, maybe you don't have friends who like to spend weeks in the desert and you just think this is cool, but none of them will come. Sign up as a volunteer here at King of the Hammers. Lots of jobs for everybody. Everyone out here in these orange vests, you see them as volunteers. It's a great way to see the race. You'll see it closer than anybody else. You can see a course worker right there talking to one of the racers.
And Garrett Toombs got moving. He was stuck over there. They were winching the wrong rock, and now he's moving. I don't know how
looks
he
like
did
he
that.
made his way around. That's very impressive.
Nice helicopter shot of coming up at Emerson, dry lake bed, and they're heading down into Aftershock in a moment. That bottom right. I think Helda pays down in that area, isn't it?
I believe you're right, yeah. But
That's-
we're watching. We're watching all this traffic in at Outer Limits. Look at all these cars stacked
I see
up.
Hubert Rowland right there.
Good old Hubert, America's favorite redneck. Got the coolest fire suit of anyone on the planet. Hubert's right down the road from me in Tennessee. Does a lot of work with the Pastrana crew and all that Nitro Circus shenanigans.
Jack North on our right side there.
That's 4972 Kyle Wickham at the front of that traffic jam up on Outer Limits.
It might be Brian Stone on Jack North.
Trying to see the number on that car for you.
I think it's 5012.
Then that would be Brian Stone, yes.
Coming down Jack North. Basically at the bottom of Jack North. They're panning out, and you can see there's a wash at the bottom.
Well, we're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley from the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, presented by Progressive Insurance. We'll be back shortly with more UTV racing here from Johnson Valley, California.
Thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problems with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And in the state frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
The Ford Bronco is back, and 4 Wheel Parts is your Bronco aftermarket headquarters. Whether it's a wheel and tire upgrade you need or an all-out overlanding build, 4WP's expert staff and lineup of in-stock products are ready to help you do your Bronco right. Build your Bronco at one of our 100 stores nationwide or shop online at 4WP.com/Bronco HQ. Whether you're conquering the toughest single-day race in the world or the toughest trail at the off-road park, you need a tire that can get you to the finish. You need the Atturo Trailblade Boss. Go online to Atturo.com to find your local authorized dealer and get the race-proven Trailblade Boss from Atturo. Atturo Tires. Go your own way.
Welcome back, everybody, to Johnson Valley, California for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. And it looks like we just had another car across the line.
Paul Wolf.
Wow. Paul Wolf coming into Hammertown. Once again, if you're just joining us, we've had 3 or 4 cars across the line. I can't honestly remember. But we will be holding off on official announcements until 4:30. We also have something pretty cool happening at 5, don't we, John?
Grudge Match.
Grudge.
First time ever.
Grudge. You got to say it like
Oh,
this.
I can't
Grudge
do that.
Match. Like that.
That's why you get the big bucks.
Yeah, you want to say Grudge Match at 5.
What
What is the Grudge Match?
So they're going to take the top 20 UTV finishers, give them an hour to wrench on their cars.
But only the driver
only
and co-dog.
driver and co-dog. Then line them up in reverse order, reverse finish order. I think they have to do 4 laps around the short course, or not the short course, the qualifying course, and winner gets 10 grand.
Another $10,000. So that's another one of the reasons why we're waiting off until 4:30 to make all of our final calls. So make sure you stay tuned until 4:30, where we'll be announcing the finishers. But we're going to jump back and rewatch something right now.
Could be RJ Anderson there. So this is Paul Wolf, I believe, coming into the...
Yeah, this is a replay. For those of you who don't have the premium, you missed this action. If you had the premium, you didn't miss it at all. You get to watch it again. But we thought we'd be nice and give it out to all of you. This is our next car across the line. This is Paul Wolf, another one of the UTVs that's going to line up on Saturday.
And 4th physical across the finish line.
4th physical car across the finish line. So make sure you're here until 4:30. Clear your schedule till 4:30 Pacific time, where we'll be announcing the winners. And then at 5 o'clock, buckle in, grab a beverage, turn up your computer, because then it's time for Grudge Match. See how I did that so easily?
Yeah. Again, you get the big bucks for that.
It's fun to say it like that, too. You should try it.
I got no talent.
As we jump out to Outer Limits, we saw this was literally a parking lot earlier, but it looks like we're moving along now. That is the 4908 Jeffrey Donda.
Come down Outer Limits.
Yeah, we saw a lot of traffic on this part of the course earlier, but it looks like it's started to clean up. Still a few cars up there, but...
Outer Limits has a couple spots. There's a really tough spot up the top here, and then you get a little bit of sand and a reprieve, and then you get more rocks and more tough stuff.
Yeah, you can see him trying to work through that squeeze right there.
2 co-dogs out of the car pushing.
Trying to not have to pull that winch line out. That's Justin Barth.
Actually, I think it's a driver and a co-dog from another car. Yeah, because the driver and co-dog are in that car.
There they go, maybe. Looks like they got a little bit going there.
There's Cody Miller. Oh, no, that's Hunter right there. That was a replay.
That's Hunter Miller coming in.
That was our 3rd physical car across the line.
So Hunter came in physically 3rd. Paul Wolf behind him, physically 4th. Once again, this race is on corrected time, and we have multiple classes out on course, so it's going to take a while for us to shake down all the winners. We're going to hold off on any announcements until 4:30 this afternoon, and then at 5 o'clock, they'll line up again for the Grudge Match.
People didn't know, but they should have had a drinking game for every time
They did
you
last
said
year, and
that.
I've been trying really hard not to say things. I said, no questions asked. Oh, I did it, John. I did it. Last year, I had a little phrase stuck in my head, and our good friend Jim Marsden texted me, and he's like, well, actually, he WhatsApped me because he's from Europe. He said, you've started the biggest drinking game in all of Europe right now. And then it just got stuck in my head, and I couldn't get it out. So I've been trying my best not to do it this week.
Yeah.
But we could replace that with Grudge Match.
But it's not a week-long term. It's just today.
Just today, yeah. So, all right, looks like they got that 417 car through that section. You know, that's a perfect example. Ricky and I were talking earlier about the different classes and what they're allowed to do and not allowed to do. Obviously, that UTV is not allowed to boat side their chassis in any way, so they were hung up on the rocker panels. They can add protection to the rockers, but when you get hung up on that rocker, you just unload all the suspension and you have no traction.
Ground clearance, name of the game.
Ground clearance is king. Looks like Adam's gonna make a pass here in the rocks. Exactly what we were just talking about. Look at that poor little UTV. It's all up, turtled up.
Yeah,
all
it's
forward.
turtled. His co-dog's gonna have to get out.
That's a winch time right there. There's no option.
You might be able to. We saw a couple of competitors just a few minutes ago rocking that car. A lot of times with these UTVs, you can get enough movement of that just to get one tire to get traction, and then boom, you're going.
Yeah, just get a little bit of bite on that tire, and I'll start to pull it. You just have to get a little bit off. Some of those rocks are just pointed up like almost like the middle of a teeter-totter, like a little triangle. They just unload your suspension, and you're out of luck.
Top of wrecking ball there. Michael Park getting ready to head down full of hate. Wow, that's an interesting view of Jack North.
That is a great shot of Jack North. You can see the helicopter landing pad out there.
Was that what that was?
That's exactly
I was trying
what that
to figure it out.
That was the drone landing pad.
Oh, I thought you meant helicopter. I'm like, why would they land
like a
there?
little helicopter. A drone helicopter. the big helicopters need bigger landing pads. I don't think you could land a helicopter.
I was trusting you.
That's Adam Canet. We just saw him moving up. That's as we watch another driver have bad luck in Outer Limits.
I think Outer Limits is the tip-over spot of 2022 UTV Hammers Championship.
Yeah, somebody should if this is the same course next year, somebody should sponsor that right there.
Well, Outer Limits has been part of the course for the last 4 or 5 years, I think, for UTVs.
Yep.
And 5 years ago, I would said we'll never go down Outer Limits or up Outer Limits because it's too hard. And now it's like,
now they're just driving up and down them. I could see it being called the you call it the Can-Am Squeeze or the Ford Bronco Rock. All right, everybody here in Hammertown, put on your ears. If you are driving a Kia KS LXS that's black in color with license number 8UHA902, you need to go move your car. It's blocking the generators, which powers everything, or it'll be moved for you. Not in a friendly way either.
Probably right over by the Warren booth. I think they could get some recovery gear on that and move it pretty quick.
I'd be meaner than that. I'd go get a telehandler and I'd put it right up on top of that Can-Am cargo container over there.
All right, we got some desert action here.
Yeah, I believe this is coming from our Method Race Wheels live helicopter. Maybe not. That looks like maybe a ground cam. Can't see who that is. Who is that, John? Come on.
That could be Mitch Guthrie?
I was going to say, is it Mitch? If it is, that's good news, because we thought, yes, it is Mitch, isn't it? We thought for sure there was something wrong in
That's got to be Mitch. Right?
I believe you are right. I believe it is Mitch.
Or no, it's Bryce Menzies.
Oh, it's Bryce.
He's playing tricks on me.
Oh, looks like we've got a possible tire change going on out here.
Michael Park.
I think we just watched him.
Yeah, we did.
Jinxed him.
No, sorry.
Put him on camera, jinxed him, got a flat. He's going to change it out here in the desert. Once again, remember, King of the Hammers, all classes, all races, no chase race. You head out in the desert, it's on you to get home.
Now that's Mitch Guthrie. Is that a 9?
That was Mitch Guthrie. That was a number 9.
They're playing with us. Pretty sure the other one was Bryce Menzies.
I think it was as well, yes. But that was just Mitch Guthrie on the big screen. Out in Jack North. I believe that's Brian Stone.
That looks like Spooners. Okay. Or is that coming down full of hate? We know that's Outer Limits.
Outer Limits has been jam-packed with action all day. We saw lots of traffic jams, lots of rollovers, a whole bunch of witching.
Whole bunch of tipping.
A whole bunch of tipping, whole bunch of flops. A couple dirt naps. That's AJ Zirkle. Oh, as we're watching somebody come back into Hammertown, let's take a quick look here. That is Travis Ollinger.
Wow. So this is a single seat Can-Am full custom build. So he's just finishing lap 1.
I believe that's end of his lap 1, yes.
We saw him out in the desert rolled over several hours ago.
Yeah.
So maybe he broke something, had a hard time, so.
But good to see him back up running again, and now he's back here in Hammertown finishing his first lap. As we're looking at AJ Zirkle out there in Outer Limits. Looks like they're bound up pretty good. Course official going over to check on them.
This goes to the importance of branding on the top of your roof, huh?
Or
you never
on the
know.
bottom of the car sometimes.
Is that CJ? CJ Greaves coming in?
It looks like it might be. It's hard to see in that shot, but
if that's CJ, I'm guessing he's coming across the desert before Resolution. Sure looks like 33.
yeah, I believe it is. Yep.
CJ Greaves, first year for Polaris. CJ's raced this several times, always qualifies well with his short course background.
Well, it'd be good to get him back in here and get him lined up with everyone else at 5 o'clock if he gets in that top 20 spot, which I think he's on pace to do. As we watch more and more traffic out here in Outer Limits, you see lots of co-drivers out, or possibly even competitors who've stopped their vehicle helping each other down this course.
Back to CJ. Not quite sure what happened to Cody Miller after his roll. We haven't seen him, so.
Well, you know what I can do for you? I can fire up the tracker.
Oh, look at you go. Is that RJ? I think that was RJ Anderson.
Oh, and that looks like That looks like Bailey Cole rolled over on his side out there. Yep, as a matter of fact, that was RJ Anderson. I just saw him click off on the ticker. So that would be our 5th car across the line.
RJ Anderson finished a rock race.
That's a big news. That's big
wow.
news, isn't it? Yes, it is.
He's a rock newbie. How did he do that?
All right, who were you looking for there, John? I can look.
Cody Miller.
All right.
We're looking at Bailey Cole right there on the screen on his side, and Jack North. I probably jinxed him. I said that was an easy trail going downhill. Apparently not. Again, that's Bailey Cole. He's running in the stock NA class. Honda Talon. Tough spot there to find something to winch to get him flop back over that way. As you can see on the left-hand side, there's really not much to grab.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a difficult one to get back over on his own.
Yeah, these co-dogs looking for something in front, and that's not the right direction.
And he definitely wants to get it back onto his tires and wheels. It looks like it's almost right in the middle of that section of the race course.
Right. It might be tough for any to get back past him. CJ Greaves in the bottom right, I believe.
I think you're right.
That dry lake bed in the background escapes me.
Yes, I show him on the tracker. That is him.
Back to Bailey Cole there. His co-dog's out. Looks like he might have found a rock to winch to. Winching 101 is you don't want to winch to a loose rock that's above you. And winching 102 is don't use your winch rope around a rock. Use a strap. That's Garrett Toombs down below, I believe. 810.
Yes, I believe that is Toombs. That's who we saw having difficulty in Outer Limits earlier. Was bound up. Garrett Toombs. That's who we saw bound up that bottom, trying to winch out to the far right. We were wondering what would happen, and it looks like he got out and kept moving. Looks like Bailey Cole's co-driver is going to get out. He's got a strap hooked up.
Oh, so he does have a strap. Good for him. A lot of work for co-dogs when you got a winch, because they've got to spool it out, get the strap around a rock, find a spot, and then they've got to run all the way back down and lock the winch again.
Yeah. And then keep an eye on everything, make sure it doesn't get bound up, doesn't come off the rock.
Good view of our finishers here in Hammertown.
You can see a very, very good placement of that winch line. He went on top of that tire, hoping that it would pull it back around. Pull the tire around just a little bit, but I think he's going to get it back over.
Yeah.
He's pushing as hard as he can as the winch comes in. And it looks like he's got it. I think as soon as Bailey lets that winch line back out, I think that'll settle back down.
He's got to slowly let it out and go forward to get it settled down, I think. Yeah, that's what he's doing.
they're just pulling their strap in.
He's at the bottom of Jack North. He's not really in Jack North.
No, I think he just maybe took a little bad bounce on that section, got a little offline and flopped it.
Yeah,
remember, he's running a stock class UTV, smaller tire.
That's at the bottom where you enter the wash, kind of.
Looks like he's got a little bit of traffic coming up behind him. I can't see who that is.
That could be Mitchell Alsop. If it's 106. So Mitchell is in the stock class, but for turbo. So these guys are in different stock classes. But I don't know for sure if that's Mitchell also.
Yeah, I can't see a number on him quite yet.
But if it is, he's got to get back on the course and make sure he doesn't bypass this. He had to get around Bailey, but not bypass the rock section, because there are some VCPs in there.
And we're looking right here in our backdoor bypass.
That's Mitch Guthrie Jr.
Yeah, he'll go up over the top of that hill. And drop back down on the desert floor where we've got our part of the qualifying course that they drive on.
And that is Mitchell Alsop trying to get back on course, and whoa!
Oh, good job.
Nice save.
Good job.
Coming down Jack North. Mitchell's in the stock turbo class. Mentioned this several times. There are several classes with winners in all the classes, as well as the overall winner, all combined together at the start based upon their qualifying time.
Yep, and we'll see all those winners up here at 4:30 when we make the official announcement for each class. They'll be given their giant check and some amazing trophies made by the guys over at Laser Nut. Cody Wagner and the crew at Laser Nut, huge supporters of everything Ultra 4.
And that's CJ Greaves just behind Mitch Guthrie Jr.
Yeah,
so
that's the exact same spot of the course that we just saw.
Just finished resolution, and he's about ready to bail up that sand hill and skip backdoor. Nobody's taking your advice to go down backdoor and get the hero reel.
I would highlight reel that like no tomorrow. Oh, looks like we've got a car coming into Hammertown.
Yeah, that's Mitch Guthrie Jr.
Yeah, that's who we just watched come over that sand hill. So he's going to come down here into the short course, go through the infamous turn 19.
And then we've got another car just coming up around the bypass too. That could be Cody Miller.
Yeah, we've been looking for him for a while. We weren't certain where he was on course.
That recovery, the little rollover, probably took him longer than we thought. Because right behind him, remember, was CJ and Mitch.
Yep. All right, we have another car coming into Hammertown.
Two-time King of the Hammers winner, Mitch Guthrie Jr.
That'll give us 6 cars across the line.
CJ Greaves almost ready to come back into Hammertown.
Yeah, he looks like he's going to come through, and then he'll be up through that Bronco arch, up through the short course, and then back into town. That should give us our 7th car across the line. Still lots of competitors out there on course doing battle with these rock trails.
Yeah, so what we're looking at right now, that's Daydream.
That was Michael Park in Daydream.
Brand new trail.
We just saw Brian Stone making his way through Clawhammer. As Mitch Guthrie comes across the line as the 7th vehicle to get back to Hammertown. Then we jump out into Clawhammer. We still see lots of action out there.
Another YXZ.
That one's out in Jack North. Once again, that's Michael Park down on your inset screen down in Clawhammer. This is a great shot of everyone making their way across Emerson.
So that hill right there 2 years ago is where Kyle Cheney rolled, and he and Scotty got the car back over and didn't have it in park. It rolled down the hill and ran him over.
Yeah, and that's where he broke his foot, didn't he?
Yeah, and got back in the car and he got second place.
Second place, yep. I remember that. That was a harrowing moment for sure.
Dang. It's very scary. Spooners in the bottom right.
And Emerson up in your main screen. Again, we've had 8 cars across the line. Kyle Cheney, Brock Hager, Hunter Miller, Paul Wolf, R.J. Anderson, Cody Martin, C.J. Greaves, and Mitch Guthrie.
And C.J. You mentioned C.J.
I said C.J. Greaves, yep.
And there was another one that was just coming out around back door that could have been Cody Miller. We haven't seen that,
Yeah, he hasn't
though.
popped up on my list yet, so I'll keep an eye out for him. But once again, remember, we're holding off announcing the finishers in all of these classes until 4:30. So make sure you tune back in here at 4:30, or just stay tuned until 4:30.
Got to be a lot of math going on to figure out that many classes,
Well,
and
there's
start times. And
Exactly. There's so many classes. They have to go in and check everything and then get them all set up. And then we're going to take our top 20 finishers, give them an hour to work on their car, and then we'll be lining them up in reverse finishing order for the first ever Grudge Match.
Guess if you're playing the Grudge Match game, now's your time to take a shot.
Time to have a shot, yeah. I like saying that, though. It's kind of fun.
All right.
Luis Leon Gonzalez is at number 277 at the front of that pack as they make their way up Hidden Valley into Spooners. You know, John, we've kind of been watching this all day. It's just, this has definitely been a race in the rocks.
A lot of stuff happened in the rocks.
All right, well, we're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley, California. We're watching the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. We'll be back shortly.
Of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 is available with 7.2 kilowatts of electrical power, in case you ever need your truck to power your kitchen.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Welcome back to Johnson Valley, California, the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. Looks like we're going to have a couple more cars coming back in from their day of racing out here in Johnson Valley. So far we have had 8 finishers come across the line, multiple classes racing today. I'm Ian Johnson. In the booth with me is John Crowley.
Awesome view of Aftershock right there. One of the drones out on the field.
Still lots of competitors out on course doing battle with these rock trails. We do not have 20 cars in yet. Remember, at 5 o'clock, it's top 20 finishers will be lined up for the Grudge Match. It's going to happen here in Johnson Valley as part of the short course and the qualifying course. That'll be exciting. I want to see someone make a pass on that qualifying course.
There will be passes for 10 grand.
I want to see someone launch the UTV off the big drop.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Wait, I'll say it again for you, John.
Geez.
Big drop.
I thought it was Grudge Match.
Dustin Robbins out of the car up in Jack North. And that's Joshua Smith in Her Problem.
How did the trail get called Her Problem?
Well, unless I'm mistaken, it's always been whoever runs it first gets to name it.
But how did it get called that?
I don't know. We'd have to find the first one. You know, there's lots of trails out here that you wonder, like Chocolate Thunder. One of my favorite trails here in Johnson Valley.
All right, well, if anybody knows, let us know.
John Colley up in the 4952.
Cool drone shot.
Lots of action out here on course today. Oh, we're back in outer limits with a little bit of a parking lot issue that we've seen this unfold all day long, except for with our race leaders.
So the interesting part I want to know is on Kyle Cheney is, number one, did he ever stop for fuel? And number two, did his co-dog Scotty Lawrence have to get out of the car ever? I'm going to say he didn't stop for fuel and Scotty never got out of the car.
Based on the time he laid down, I think your assumptions will probably be right.
That's pretty nuts, because this is legitimately the hardest course ever for UTVs, but they still finished at 12:30.
They did. They got back into town exactly when you said they would. You called it. You said 12:30 they're going to be back in here, and that's exactly when our leader crossed the line. And we'll probably get to ask Kyle that a little bit later. Once again, I said at 4:30 is when we're going to announce the winners. They'll come up here and pick up their trophies by laser nut.
Hubert Rowland making a pass there in Aftershock.
Looks like we got a couple cars coming up through the Bronco Arch.
Whoa, right on each other.
Yeah, I don't know if these
Look
are
at that.
finishers.
Trying to make a pass at the end, and they're going to do it.
Excellent job.
Nice.
He went once, and he did not stop for fuel.
All right, so we're getting some unofficial answers on Kyle Cheney. John, we just had one of his pit guys or one of his media guys jump in here and tell you exactly the answer to the question you wanted.
Did not stop for fuel. That's amazing. and they winched once. So
One time.
Unless it's magic, Scotty got out of the car for that.
Yeah, so one winch, no fuel stops. And apparently they almost ran out of fuel coming into town. So Scott just jumped in here to let us know that he was rocking the car back and forth to try to keep fuel moving to get it back into town.
Super risky. It paid off, but man, that was close. Back in Aftershock and also Jack North.
All right, well, John, it's been great hanging out here, watching this 2022 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. I'm going to take a quick break, hand the headset over to Scott Rain, who's been down talking to some of these finishers. He's probably got some good stories for you.
He was giving us a little intel on the finish with Kyle Cheney. So hopefully he's got some more stories from some of the drivers. Scott Rain putting on his mic, joining us here. I felt like I haven't spent enough time with you this week.
No, usually years past, it's been you and I to start the morning and work the way 2/3 of the way through the day, and you and I have been the UTV guys, but I've had a really good time just kind of walking around, being a fly on the wall, so to speak, down there in, we'll call it staging for the Podium. And there's a lot of media down there. There's a lot of guys. All the groups of drivers are talking and things like that. And you had touched on, you and Ian had touched on some of those things that I was hearing from the crews and the drivers down there in staging. But no, it's going to be a very interesting 4:30 when the guys start coming up onto the podium.
Well, they're supposed to get an hour to wrench on the car, and only the driver and co-dog can do that. That's going to be interesting.
I was really surprised. There's more than a few cars that were having fuel mileage issues.
But none of them drive the entire course on one tank. One.
I don't know if, I guess you could say entire course. You guys had touched on Kyle Cheney. And the funny thing about that is I kind of wanted to save this for the interview when he comes up on stage, but I think it's okay to talk about it now. When Kyle started the race, he didn't tell anybody, his crew, nobody, that's what he's going to do. He wasn't planning on stopping from the get-go.
Wow. Well, I saw one of his crew guys here when I was out on a break, and he was surprised that he didn't stop because they were ready to give him fuel.
Yeah. They were talking about doing it the first time into Hammertown, first lap, and Kyle obviously drove right on by. So where are we at on course here, John? Hey, John, while we got a moment, we got something pretty cool with the guys from BF Goodrich. They've got this on-trail app, and we're going to have somebody come in here in just a moment, kind of grab your cell phones and download this app, and hopefully we can get everybody where they can monitor what's going on. In fact, let me step aside real quick, John. This is our man here from BF Goodrich on Trail, and meanwhile, while you're talking, I'm going to see if I can do it on my cell phone.
What?
We're going to talk. He's going to talk us.
The connection right now depends on the cell phone. We're getting help from King of the Hammers. We have two spots where you see the two flags.
Well, hang on. Let me step aside here.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Let me repeat that.
Well, hold off for a second. Introduce yourself.
So, first of all, the app is for everybody here at King of the Hammers. Yeah, it's BF Goodrich On Trail app, and that app has included in it automatically when you download the app It has a full map of Hammertown, and it has a full racecourse map with each lap color coordinated and with places where the spectator areas are located and where important points of interest are for the track. We have a team here at those 2 feather flags next to the fire pit, where the red on-trail flags, and we'll help you with downloading the app and getting it going, and make sure you know how to use it.
So
and
is they could be sitting out there the rest of today and tomorrow and Saturday.
Yeah.
All right. We'll go this way. We'll let John have lunch. All right. So, if we can get the fans here to grab their cell phones right now. Now, first off, where do you find the app to download?
Well, we'll help you. We have a QR code that automatically takes you to the app.
Oh, okay.
But for those of you at home, you just go to the App Store, whether it's the Android App Store or the Apple App Store, and look at On Trail.
Okay, so I need to go...
Now, we throw a little something in there for you as well. Right now, for the free version of the app, you get a $60 rebate when you sign up with the app. And then during the Hammers, we got a little something extra thrown in by the Hammers. They're giving away a $1,200 VIP package for 2 for the 2023 King of the Hammers. And all you have to do is select the little button on the app to enter to play for a chance to win that.
Okay. So what's
Connection is
the name of the app I'm looking
On-Trail.
for?
Just do On Trail.
On Trail?
Yep.
So I search On Trail, hit search.
No, the connection's the problem.
Uh-oh. We're actually okay. It's what, KOH Premium?
Well, are you connected to those?
This one?
Yeah, I guess we give that one a try.
I don't know what the password is.
That's it. All right. Well,
that would help, huh?
We have people at the 2 flags that can help you log in.
You know what? Here's the deal. Grab your cell phones to get this app. Get all the help you need for the BF Goodrich On Trail. Go to those 2 red blade flags. And there's somebody there that'll talk you through the whole thing. Yep. I think it's a pretty good deal where you can monitor from right here, sit in front of the big screen, and just watch everything on your cell phone at the same time.
Yep. Thank you very much for the opportunity to let everybody know.
I'm still going to work on this, just so you know.
All right, and I'll help you as well.
Oops. Oh.
Sorry about that. We're doing a little juggling on the old microphone headsets here. So apparently her problem did get named. I'm probably going to get this wrong because it was several minutes ago. It was whispered in my ear. But a guy got...
I think I'm getting something here. I'm still working on this BF Goodrich app.
Okay, so the guy that went through it first, his girlfriend, wife, got out of the car. Apparently he got through it, and she didn't want to get back in the car and do the trail, and somehow it became her problem how she would get through it or whatever. I don't know. I can't remember when people are talking in my ear. Sorry. It's her problem, basically. I shouldn't have asked. Wrecking Ball and Bailey Cole. He got righted in Jack North and moving again. Again, he's the stock NA class. Honda Talon. So it looks like he's going to take the winch line up the waterfall instead of the bypass. Well, maybe he's backing up.
Yeah, it looks like he's backing up, man. And a little bit of a traffic jam starting to form right there in Wrecking Ball.
Interesting, he's taken the bypass. Again, he's in the stock NA class, so not as much power.
Okay, this is a new one from you. You gotta help me out. Is there actually rocks up there called Her Problem?
It's a rock trail. We just talked about it.
Well, I thought
keep up with this.
I
here.
literally, yeah, but I thought you literally meant it was a wife or girlfriend of a driver that was having a problem.
No, it was her problem to get back in the car. Bailey Cole made quick work of that. Wrecking Ball. That drone's coming right down Her Problem. Get a view of Idle Issues and Chocolate Thunder in the background.
Here we have a shot of Remote Pit 2 for the 4972 of Kyle Wickham. He's behind the wheel of a Pro Modified. Really, it seems like they're not that big of a hurry of what's going on. It's hard to tell what they're doing to the right rear. I see a Jack there. It's just so hard to tell. There's a big guy there in the orange t-shirt that kind of blocking a view of everything. Well, it looks like we're going to give John Crowley a little bit of a break, finish his lunch. We're going to come in here with our resident expert, our what I like to call Mr. Campbell of Ultra 4 Europe, Jim Marsden. I guess we're going to swap over here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Scott. That's a hell of an intro there. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What a race we've been having today. This Can-Am UTV race just gets better and better every single year. Can't believe how fast they are through these trials today, Scott. It's absolutely remarkable. And still we keep getting more and more fantastic action. Look at this shot here, hero stuff coming across the desert. And we're just looking back at the ticker, the results from earlier today. We saw Kyle Cheney crossing the line in first position. This is all unofficial, of course, at this point in time. Then in second place, we saw Brock Hager, but there might be an issue there. There could be some course infringements, so we'll get back to you as soon as we have more information. Then third across the line, it was Hunter Miller, followed by Paul Wolf and RJ Anderson.
We got to emphasize as well that as they cross the line, the finish line, it's not official. Anything is not official yet for another about 2 hours or so.
It's not official until it comes from race ops. It's that simple.
Race ops can say whatever they want. It's not official until it comes from Dave. We all know that.
Right, we're getting great images here from the bottom end of Aftershock.
So what is the coolest thing you've seen this afternoon, Jimmy?
Kyle Cheney. The way he flows through those
domination.
rocks is absolutely unbelievable. You watch the way he was pushing that car through. It looked like a 4400 class car, not like a UTV. The innovation, the way that they're preparing these vehicles and the way they're driving these vehicles is remarkable. I mean, we're talking about this off air. 5 years ago, if you were a manufacturer, you'd go and find a 4400 class driver, you'd put them into your product and you'd put them on the trails and they would win. That doesn't happen anymore. We now have a breed of specialist UTV athletes, and these guys are 100% committed, complete professionals, and they are dominating the sport.
Well, it's interesting. It wasn't that long ago that the Can-Ams did very, very well in this race, and Dave went, finger to forehead, and goes, you know what? Would you guys want to run in the 4400 race? And they all went, yeah, sure, why not? Well, they did pretty darn good. I want to say 3 finish in the top 10.
Three in
if
the
I
top
remember
10.
right, the
Yep.
first time they ever went against the 4400s.
Absolutely, and let's not forget that we actually had the first person off the line yesterday, who was Paul Wolf. His time stood for nearly 6 hours until it was finally beaten by Brian Cross and Jason Shearer.
The last
Get your head
two,
around that.
Last two cars, yeah. And also we got to talk about the race that's still coming on yet later on this afternoon.
Oh, great action here from Wrecking Ball. Just going to cut you off there, Scott. We've got someone on the left line there trying to get up the waterfall, and another vehicle making their way around on the top line. Now, Wrecking Ball, when you look at this top right-hand line here, it looks really easy. This is completely off camber with large, nasty rocks. It's very easy to roll here, so he's got to take great care.
Like I started to say, we do have a race coming up later on this afternoon. It's the Can-Am UTV Grudge Match.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to that.
That is going to be really interesting. And I should start by saying that Kyle Cheney is choosing not to run in that. As soon as we're done with everything here, that thing is going back to the pits, and he's starting to prep for Saturday, the 4400 race. But as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, once the top 20 cars have crossed the line, they can start working on, the top 20 can start working on their cars and prepping for this afternoon's race.
Yeah, so basically we're waiting for the top 20 to come in, and an hour before the start of the race, the co-driver and co-driver are then allowed to work on the car.
Okay.
No other outside assistance. They're not allowed to bring parts in. It's only with the vehicle.
But here's the cool part. Complete inversion. So if you won or finished second or the highest finisher, you're going to be starting last. The 20th place car is starting first. Side by side, rolling start on the short course.
Absolutely.
3 laps, I believe.
Yeah, it's going to be 4 laps.
10 grand to win, yeah.
But just check out these shots here of Bailey Cole in the UTV stock class, car number 13, just winching his way through now. We saw Bailey took a little bit of a tumble earlier, but he's a fighter, talented driver, and he's making it happen here in Wrecking Ball. And that's Josh Owen there in the top left, picking his way through Aftershock. And look at the clearance these vehicles have at the back. You'll see that the Aeon, or the wishbones at the back, they're all built in such a way as to gain maximum clearance through these rocks. And as these classes develop, you'll see that the vehicles are changing as well. So like the 4400 class, where we see so many different chassis types and we see so many different ways of doing similar things, the way we mount spare wheels, the way we mount suspension, etc. Every one of these vehicles is different.
Yeah, talking to CJ Greaves and his guys, they are extremely impressed with their brand new players. They won players, I want to say it was about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, and they are just shocked by the wheel travel and what they can do out there on course. And the fact that the suspension components that on their car is stock, factory.
Yep. None of those racing here this weekend. There's Turbo Rs, not Pro Rs here this weekend. But we did see Carl Hathaway stopped a moment ago on track, but was still following.
Is it 75?
375 there of Josh Owen as he makes his way through Aftershock.
How about that for a drone shot?
Yeah, I've got to say a massive shout out to our Hammer King production team. They're smashing it out the park. We're in the middle of a desert, let's not forget, and bringing you these images live from canyons where humans have no right to be.
Okay, as I understand it, it's 4 laps on the qualifying short course. So what we've been watching the last few days is in the qualifying action. That's the course that these 20 UTVs will be running later on in the Grudge Match.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, we're side by side with Josh Owen here as he makes his way through Aftershock. Now, these rocks are big. You know, this isn't small stuff here, and he's just making it look nice and simple. Great work there. Another car lining up here for Wrecking Ball. Now, when you come to Wrecking Ball, this waterfall in a 4400 class car, it looks massive. So God alone knows how it must feel for Carson Atkins here and he makes like he's going to make his way onto his right-hand line. As I said earlier, this right-hand line is not easy, and you can see him getting all out of shape there, trying to punch it to the top.
While Jim's up here monitoring the race action. If you take a look up here at the sound booth, you see this little RC car up here. Man, there's some really cool things about it. It's a limited edition KOH RC bomber chassis. There's only going to be 1,000 produced, and they're going to be serialized. Pre-order starting on the 3rd at horizonhobby.com. They're going to retail for right around, I would say, just a tick over $500. You just need to go add a battery and a charger, a metal drivetrain, which is hard to find in RC cars. Almost everything is plastic, unless you go aftermarket. Coilover oil-filled shocks. They're built and ready. All previous KOH winners are on the roof here, which is kind of cool. Starting all the way back in 2007 with J.R. Reynolds, and then going right up to the 2021 of Randy Slauson. In fact, this is Slauson's replica car right here in front of us. Any questions, go down to the Axial booth and ask away, because there's a couple down there on display as well. Very, very cool. So in fact, for all the fans back at home, you can check this out. Gotta get it all nice and spiffy. It's almost dusty like a race car too right now.
It is dusty like a race car, and I'm hoping that my young man at home does not see this, because I'll get that text message saying, "Dad, bring that home."
There's all the names of the former kings. How about that? That's almost worth the price of $500 right there. But the oil-filled shocks, solid axle in the front. I mean, there's even a GPS inside. I don't even know, a GPS screen. Just the detail of the inside is just phenomenal on this thing. It's so dang cool. But yeah, it's definitely worth going down to the Axial booth and talking to the guys down there and doing a pre-order.
It's great to see our vendors and manufacturers getting on board with all things King of the Hammers. He was the 722 of Carson Atkins there. He's making his way up through Wrecking Ball, breaking out the top now, and on to the next trials. These trials are never ending when you're in these vehicles. They just keep coming at you.
So Jim, I heard rumor that there's a possibility, and this is strictly rumor, that you might be behind the wheel in 2022. I'm sorry, 2023.
Are you expecting me to verify that?
Come on, man, get it out.
You never know. No, it's every racer's dream to race at Hammers, so I'm never going to deny it. I would love to be here racing again.
Well, haven't you done it once before?
574, the Carl Hathaway there, just parked up, so I hope they're both out the car. Hopefully they can get that fixed as we looked at the 40-46. And I try to avoid Scott's questions. As Christopher Branson makes his way down through Outer Limits. Now, Outer Limits, this is a trial that I first came across in 2013. I sat there and I went, so where are you supposed to go? So the fact that we're taking UTVs through there like this, and the speed we're taking them through, just blows my mind.
Have you ever had a chance to pre-run either behind the wheel or with somebody yet?
I raced here in 13 and 14.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Yeah.
So I knew I'd get the answer out of you sooner or later.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a big traffic jam up.
1, 2,
just
3,
dropping
4.
from Hidden Valley into Spooners.
5 cars, it looks like. 6 cars, 5.
Let's say Spooners and Outer Limits, they were the trials. They were the trials we used as stoppers for the 4400 class. They were that extra little bit of torture. So just imagine what it's like for these UTVs.
Well, how hard I'm going to come to you as a driver once again. I mean, I see pictures and videos of what you do back there in Europe or wherever it is you might be running, and it seems like it's always raining and always muddy. You guys are swimming more than you are racing down a trail. How do you go from that scenario coming to Hammers and rocks?
I'm very fortunate in Europe, very much like America. We have many different types of terrain. We have rocks, we have forests, we have swamps, we have deep mud, we have rivers and everything. And that's the beauty of off-road. Off-road gives you a little bit of everything. When you're racing on tarmac, it doesn't matter whether you're racing in Australia, Canada, America, or in Asia. It's still black stuff with corners. But when you race off-road, every bit of terrain is different. Every place you race is different, and that's the skill set for the driver. And that's why you'll see that it's very difficult for tarmac sports athletes to move over into off-road sports. It takes years to learn that skill of how to read line and how to read terrain.
Good answer.
It's the facts. And that's what we're saying earlier about the UTV drivers, how these athletes have developed into incredible drivers. And the days of just being able to take 4400 class drivers, dump them into a UTV and say, hey, go win that, they're done.
Well, it tells you something about this sport in particular, this form, this discipline, when you have so many drivers here this week that have come from other forms of motorsports and are partaking in this, whether it be handlebars and motocross or motorcycles or other forms of off-road.
Now we're watching Christopher Branton here, picking his way through outer limits. And you see his tyres, he's got these great big stickies on there. USD stickies, if you read the door. That's one of the things I love. People trying different technologies, you're trying different things. You'll see his co-driver there. Now they don't have radio communication. So you see he's got his helmet off, it's just hanging on his neck brace. But he can't actually talk to the driver. So he's having to use hands, gestures and gesticulations to try and get his way through. And we head back to the traffic jam and the cluster of fun that is Spooners.
So there's actually 7 cars if you go all the way to the upper, I'm sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 cars.
Yeah,
wow.
They're heavily camouflaged up on the left-hand side there. 10.
Jeez.
Just proves we can't count. I'm going to have to take my shoes off if they get any more. And we've got another car coming into town by the looks of this. Looking at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, here we go, coming through the Bronco Arch now. And I can't tell you what a feeling that'll be for the driver of that car. Just trying to see who that is. You see Hammertown, you see turn 19, you think, don't do a Herbst. You pick your way around there. And this is Brian Stone coming in right now. He's only got the Talladega bend to go. I believe he is on his second and final lap, but I will confirm. Yeah, and Brian Stone crosses the line there in 20th position. Now, you know what that means.
Yeah.
He's just snuck in and got himself in a race this evening in the Can-Am UTV Grudge Match. So it looks like we now have our top 20 unofficially. So we're just going to have to wait for that to be confirmed. But Brian Stone could have just bought himself a place in history.
Sitting on the pole.
Exactly that. Now, he's not allowed to touch that car. He's got to park it, sit down, grab a glass of water, and watch the rest of the action until we get started later on this afternoon.
You know, we got to really mention really fast some of the vendors that are around here. And yeah, we got a lot of action going on the course. We've got, we're pretty close to turning the top 20 finishers loose to start working on their cars, get ready for that grudge match that you were speaking of. But now's a great time to frequent some of these vendors that are out here. If you're hungry, you're thirsty, we've got all kinds of food vendors. We even got an ice cream wagon here, great soft serve ice cream. And some of the guys in particular, I guess Off the Grid is here with some great I guess you'd say outdoor type of apparel. They live the lifestyle. They love being out here at KOH. I want to say this is the 3rd year they've been here. So check them out. They're right across from the big, huge tent in the back, the Rugged Radios tent, PCI, King Shocks.
Just got to cut in there. Need to apologise. My computer has just updated. Oh, the joys of modern technology. And Brian Stone has actually crossed the line in 11th position. So apologies for that.
Oh, so we don't have 20 cars across the line yet?
No, we have 11 cars
okay.
across the line. But that's okay, because I've got magic people behind me helping me out.
You got
so
little voices in your ear.
Little voices in my ear. And it sounds like we got another finisher coming in. We think it could be Cody Miller.
He's had a tough afternoon. Very tough afternoon. I want to say he's been on his side twice, I think.
Indeed. So Cody Miller is our 12th finisher today. So great stuff. These Can-Ams just keep on delivering.
You know, we got all UTVs out on course, Jim, but there's multiple classes, different classes out there of UTVs. Maybe you could touch on some of the differences of what we got going on. I know we got UTV stock, naturally aspirated, stock NA, Pro Mod, stock turbo. Kind of talk us through the differences of all these different classes. I believe there's 4 of them.
Well, I'm just looking now at the number of finishes that we've got, and obviously it's very difficult to call them upper classes, better classes, different classes, but basically we've got 4 or 5 different classes racing today. So we've got UTV Pro Modified, we've got UTV Stock Turbo, we've got UTV Open, then we've got UTV Stock Normally Aspirated, and UTV Stock. So this all sounds massively confusing for people who are sitting at home. Let's just break this down real quick. UTV Pro Modified is pretty much everything goes within a UTV package, that is in wheelbase length and wheelbase width. Okay, stock UTV turbo, very kind of similar, but it's a turbo stock vehicle, obviously. I'll break down properly afterwards. UTV open, that is pretty much anything goes. Okay, we can go extra width, we can go extra wheelbase, okay, and we can increase our engine power as well. So this really is an open class that is designed almost for 4400 style racing.
Well, here's where I get confused. You got UTV stock, then UTV stock NA, naturally aspirated.
Exactly. Well, the normally aspirated class, so if you've got a UTV stock, it can still be turbo, but it has to fall into the stock configurations, i.e. body panels, size, shape, etc. The UTV stock normally aspirated means no superchargers, no turbochargers. It is just a normally aspirated engine.
So it can be a UTV stock, but still have a turbo.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Get into that one.
Have a good one, Ian. Enjoy the finish.
Okay, let's just have a quick look at some of the runners and riders who crossed the line this afternoon in UTV Pro Modified. So first across the line today was Carl Cheney. Second place was Brock Hager. Then third was Hunter Miller. In fourth was Paul Wolf. And fifth was Cody Martin.
Again, keep in mind this is all unofficial till approximately 4:30 or so. These are as they cross the line physically, not officially as far as adjusted time or anything along that line.
Exactly that. And then we've got in UTV Stock Turbo, RJ Anderson in first currently. In second, Joshua Smith. In third, Brian Cross. In fourth, Trey McKinley. And in fifth is James Cantrell. UTV Open, we've got CJ Greaves crossing the line first, followed by Mitch Guthrie. And then still out on course at the moment, we've got Bryce Menzies, Shannon Campbell, Sarah Price. So it's all to play for in that car still. UTV Stock, normally aspirated. Leading the way at the moment, it's Bailey Cole, followed by Jeremy McGrath, and then Jordan Pellegrino. And UTV Stock rolling out, or rounding it out. I'll come back to that one as soon as I've got some more data for you. But the important news today, the big news today, is first across the line was Carl Cheney. Absolutely unbelievable display. And another car is coming in to cross the line here at the 2022 Can-Am UTV King of the Hammers. I love being down on that finish line when these guys cross. They're so pumped, so happy to be here. And I believe this will be our 13th finisher.
Trying to see if we can pick up a number in a moment, see who it is.
Yeah, that's Michael Park, also in UTV Pro Modified. So a solid run there from Michael.
Just a reminder, everybody, join us for our daily cleanups at the Chocolate Thunder and backdoor spectator areas. Every morning, we've been doing this since last week. We'll be doing it all the way up to Saturday morning as well. But meet everybody at 8:30 at Backdoor or 9:30 at Chocolate Thunder. Please do your part to help us leave Johnson Valley better than when we found it. And that's been a huge issue this whole week, really promoting that idea. And believe it or not, it's been very, very popular because people are starting to get the idea, let's leave this area better than when we found it and when we got here.
Yep, bring it in, take it out, and don't be scared to take someone else's with you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as the action on the course continues, we're going to step aside real quick. We'll be right back after this. Once again, this is the Can-Am UTV Championship presented by Progressive Insurance.
The ARB air locker is a must-have for off-road drivers, including rock crawlers, overlanders, and racers. With over 100 applications, ARB air lockers gives your vehicle the traction you need to tackle virtually any challenge with the flip of a switch.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air Systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
a tradition of performance. For over 60 years, a brand synonymous with VWs. Known around the world for quality, speed, and innovation. Impy, the first in VW speed equipment.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
So King of the Hammers, it's the toughest one-day race in the world as far as I'm concerned.
When you need your winch, that's the only thing that matters. It's about getting to the finish line first. It doesn't matter how you do it.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. I'm Jim Marsden. Sitting next to me is Scott Wren, and it's been a fantastic day of action so far. Earlier on we saw Kyle Chain. He crossed the line unofficially in first position, and we've had a chain of vehicles coming in after him. In second place behind him was Brock Hager. In third was Hunter Miller. In fourth was Paul Wolf. In fifth was RJ Anderson. And still cars keep crossing the line as we cut back to the action at outer limits and look down across Emerson.
In
now,
fact,
Scott, oh, look at this, Scott.
Whoa.
I believe that's what we call a flat. It's a puncher where I come from, but that's a flat.
Just a moment ago, we were watching the 2377 of Luis Leon Gonzalez. And now we shifted gears. And now, wow, look at the drone action right here. Even when there's no action to be watched on the course, just following that drone around has been fun. The 4910, oh, buried, high-sided, tosses it in reverse and you try to clear it now.
Yeah, that's Carl Copps there. There we go, a little bit of a momentum. It fixes everything. So we're just finding out Carl here. He actually owns Badlands Park that Ultra 4 will be racing at later this year. So it's great to see one of our course owners here racing with us at King of the Hammers. And down in the bottom there, for all our friends working back in Europe, that is Bernd Schaffer. That is the Crazy Germans. Now, don't think I'm being rude. That is what they call themselves. And if you look on the side of their vehicle there, you'll see the German flag, and it proudly says Crazy Germans. Now, Bernd and his team, they race extensively across Europe with Ultra 4 Europe, and they're a lovely bunch of guys. They purchase this vehicle in America, they leave it in America just so they can come and do this race. That's what I call commitment.
That's called a lot of understanding and wives that'll work with you. Or the wives that want to get rid of their husbands for a couple of weeks.
Or may divorce be with you. But these guys, you have to remember, King of the Hammers is Mecca for so many people, not just here in America, but around the world. And 4906, I do wonder if he knows he has a flat tyre. That's Andrew Stratman there, with 3 wheels on his wagon, trying to pick his way through Aftershock, which is not an easy trail with 4 wheels on your wagon. Now I'm just having a quick look here. He's still got one in the rack, but I think the one in the rack is also flat. Yeah, it looks like it is, so this is going to be hard work here for Andrew. But that's the thing with these races. It's a no surrender race. You keep pushing right until the very end.
Now, is there a cutoff time for this afternoon or tonight?
See him?
No idea.
No, I didn't hear you.
No, I'm sorry. Is there a cutoff time?
Yes, I believe that the cutoff time for this race today is 4 p.m., but I will get that clarified by my little people in my ear. As we cut back to Jack North. Now, I was chatting to a lot of the guys about this track. Now, the interesting thing about the course this year is that the UTVs, Everyman Challenge, and 4400 are basically running the same course, but there's with little bits taken in and added in dependent on what class you are. And that's really cool. Do you know what's really cool about that is we get to be able to put comparative times on all of these classes when we compare that data later on.
Yeah,
I'm excited by that.
See the 49.79 right there.
Yeah, 49.79 there. That's Jeff Martin picking his way through. As we watch a fast flying 1948. With Joshua Smith there.
Now, I live in a fairly rural area outside of Oceanside, California, and a lot of friends are more into the livestock and the horses kind of lifestyle. But I know that they watch this kind of stuff because they know me and they know that I'm here doing this kind of thing. When I get home, I am just peppered with questions and how cool this was. The drone footage, the videos they're going to see in the next couple of weeks. What's it like for you when you get home? And obviously you live the lifestyle. Your company that you own is wrapped around this kind of thing as we're watching right now. I believe that's Brian Deegan.
Yeah, it does look like Brian Deegan there.
And Terry Madden is his co-driver, so it's nice to see him still out there under power. But what is it like when you get home and all your customers or friends are asking you how KOH was this year?
It's a non-stop barrage of social media. No, it's wonderful. Again, this is Mecca. This is the place that people want to be, and obviously, unfortunately, COVID has stopped so many people from traveling, but that's changing. Places are opening up, airports are opening up, and we're starting to be able to travel again. But look at the numbers of people we here have in Johnson Valley. I think we've got confirmed just under 100,000 people now. That's nearly twice the size it's ever been before. Incredible. Fantastic shots here of our helicopter. Just look at this. Could be banking shots for us later in the show. So we cut back to Hidden Valley and Spooners there. 49.79 with Jeff Martin picking his way through. And we've got to remember that these guys have been in the car now for nearly 6 hours. Well, over 6 hours. Now, it looks like Jeff might be stopped here, so I hope he hasn't got a problem.
Well, it sounds like we got some really cool footage from Scott Lesage having a great time out here in Hammertown. So let's take a quick look at Scott Lesage.
I'm Scott Lesage, driver of the 4932 Sage Alternatives car. It's been a long road. This car has raced in this series for a number of years, 4 years now, and it had some good luck, had some bad luck, and ended up third in the championship. And so we've been able to put ourselves in a position to be invited to Power Hour, and I feel so fortunate to be here, to be with some of these big names as just kind of a little guy. You know, I got a day job. I work on the car at night and on the weekend. It's just a fan, you know. I've been spectating for over 10 years. I graduated college and I got a job at Fox in Southern California, and I knew from when I was a kid, I was like, I'm gonna go that direction. I know it. I was just trying to figure out what class, this, that, and the other thing. So I bought this car years ago, and I've just kept putting more money into it. It's not the newest car. It's probably one of the oldest cars here. It's a 2014, and now it's supercharged. It's on 35s, and it's crowd heated powertrain, and it's a fully built motor, and like it's got everything I could possibly do to it. But it's still the original car I bought, you know, when I was like 22. We just love it. We love coming out here, you know, for fun or for competition. So for a racer, it also draws you in because you want to go beat challenge. Okay, I'm going to slow down, put it in the low, and be really technical to the inch in the waterfalls, and then let the car fall over and like put your door into that rock and it'll pivot around like, and then okay, put it in high and go 90 in the desert, and then slow down again and put it in low. Like, it's so fun. It's like a chess game mentally, right? How do you build a car to do all of that? So it's compromises, and it's an intellectual game that's fun, and that's what draws me in for sure. I just feel so fortunate to be out here to kind of, you know, be relevant, you know, in this series with all these factory teams and big support. So I mean, obviously my close friends that support me, the companies that have come on board, couldn't do it without any of them, and I just feel kind of lucky, you know, like just don't take no for an answer, just keep doing it, and then suddenly you're here.
Now, I love those pieces that they do for us. And Scott on the stage there telling us all about his story. Let's not forget, nobody just turns up at King of the Hammers. Everybody has a backstory. Everyone has you know, that story of how they've worked for 12 months to make sure they got a car they can come here and bring here and race. And it's absolutely awesome, you know. And you walk around the pits, you get to meet them. And the greatest thing about Ultra 4 is everyone wants to talk to you. Everyone wants to tell you that story.
Well, and I was just asking you off microphone, you know, sometimes there's fans here or friends here in the States that would love to see what your shop or your business is all about. You know, you've done a great job on Facebook in particular, like a week or two before you've gone to the Mint 400 or you've come here. You've done a quick 2-3 minute video of what you're going through, what you're preparing for, and how excited you are to come back to the States and be a part of the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. You know, and that's what's really neat. And you particular, I myself would love to see a tour of your shop back home.
Well, we might do that if it correlates with King of the Hammers, because that's what it's about today, Scott.
Oh, absolutely. But there's characters that help produce this event, whether they're back in the production truck, in the semi with all the monitors and TV screens and bringing you all the race action, the drone pilots, you being one of the announcers, everyone is all a part of this.
Indeed, mate. But that, most importantly, is Veronica Whitesell as she picks her way through. Now, the car's looking in good condition. Spare tyre looks in one piece. Looks like she might be carrying a... And we've got Chris Ray running in with her, and he's a very experienced co-driver, so doing a good job here. But look at the size of these rocks. Some of these rocks are half the size of this UTV. She's coming across traffic now. Looks like they might be high-centered. As our drones just dropping alongside.
Yeah, I was just admiring the skill of the pilot.
Now, when you're doing this kind of racing, it always used to be if the helicopter comes alongside. Now it's when the drones come alongside. You can see in the shadow.
The shadow, yeah.
So how long is it going to be until Uber Eats are dropping things out to these drivers?
You know, there was during a lot of the qualifying, we had multiple drones out there following the cars around the short course qualifying course. Lots of rollovers, lots of action where there's incidences, and you're on your side, and all of a sudden here comes a drone. It's hovering about 3 feet over your car, and you're laying on your side looking out the window net. There's a beautiful car at speed right there.
Look at that fantastic view here of that Can-Am. 35-inch tires. And look at the way the suspension just soaks up those whoops. So these cars have been out there now for over 6 hours. So those shock absorbers are working hard. And it looks like we're going to have an overtake here. Throw some dirt in his eye and on his way. And there's Veronica Whitesell once again. Still going nice and steady. Scott, you're going to make someone a great wife one day as he just cleans our screens and gets rid of the dust.
Is that a proposal?
It's most certainly not. Now, so that shot we saw earlier of that Can-Am out in the desert, that was Dustin Batlax-Jones making that pass. As we cut back again to the crazy Germans, 28-12, co-driver out the car, just picking lines, bringing him through. Now, I'm interested here because in Europe we use a lot of Bluetooth headsets. And I'm just looking at the co-driver here, and it looks like he might be. He looks like he's talking.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if he's got a Bluetooth headset so that he can talk to Burton. This isn't something that you guys use very much in the States, but it's something we use a lot.
Oh, he definitely is, unless he's sign language.
Yeah.
Because he's using his hands a lot to talk. But yeah, I think you're right.
He's just coming across the 23-17 there. No, 23-77 that is. There's Luis Leon Gonzalez. And it looks like he's in a world of pain. Helmets are off. Very negative attitude there, so let's hope they can get it fixed. This race just keeps on giving, Scott.
Oh, I'm just watching this right now.
Incredible.
Even if looks like it's a Can-Am that's running second on course right there on screen. Even if the Can-Am catches the lead car right now, there's no place to pass.
Over 120 vehicles left the line this morning, and oh so few have crossed it to finish. Now, we've had a question coming from social media asking, what is the cut-off time for the race today? I thought it was 4 o'clock this afternoon. I'm slightly mistaken. We're not actually running a dead cut-off time. So what we are going to be doing is you can start your last lap so long as you start it no later than 3:30. However, we will be encouraging people not to go out at 3:30 because obviously they wouldn't be getting back until gone 7 p.m. But they have that choice if they wish to do so. So in answer to your question, 3:30 is the final time you can go out onto your second lap. And it's not always about the winning. You come to Hammers for that total Hammers experience. You immerse yourself in the trails. You immerse yourselves in the friendships that are formed when you're racing out there. I think that was the 916 of Brian Tilson up in front there. That looks like that might be the 550s. I think my eyes are going, I need to see an optician. So Bernd Schaffer down at the bottom right hand there. He's got that sticky situation of being in outer limits with broken lap traffic. This won't be easy. So he'll probably have to borrow onto the broken car just to make his way by. Just push a wheel up onto that panel, just squeeze on through. These European guys, they're quite used to winching, so shouldn't be too much problems for them.
Yeah, the pictures and videos that I've seen of you guys in the UK, there's always mud involved, and there's always one guy that looks like he's been up to his neck in it, out there with the cable trying to find something to strap onto.
Particularly in Eastern Europe and making your way out through to Russia. They race a lot in very deep water and swamps.
Whoa, there we got a car on its side.
That's first car, 48 down there. That's Jason Weller. We just saw him working his way through Clawhammer, so that's terribly unfortunate. Let's hope that he can both get out and just push it back on its wheels. And that's one of the advantages of these wonderful vehicles, is they're around about that sort of ton mark, and it does mean that two of you can quite often push them back onto their wheels.
And I believe his wife Corey's co-driving with him, so now that he's actually laying on its side with the co-driver down, they had a kind of a joke going back and forth that she's getting really good at winching. Well, in this case it looks like Jason's doing it, but yeah, I believe it's the husband and wife team right there in that number 48 Can-Am.
Well, we'll see what they do in a minute, but in the top there it's Joshua Smith making his way down through Resolution. Now they come down Resolution. Normally you would turn right now to go down towards back door, but they're not going to do that. They're going to turn left, they're going to go over the top. It would be almost suicide for these little vehicles to drop down into back door today, but we might see either tomorrow or particularly in the 4400 class people trying to take on backdoor. It's really dug out, but we've got guys here who can fly it, and I'm expecting to see guns and glory, particularly on Saturday.
I'm just going to throw this out there one time only. I'm going to miss you guys on Saturday, kind of, a little bit. But my wife and I got tickets for the NASCAR race at the Coliseum, so her and I are going to be where it's warm, where it's sunny. We can look at palm trees, but we're going to be watching NASCAR at the Coliseum. But I'll definitely miss you guys out here.
Right, okay.
Okay, that's that one time.
So let's get this right. NASCAR is one corner with tarmac. How on earth can it be better than this?
Boy, are we getting some comments from the production truck in our ears right now. Sorry, guys.
So here we go. Right, this is, before I get removed from the booth, this is Bailey Cole in car 13, stock UTV, making his way over the top here. Now, Bailey's been having a fantastic day. He's had his ups and his downs, quite literally. We've seen him on his side, we've seen him winching, but what we're now seeing him is heading towards Hammertown.
But the good thing is, the best thing is, he's been taking mental notes, probably physical notes as well. The fact that he could be able to use it come Saturday.
Absolutely. I don't think Bailey's going to be racing in the main race this Saturday. He's going to be racing tomorrow in his stock Bronco.
Right. You're correct. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I've got you covered. And here's Bailey Cole coming up now through the Bronco arch. So good to see. I've been racing with this young man for so many years. He's so talented. Actually, I've got a feeling that might be... I want to say that might actually be Joshua Smith, actually. Bailey is going to be coming into town in a minute, but that's not him. We get eyeballs down, but I think that might be Joshua Smith in the 1948.
Boy, look at the shadows out there. I told you we're getting later in the day when the shadows are longer than you are tall. So that's another thing.
And that is 1948 now coming in across the line. So that is Joshua Smith. So a fantastic run there from Joshua, and this is Bailey Cole. Making his way up towards the Bronco Arch, car number 13. This is a Honda Talon UTV. So different manufacturer. Bailey's been working with Honda now for a couple of years, and it's great to see these new manufacturers bringing these new parcels, these new vehicles into this racing.
For a kid that's so young, he's been racing a long time. Bailey Cole.
Oh, he's got an old head on young shoulders, that's for sure. I remember seeing this young man in an old Toyota 4Runner out there hitting the trails, out there until crazy hours of dark, but look at him now. Now, I've got a feeling, I'm going to call this unofficially, we shall see, but I think he might be the first of our UTV stocks, but I will have a look into that. Yeah, stock UTV, stock NA, as Bailey Cole crosses the line.
Oh, how about that? There's Dave right there celebrating. You saw him pump his fists in the air, arms up in the air, happy to see his kid in Hammertown, ducking into the driver's compartment, giving him a big old hug. That is so cool to see a father-son relationship like that.
Yeah, it looks like Bailey Cole is unofficially our first place in UTV stock, normally aspirated. Fantastic drive there from the young man. There will be some beverages drunk tonight.
Yeah, I remember Bailey when he was racing before he had facial hair.
I'm not sure he has any now. Okay, here we are back in outer limits. And it's those crazy Germans again. Yeah, it's worth remembering that Bailey's going to be in the mix for this top 20 this evening, and he's going to be right in amongst it. He's going to have that smaller, normally aspirated engine, and all around him he's going to have guys with big turbo machines. That's going to be one awful. That's going to be a hell of a race.
Well, when you're
but
starting,
he'll be able to bring that experience to pass, particularly on those rock drops and things like that.
Well, it's a rolling start,
and it's dark.
2x2. There's no 30-second gap between rows. They're all starting at the same time, rolling start, side by side. So there's going to be the live, at that moment, opportunities to pass, I don't know where it's going to be. So I think he's sitting in a pretty good spot, like you said, what, 2/3 of the way up towards the front.
The thing is with short course racing on rocks, you never really know what's going to happen until it happens. Oh,
I think that
I was
crazy.
hoping to see the crazy Germans winching then.
He's going to be sleeping tonight, man. He's.
Yeah, the crazy Germans aren't young guys, but what they are is guys with incredible enthusiasm, which is why they make the pilgrimage out to King of the Hammers every year. It's a beautiful day here in Hammertown. The sun is shining, the skies are blue.
Oh,
we've got the perfect wind.
What a difference in 24 hours.
Yeah, we can look out across to Chocolate Thunder from here. Can literally see hundreds of cars out there. People out there spectating. In front of the booth here, we've still got hundreds of fans.
Just to remind everybody once again, this is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. And what's really, you brought that up, the Chocolate Thunder, you can actually see the cars with your naked eye from this far away. And I don't know, I think it was the first year I ever came out here. The production truck sent me out there with a cameraman and a microphone to call Chocolate Thunder. And they had a Jumbotron out there at Chocolate Thunder. Hey, check out the Jumbotron. Hey, everybody, look at yourselves up on screen. Let the people know at home. Maybe they should be here as well. You guys having a great time. Come on, everybody, get those hands up in the air.
Give them a big wave around the world. We got people in 30, 40 countries around the world watching you guys right now.
And I want to bring this up to all the fans back at home. Wherever you are watching us from, please check in. Let us know where you're watching from. Maybe take a picture, hashtag it, and you know, we might be able to call you out. So let us know what you think of what's going on in this afternoon's race action. For all the fans at home, please check in. Let us know where you're watching us from.
Yeah, we're watching Brian Tilton there coming through Wrecking Ball. And still, Bernd Schaffer is still winching. Oh, he's going to get some grief from his friends at home.
Oh, do you see the frustration?
Now Brian Tilton here, just
in the
changing his line.
Yeah.
Look at the drop-off. Can you see this here in Wrecking Ball? And he's just changing his line so he can go through the bottom. Take that lower line. If you go in off the top, you're going to drop in, pivot on that left-hand side wheel and spin it onto its roof. If you see him go past here, you'll see the height of that drop.
Now you can, yeah. There was no depth perception a moment ago. Now you can see it, definitely.
It's just a bottomless cliff. Now for the 4400 class cars, and also for the EMC cars tomorrow, no problem. Longer wheelbase, a little bit wider, they'll just suicide off of that drop. But for these UTVs, you've got to pick your lines.
This is what's crazy right here. You see how he's struggling through there, but then just to the left, you see a recovery vehicle. We can't tell, but how did that recovery vehicle get there?
Hero status. That's what that is, hero status. And I've got to say a massive thank you to the 280 volunteers that we have working with us this weekend, just so we can go racing. And if you want to be a volunteer next year, speak to Ops, get in trouble with our Volunteer Operations Centre, sign yourself up and come out for the best time of your life. You will get to see King of the Hammers like no other person. So Brian Tilton there still making his way up through the top of Wrecking Ball. He's done all the hard work, he just needs to cross the top of the hill and then drop into those next trails.
Tell you where our crazy Germans and his co-driver go. Kind of disappeared there for a second.
Yeah, no, they're working hard in there, but they're doing good. The thing is, when you're in this situation, you mustn't push your luck. You mustn't take chances or do anything stupid. You've still got an incredibly long way to go. They've got to keep all four wheels on that car and get it to the end. Now, on Bernd's 4400 class car, he would actually have one of the bigger European-style winches, which will have air-operated free spools, twin motors, and speeds of up to 3 meters a second. So this is probably rather painful for them at the moment.
You do realize that about 75% of what you just said is not American.
I know. In
I
fact,
had no idea half of what he said right there.
In fact, it's worth watching tomorrow, and I sincerely hope that neither of them have to winch tomorrow. But Brian Crofts and Levi Shirley are running twin motor winches on their rigs tomorrow on the Saturday race, and if they have to winch, you will see a difference.
Are they giggle pin winches?
Yes, they are, but I don't need to use that word. But thank you very much. So come on, Bern, let's see you come through here. Oh, look at this. Jack North here. We've got action here. We've got 3 cars piling up.
Scenes of what's going on all week long in Hammertown.
Over the final jump, crossing the line. Hopefully I'll get a number on that one in a moment.
Bouncing back up to Aftershock as we're trying to find information on our latest finisher. Let's go back to Aftershock.
Yeah, so we're waiting for the latest finisher to come up on our screens. Let's just cut back and look at our top 5 unofficially. In first position is Carl Cheney. In second it's Brock Hager. In third it's Hunter Miller. Fourth it's Paul Wolf. And in fifth it's RJ Anderson.
Jim, we're getting some pretty fun questions on social media. This one is aimed at you. What exactly is a meter?
A meter? It's a little bit more than a yard. Oh, no, it's a little bit less than a yard.
Okay, what's a yard?
A little bit more than a meter.
Well, I'm glad you didn't say
that's the
it's...
A10 there of Garrett Toombs. And it looks like he might be having a fairly good day. Oh, just trying to look at the back there. It looks like he might have some ropes or rigging hanging off the back. That could be telling us a story. And it looks like he has a good tyre on the back. The sand ladders are still there. People ask, why do these guys carry sand ladders? Why have they got these bridging ladders with them? These vehicles only have anything up to a 35-inch tyre. And because of that, sometimes they need, particularly in these situations we see now, as we cut back to those crazy Germans in the outer limits, they can use those bridging ladders to forge over holes, etc., to help them get through.
Wow,
now,
the 23,
I'm a bit worried.
He hasn't moved in probably, the last 30 minutes maybe?
No, Luis Gonzalez there does look like he's very broken. Now, I'm concerned there by Bernd Schaffer. This is not something we would do normally in Europe. We've just seen him put his winch cable into the cab. So I'm wondering if he might have a winch problem. Maybe burn out a motor, solenoid gone down, something of that type. Normally we wouldn't want a winch cable inside the car in case the winch starts to run, and then that can get caught up in things, particularly in feet and hands, and that would be very dangerous. So that's not normal good practice. Oh, now that looks like that might be Brian Deegan there, we see.
Well, It definitely looks like Brian Deegan, the Monster Energy Can-Am. Is that Terry outside the car?
If it looks like Superman, it's
looks like
Terry.
he just threw the winch cable inside as well.
Yeah, that is Terry Madden there. You can see the Fox. It looks like he's asking somebody to tow him backwards. Terry has raced with absolutely everyone in every single different discipline here at King of the Hammers.
Yeah, he spent quite a bit of time inside the booth here last night. We were just talking about the Can-Am. It was through Can-Am that him and Brian Deegan were able to get teamed up, and it was kind of hard to calm him down. You know, Terry's pretty level-headed, but he was so geeked out about these Can-Ams. He must have said it 4 times. He is so impressed with the Can-Am machinery.
Yeah, in the bottom corner there we see Garrett Toombs still making his way up through Aftershock. And look at this for teamwork. We have another vehicle there. It looks like they're going to recover Brian Deegan. How's that for something on your resume? What were you doing yesterday? Well, I was racing at King of the Hammers and I was helping out Brian Deegan. You know, just an average day.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot. Everybody back in the production truck wants to know about your company and where did you come up with the name Giggle Pit?
And Scott, I'll keep saying to you today, we're here for King of the Hammers. We'll have a beer tonight and we'll talk about it.
No. We brought it up on air. You can't answer it, you know, around the campfire tonight.
Well, I'm looking at the action down here as Garrett Toombs makes his way down through Aftershock.
Yeah, there's some guys out there that are ready to bust you, Jim, because they're catching you the fact that you're not answering the question.
It's not about me, it's about the racing.
But it's for the fans at home. They're the ones that want to know what came up via social media.
I'm watching Brian Deegan, who's a bit of my hero of mine, and I'm watching Terry Madden, who's definitely a hero of mine. I tell you what, Scott, if I come back racing next year, I'll tell you the story. How's that sound?
By that time, well, check out this. Interesting vehicle parading around the fire pit here at Hammertown.
Yeah, that's a Speed Energy, so it's something to do with Robbie Gordon for sure.
That's Robbie Gordon's Gordini.
It is a Gordini. Is it the Gordini that raced? Can't be. Can it?
Yeah. There ain't too many vehicles that look like that in this world.
No, there isn't. That's a very special car if it is, but that's what happens here at Hammers. We get special cars. Okay, right.
Getting back now to her problem is we've got multiple vehicles once again in the camera shot.
Look at this. This is racing at its best.
Look at the size of those boulders, the sharp edges. That just is unbelievable.
Her problem is one of my favorite trials. It is absolutely epic. You get there, you see the size of the rocks, and you really do think to yourself, where do I go? And just to see these UTVs making their way through is epic stuff. It's wonderful to see. Good driving here. This is what I basically describe as a controlled car crash as they make their way down.
Well, we almost saw one right there in the 143.
Yeah, 143, that's Tyler Remereed.
Going back now up to Aftershock.
This drone in Aftershock's been working hard this afternoon, keeps bringing us wonderful images. And down and out of limits, they keep fighting hard. It's the 810 of Garrett Toombs there. Now I'm guessing he's just sorting things out, cleaning the visors as the sun gets a little bit lower in the sky. Starts to pick his way through these huge rocks. What happens is we get later in the race, the sand that's in the base of these rocks gets dug away and makes it even more difficult. There's Black in Claw Hammer, we see Brian Deegan. I'm wondering if he's dealing with the breakage here, just doing the best he can. Okay, here, coming into Hammertown. Oh, big hit in a rock there. Over 100 miles of racing, and he picks right the moment before Hammertown to hit the rock. But he won't mind that. He's coming in. Turn 19 and Talladega to go. Just saw another finisher come across the line there, and we're just waiting for confirmation to who it might be. And number 6 is Philip Poe, who's just crossed the line, so congratulations to him.
Right now on that upper left-hand screen, you see the 1,000. I believe that is Tim Moynihan.
So Philip Poe also in UTV Pro Modified, so a nice solid run from him there.
And back to Outer Limits as we still have that parking lot. That 2377 is still hung up on the right side of the screen there, wedged in.
Yeah, it's always so difficult when your vehicle's broken in that manner. You want to try and get it out of the way.
There's that Luis Gonzalez in that 2377. Well, one car was able to get through there.
Yes, we
Your
saw
German
Bernd
buddies.
Schaffer, yeah, Bernd Schaffer came through. And this is Jeff Martin, who's now making his way down there. As I said before, this is one of the all-time classic trials, is Outer Limits. It's one of the trials that used to be feared by the 4400 class. And here we go, putting UTVs through it. Doesn't get crazier than that, does it?
Don't forget, we've got the Can-Am UTV Grudge Match coming up later on this afternoon. Time is ticking as the boys are preparing for it right now. Yeah, I'm guessing that it's Tim Moynihan. Kind of got the name cut off a little bit. We caught it.
Yeah, looks like there, Tim Moynihan making his way up from Hidden Valley towards Spooners. Bottom corner, co-driver out of the car, just walking him through. Now I was chatting to Scotty, who's co-driver for Carl Cheney, who was the first car across the line today, and he was talking about navigation. It's a massive part. These guys have GPSs with the course preset onto the navigation system, but he said it's still really tough out there because there's so many tracks and trails interjoining. He said you have to be really on your A game to be able to make sure that you make those right turns. He said they were slowing down on the junctions, being certain of the navigation before hitting off onto the next trail.
I mean, if it was immediate response as far as reading that GPS, it's one thing, but it's like a 2 or 3 second delay, and you could be well off the course in the wrong direction before it is able to correct itself, and that was part of the problem. You can see in the upper left-hand corner, Terry Madden is standing right out front, and I believe that is Deegan that's trying to get around the stop vehicle that's right there as well.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to make the pass here, but I think Brian's nursing a problem. This isn't the normal Brian Deegan that we would see. As in the bottom of our corner there, it's the 143 in Chocolate Thunder. And that was Tyler Remereed.
There's Terry. He's got the orange. Well, you can see Terry's helping everybody right there. That's him and screen pulling out the cable.
Terry loves this. He lives for King of the Hammers. He lives for the action and the drama.
Is there a winch cable on any 4400 car he has not touched?
I do wonder, between him and Wayland Campbell,
yeah.
Certainly not. It's the 143 of Tyler Remereed there, we can see. And also in shot is the 4372.
Looks like we have another Can-Am in the hero shot. Lower right-hand corner.
Yeah, that's the 4972 there, Carl Wickham. One of the two Wickham brothers. And they're racing tomorrow and also on Saturday. That's a whole lot of racing.
So Jim, how many cars have we had cross the line so far today?
That's a very good
question. Are we anywhere
Scott.
near 20?
It looks like we have we've had 18 finishes so far. Here
Looks like we have another one coming in the infield. In fact, I'm going to step aside real quick and bring in Ben Napier, who's been here all week long. We got two guys with crazy accents at the same time. This is going to be for a great show. Enjoy,
what
everybody.
What could possibly go wrong? Thank you very much, Scott Wren. While Scott steps out, we're going to head off to a short commercial break, and they'll be straight back for more action here at the 2022 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, presented by Progressive Insurance. See you in a bit.
Thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problems with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And in the State Frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
The Ford Bronco is back, and 4 Wheel Parts is your Bronco aftermarket headquarters. Whether it's a wheel and tire upgrade you need or an all-out overlanding build, 4WP's expert staff and lineup of in-stock products are ready to help you do your Bronco right. Build your Bronco at one of our 100 stores nationwide or shop online at 4WP.com/Bronco HQ.
And welcome back to the 2022 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. It's a beautiful day here in Hammertown. The sun is shining, the skies are blue. We've got wind and we've got an incredible race going on right now. Now joining me in the booth is the one, the only Antipodean, Mr. Ben Napier. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Jim. It's been a phenomenal day. I'm doing great, Jim. It's been a phenomenal day. We've had some great racing out there. I've enjoyed every bit of it. The guys and girls on the course have just given everything, pushed these little vehicles through these obstacles that a couple of years ago we never even thought that they could do it. Look at this on screen right now.
Oh, it's amazing.
Coming down
stuff,
outer
isn't
limits in these 33 and 35 inch tyres and making it work. It's just been great to see, and a phenomenal day of racing here.
It is, and let's not forget all the hosts that you see here. Every single one of them are going to be sitting out the back watching this live, just as you are now.
Yeah, there's something going on there. We can see another vehicle up ahead as well. Someone's
And
a
I
little
can
bit
see a
confused.
fence line there, so something's going on. I would suggest...
There is a vehicle in that rock canyon there, but all the vehicles are tracked here. So they're still trying to help this vehicle that's stranded on Chocolate Thunder. I believe they've been having a bit of fun trying to get it to stay on its wheels. Maybe it's just done for the day. It doesn't want to be a Polaris anymore.
Doesn't want to be a Polaris.
It just prefers to put its legs in the air and just sleep there for the night, maybe. But our recovery crews will get it sorted and get it back on its wheels, and hopefully the guys can keep going on.
Okay, here we go. Over she goes, and over she goes.
Oh no. Tough day for those guys, and it just keeps going on.
Nobody wants to see that.
This is Hubert, still out there running, everyone's favourite redneck from Nitro Circus.
Superb.
He told me during qualifying that he just loves coming to this race. He loves hanging out with the people out here, and he's just racing for a finish and to have fun. And you know, he still takes it seriously. There's a lot of preparation involved. Oh, can he make this work? Turn right, drive out of it.
He's not going to be your friend when he sees you at the fire pit tonight, Ben.
Luckily, he might be in a position that with two of them, they might be able to flick that over reasonably easily. It was a real soft roll over there. It just went a bit of a lay down. But cars, drivers, teams, they're all pretty tired right now. They've been out there racing for several hours. Jim, we might have our 20th finisher here.
Oh, look at this.
This
Who's
could
this?
be the
This is
pole
car
position for the
06.
grudge match.
Oh, that's 106. Right, that's not... I'm going to have to go make confirmation. I think this is Michael Alsop here. Yeah, I think this is I06, which is where the confusion comes from. Yeah, I'm fairly certain this is Michael Alsop crossing the line now. Due to be...
our 20th
possibly our
unofficial
20th unofficial finisher. Just waiting for the computer to update.
Now, Jim, as we watch another car come down the sandwash from backdoor, we didn't see any of the UTVs drop backdoor today. Now, Dave Cole gave the drivers and teams a bit of a choice here. The original course was going to go right round Resolution and backdoor over the Baldwin jump. And the teams wanted a little bit more rocks to bring it in, and they wanted the option to be able to go down backdoor. And there's a bit of a strategic decision on whether you go up that sandwash and around.
I've got some news here for you, Ben. I'm just going to cut in. Our 20th finisher is Mitchell Alsop. So we do have a top 20. But let's not forget, this is all unofficial at the moment. I know that there is some vehicles that are under investigation, and we will come back to you as soon as we have some news. But officially, we have 20 finishers here at the 2022 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, presented by Progressive Insurance. Now that's a mouthful.
It is. And 20 finishes, who would have thought? When this event first started, I believe we only had 3 or 4 finishes in the first race. And it's gone to an event where the teams take so much effort in their preparation, in their vehicle design, in the pre-running, that we're now getting a really strong field of a lot of professional racers and a lot of home-built racers that take this very seriously and do very well. And make some of these rocks look easy in these little vehicles.
Well, let's talk about that. You said about making rocks look easy. Carl Cheney, 4 hours, 26 minutes. And then our 20th position finisher has just crossed the line in 6 hours, 58 minutes. That just gives you an idea. And in fact, just looking here on adjusted time, Jason Weller, who we've just seen across the line, is actually ahead of Mitchell Alsop, and it looks like Jeremy McGrath has also just crossed the line as well. So just like buses, they've all turned up at once. But again, this is all unofficial at the moment, and so until we've had this verified by race ops, we can only just give you what we can see here.
Absolutely, Jim. And this is the oh wow, look at that. That is
the definition of high-centered.
Side-by-side on a side-by-side sized rock, and he isn't going anywhere. Trying to pull himself backwards.
What we call in the trade, planted.
I don't know if you're in that race car, you probably call it a lot worse than that, but we can't broadcast that.
And that is 146, which is Carl Smith. Oh, look at that, he's managed to give himself... Now, I think what's happened here is he's come up over the top and been blindsided. Can't see because of the sun, and just driven straight up on top of it.
Yeah, well, the trick out at the Hammers here is there's a lot of these crests where you're just completely unsighted, and then add in this afternoon sun, and it just becomes very difficult. And he's just ploughed into that rock. Maybe it wasn't there when he was pre-running. It's been moved by another car at some stage.
And that's Chip McLaughlin passing his way through. Firm crowd favourite there. Races with Sandy Williams and the crew. He's just picking his way through. He's another one who's also going to be racing on the 4400 class on Saturday as we cut back to Chocolate Thunder and Outer Limits.
And we're still trying to get that car passed on Outer Limits as Hubert's still trying to get through.
That's your
Jack
friend
North,
down there.
And he's getting passed by another competitor as well.
Now, there are some bypass lines on these trails, but the guys have got to be really careful because in the bottom of these rock trails are what we call VCPs. A VCP is a virtual digital checkpoint. You have to pass by it to make sure that you actually register that you've been on course. And what's happening here is this car we see now, which is the 838, he's picking his way past, so that's AJ Zirkle. He's picking his way past, he's dropping back into that trail so he can make sure he hits those VCPs. If he carries on down the bypass, he'll miss the VCPs and he'll get a DQ or a DNF, which will basically mean his race is done.
And this makes it still be king of the Hammers. You know, this was not a high-speed desert race. This was a rock racing event with some really fast sections in between the rocks. And if we skip the rocks, is it really the type of racing that you guys have come to see? So it's great to see the organisers here keep the competitors honest and keep them in the rocks. As these cars turn into rocket ships, you know, do they work as well in the rocks? Well, we're forcing them to find out.
Absolutely.
And that's great.
And that's the beauty of modern technology. And Dave Cole and his team, they embrace that technology, they bring it to the lake bed and they make it and they put it to work. So thank you guys, keep it up. Right, we haven't done it for a little while, so let's just do a quick run through our top 10. Now, this is unofficial, of course, and as they cross the line. So in first position is the man, the legend that is Carl Cheney with a massive 4 hours, 26 seconds. In second place, it was Brock Hager. In third, it was Hunter Miller. In fourth, it was Paul Wolf. Then in fifth, it was RJ Anderson. Sixth, Cody Martin. Seventh, CJ Grease. Eighth, it was Mitch Guthrie. Then Brandon Sims in ninth, and Phil Blurton rounding out the top 10. Give you an idea of the difference between the top 10 starters and finishers. Carl Cheney came over in 4 hours 26 minutes. Phil Blurton came across the line in 5 hours 37. So an hour separating our top 10 runners.
And while we celebrate our top 10, we've still got a race going on out here. These guys are still racing for position. They're still racing for a finish.
Let's not forget, we've only just had 20 people finish. That means we've still got 100 cars out on track.
It's a phenomenal number of entries in this event today, and it's going to take a while to get them all back in. But these guys are still pushing. They want their finish. They want every single position. As a racer, no matter how late in the day you're still out there, every position you give up hurts, and you want to fight for that. So they're going to keep pushing themselves. They're going to keep pushing their equipment. As we see a bit of work being done on the back of this vehicle.
That's Robert Mohan there. It looks like they're just putting on a new spare wheel. Our camera's getting a nice tidy shot right in the zone. Not sure how the mechanics will feel about that, but got to say a massive thank you once again to our camera crew working out in these remote locations. So they are literally miles from anywhere.
This is where, Jim, it's really good to have a great crew, because the driver's up the back there working on something, but the rest of his crew are checking things over. They're checking the steering, checking the brakes.
Let's talk about these guys quickly. These guys are our course volunteers. They're out there as our drone does a flip. These guys are out there making sure that our races are safe on course. So thank you very much to our race volunteers. We love you, and keep coming back, please.
This event couldn't go without them, and we've got close to 300 out here.
It's incredible,
and it's
isn't it?
amazing that they're all giving up their time to help these racers go out and race.
Yes, if you want the best seat in the house and you want to be a little part of the thing, of that great big picture that is King of the Hammers, get in touch with our volunteer organisation and get yourself out here next year. You'll have the best time ever.
We're watching Brian
916
Tilton.
of Brian Tilton.
So he's from Northern California. He used to race Ultra 4. He's been around the circuit for quite a long time. And he's pushing his stock turbo vehicle out there. We're going back to the fun at Chocolate Thunder, Jim, and they're still trying to clear that yellow caged vehicle from the top there. They've got it back on the all four wheels again, which is a good start.
Which is a good start. You can see we've still got course workers on course there. They'll just be moving out of the way. Looks like that's Chip McLaughlin there. Chip McLaughlin, the 40 cuts car on Maxxis tyres.
And in between them, we've got Cody Willenberg.
Now you can see the rocks on the right hand side. Normally at this point here on Chocolate Thunder, you can switch out to the right hand side, cut around the backs of these rocks and then disappear. But as Ben was saying earlier, this changes all the time. These rocks are moving and this is public land. So after the race is over and before the race, there's guys up there wheeling, having fun, and they're moving these rocks about with their rigs constantly.
Yeah, well, that rock over the far right where we can see the couple of guys in vests, that used to be that pivot rock that as you went round it, it would get your B-pillar and just crunch it if you weren't just high enough. And, you know, it has put marks on many a vehicle, that rock.
Yeah, it destroyed my A-pillar in 2013.
Well, then you were way too low.
Way too close. A lack of talent was clearly shown.
Okay, we've got some waving hands and people are trying to get things going here. And this is where, if you're sitting down the bottom, if you're Chip McLaughlin, if you're smart and thinking about this, you get your co-driver out, you know you're going to be here for a while, and you say, go up and help them. Because getting them off the course helps you guys get to the finish faster. So you don't just sit there and run your horn, because they've obviously got some issues and they need some help. So be a buddy and get them off the track, because then you can go.
Yep. It always pays to help people out. Get their junk moving on the track so that you can get moving yourself. And look at this view down here across the back of Emerson.
These are the guys that we saw earlier winching for a very long time in outer limits, I believe.
Well, I'm not sure. Is that Bernd Schaffer? It could well be. If it is, it's our friends, the Crazy Germans.
And they are at the top of resolution, I believe. We'll turn around. We should see Hammertown in the distance.
Yeah, I'm really not sure I want to call that. So I'm not sure who they are.
No,
but,
we might
just
be up
look at this incredible
Jack North,
footage.
I think. They still have a fair way to come in, Jim. They've got a fair bit of...
Oh, your friend down the bottom here is moving again.
He's got himself going. Everyone's favourite redneck. The number 615.
Well, let's face it, a sprinkling of redneck makes every party go a little bit better. Oh dear, we've got a real traffic jam now. And check the guy out sitting down on the rock in the background. He's got that, guys, sort this out, look, written all over him.
Yeah, and These guys over on the left, I think, are working out whether they can come down the right-hand side of the course.
Yep.
Is there a new line? And, you know, if you're smart, you start looking for different options. You know, you can't stay there all night, so they've got to work out how to get through here.
Yep.
The 2377 just looks like it gets in an even worse position every time we go to it. Not a good spot to be. That is a really tricky part of outer limits. It's really dug out.
Yeah, Luis Gonzalez there, he's had a real bad day at the office and looks like he's all out of ideas. The thing is, it's really easy for us. We're sitting here going, oh, why doesn't he just do this or why doesn't he do that? But we really don't know what his situation is. Could have a blown transmission, could have a blown shaft. As we watch the Let's Roll vehicle there, make his way through. Now, is that Andrew?
And some of these cars, Jim, they have very small winches on them. And if you have a vehicle that has significant mechanical failures and is a trail plug like that one and wedged up against something, those little 3,000 or 4,000 pound winches can really struggle to pull a vehicle through.
That was AJ Zirkle we saw a minute ago, but that is your friend's Mr. Rowlands working his way through there. So we look at the 711 of Ray Johnson. What I really enjoy about the UTV class is that these cars now, although you buy a stock vehicle, they really are starting to evolve. You see the frames and the differences, the way they mount the spare tyres, the way they mount the racks, everything changes and is different.
They're getting really racy, aren't they? I was looking at one of the Can-Ams that came in the top 3, and it has a full-on hydraulic steering pump and a racing rack off maybe like a Class 10 buggy. They're really stepping it up, especially some of these higher up classes that are allowed to modify a few more things, and really cool to see what they're doing in these vehicles.
Yeah, the evolution of the UTV is quite incredible. I still smile every time I see her problem. What a trial this is. It is just immense in every single way. The name's brilliant, the trial's brilliant. And it is literal car crash suicide as you make your way down through it.
Yes, but these little side-by-sides are very nimble through the rocks, and they seem to just hold their lines, whereas the bigger cars would sort of slide sideways and fall in the holes.
There's one
He's
big
going to have a bit of trouble here, though, because that's a pretty big wall to climb, and he hasn't got much room to back up.
Doesn't seem to have a front locker working either for some reason. But there's one truth in all off-road racing, and that is gravity sucks.
Absolutely. So Jim, since I finished Ultra 4 racing over here and in Australia, I've been playing with these side-by-sides, and I've had a couple of them over the last couple of years and been putting them through some rock trails in Australia. And man, we've had some fun. They are really fun vehicles that you can go buy from a dealership, put a few $1,000 or several $1,000s or a lot of $1,000 worth of parts up to you, and go have some fun. They really are that fun, and to be able to just go out and buy these and just take them out on the trails and wheel with your heroes is just phenomenal.
Yeah. 20 years ago, 25 years ago, you used to be able to go down the shop, you'd buy yourself a Jeep, a Nissan Patrol, a Land Rover or whatever, and take that wheeling, and you could put some bolts on stuff and go kind of racing with it. That mark is...
Hey, it's Miles, the voice of Ultra 4 Racing, and we have something special here, and we want you to be a part of it. The Ultra 4 subscription is only $35 a year. Premium will go picture-in-picture during commercial. You can also rewatch last year's King of the Hammers or any regional race in its entirety. We have some driver feature videos, car walkarounds in case you missed it. You can do some of the video trail walks and all that stuff. But during King of the Hammers itself, we'll have some special dedicated cameras. We'll have some helicopter footage, some FPV drone, a little extra in the pits. We'll have all sorts of dedicated camera angles from behind the scenes with the premium, including the drone, but we have some good pilots, and it ain't me.
Second two vehicles are, but the brilliance of racing these side-by-sides is just so much fun.
Yeah. And it's the Wickham brothers there, 4972.
Believe they're racing several classes.
Yeah,
this
Jade
week.
and Carl, they're going to be racing in the Everyman Challenge tomorrow, and they're also going to be racing in 4400 on Saturday.
And so do you know who is driving in which event? Because I believe they swap side to side.
Now, I'm not sure. I can give you the driver of record, but it doesn't actually mean to... Oh, look at this. 838 here. He's right up on the sidewall. That's AJ Zirkle, and I think he's up in Chocolate Thunder. Yes, he is.
Yeah, I can still see the Badlands car up the top there and Chip's in front of him. So we're still trying to clear a couple of cars out of Chocolate Thunder. Those guys don't have a huge amount further to go. A couple more rock trails down into the remote pit, back through the desert, up to Resolution, and we'll see them back in town in an hour and a half maybe.
If everything pans out. But this is off-road racing, and it doesn't always pan out.
Shadow's really starting to set in over at Clawhammer. There's that huge rock that we saw someone marooned on before. It's got a fair few scrape marks on it.
Yeah, that's a horror one for those 4400 cars, because as they come up over the top there, they're coming up at great speed, and you clip that, that's a tyre gone.
And that competitor we saw earlier was probably pretty lucky that he took it straight under the front diff, because whilst it would have brought him to a really sudden stop, it didn't rip the whole side of his vehicle off.
No, they're well up there. If you're going to attack a UTV, that's the best place to attack it for sure.
Well, I would prefer to go around it, Jim.
I just think you're getting soft in your old age, Ben. Attack, that's what I say. Watching another car here up on Jack North. This really is a very famous trail. And the loose sand, it just saps the power out of your vehicle.
Especially with how dry it is this week. I haven't seen the Hammers this dry in a while. It's I've been told they had some rain quite recently, but it doesn't show out there with the number of vehicles that have just turned some of these trails to almost talcum powder. And we're seeing a lot of rock start showing through where the dust just disappears, and we're going to start seeing some real tyre carnage later in the week.
This is Brian Deegan and this is Terry Madden. Brian giving us the thumbs up there.
They've had a tough day, but they're still at it, aren't they?
And they're smiling.
Absolutely. It's great to see Brian out here racing with us.
Brian, of course, usually used to being at the front of things and winning. Oh, got some nice action here. 4.916 there, picking a really funky line through outer limits.
Yes, they've looked at that right-hand side I was talking about and thrown their car down there. Let's see if it comes out of there. From memory, there's quite a big hole down there.
It's
I
huge.
think I've driven up it in a bomber. It's a very big hole in a side-by-side.
And still our friend was sitting in the box in the background with that look on him that said, really?
He just wants a beer delivery. Maybe some of our drone guys can help him out. He might have called it. Looking down the ridge, back across the lake bed, all the different vehicles throwing up dust down there. It is an amazing place out here. Somewhat like the moon sort of scape, but just so desolate. And then it just comes alive this week as 100,000 people just come and make it home, and we have this amazing event out here. Oh, here he goes. He's pushing through.
Oh, that's going to be a hell of a line if he can make it.
This is really testing the ball joints in the front of that Polaris.
It is. Now, I have to be honest, if this was me, I'd have the winch on there, trying to control the situation, make it a bit easier for the vehicle, because he's putting a lot of pressure on that front tyre.
That front right tyre has just wedged itself in there, completely solid.
Okay, guys, as the action here continues, people on premium package can continue to see the action here at Outer Limits. But for the rest of us, we're going to cut out to a commercial break here from the 2022 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, presented by Progressive Insurance, and we'll be back with you very soon. But don't forget, if you're on premium package, you can still carry on watching the action. See you in a bit.
years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Denied.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian. Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Business in the front, business in the back. The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 with new available interior and tailgate work surfaces.
And welcome back to Johnson Valley, California. We are here for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. It's a beautiful day for racing. The skies are blue, the sun is out, we've got some wind, and we've already seen some incredible action here today. Joining me in the booth is Ben Napier. Ben, talk to us about what's going on.
Mate, we just saw a new line driven in outer limits. Rich Birch put that 49.16 down the right-hand side of the race course through that massive rock. We watched during the commercial him winch himself the rest of the way through, and we also saw the other side-by-side that was stuck on top of the other competitor winch himself through. So now we've got two lines going, and we've had a rollover on Clawhammer.
Yeah, that's the number 143. That's Tyler Remereed. What a shame for Tyler. He's been doing really well. Now, we spoke about it earlier. One of the beautiful things about these vehicles is that they do weigh less than a ton. So if they both get out, they stand a chance of being able to recover it. You can't do that with a 4400 car.
I feel, Jim, that one's probably a little bit too far gone unless you've got Thor riding along with you. It was fully down on that sidewall. These things, if they're just a bit over, you can sometimes hoik them back, but once they go that far over, it's a fair bit of lifting.
Now we're looking at the 570. Now it looks like they're setting up a set of jump leads here. So is it possible that Luis Gonzalez in the 2377 that he's just got a flat battery?
Well, I wonder if he's just winched so much with the car off, or even with the car on. Remember, these Polarises, and they don't have an alternator standard. They've got a stator motorcycle style charger. So if you do a lot of winching and you don't have, say, a dual battery set up or something else, it's quite easy to run that car flat.
It is indeed.
Run the battery dead, and then you can't get it to start.
No, in Europe, for the winch UTVs, we actually fit extra batteries.
And a lot of the competitors here do, and they think about that. And some of the competitors fit alternators and all kinds of other things to their UTVs to help with that. And some of these modern UTVs, even disregarding the winching, they have so many electronics on it that they need a bigger charger.
Okay, now we've just seen the lights come on Luis Gonzalez's car. So is this going to work? Fingers crossed. Our favourite man who used to sit on rocks has moved, so perhaps there's going to be some action as we look back and look at how many cars are plugged up further up the trail.
Yeah, they're piled up there. No one else is trying to drive this line down the right-hand side. They're all just happy to wait. I would be jumping in and getting someone to spot me down that side and keep going.
I'd be looking up on that left-hand line there. It's an absolute suicide, but I'd rather be committing suicide than sitting there doing nothing.
I think I'd be lying on the rock watching you, Jim, on that one. That looks like a serious line there. Not even Jesse Haynes would probably try that one. That's
let's not forget
right,
you get 250 pounds in the TV moment for that. And we can see now our crowd down in Hammertown. Say hello, Hammertown, to the world. You are on TV.
These guys have the best seat in the house.
They come out here every year and support us, and we love them for it. Over 40 different nations watching us here racing this weekend.
I think these guys are still trying to work out if they can drop off that ledge. The problem with the line like that is once you go down there, there is no coming back up. You've got to own it the whole way through.
You have, and that's the 570 car of Daniel Waller, who's actually seemingly trying to bump start Luis Gonzalez's Polaris. Now, when we're out on that racetrack, we want to help everyone we can. The deserts and the rocks are who we're fighting. We're not fighting each other at this point. We're just trying to make sure we can get those cars through trails like this.
The 4916 of Rich Birch looks like he's gotten down most of the rocks and outer limits. From this point further down, it's more like a sand wash with a couple of big gotcha rocks to get around. So he'll be making his way out the bottom. Still has a long way to go. Across the high-speed lake bed and all the rest of the rock trails.
Yeah, and that's the 810 there at Garrett Toombs. Oh, it looks like the plug's been removed in Chocolate Thunder. And it's all systems go once again.
Yes, we've got quite a crowd of cars coming up there.
That's the 4908 there, Jeff D. Donda.
Just didn't quite have enough to get up there.
If at first you don't succeed, try again.
And just look how big this town is.
And there's our production trailer. Okay, a little bit earlier today we saw Kyle Cheney crossing the line in a very impressive 4 hours and 26 seconds. In second across the line was Brock Hager, third across the line Hunter Miller, fourth was Paul Wolf, fifth RJ Anderson, sixth Cody Martin, seventh CJ Greaves, eighth was Mitch Guthrie. Then ninth we have Brandon Sims, followed by Phil Blurton rounding out our top 10. But we still have nearly 100 vehicles out there on course, so it's still all to play for as we watch this race coming to its climax. And Rich Birch there taking a great line round the back in the 4916. And he makes the pass there on Garrett Toombs.
He made it look easy, didn't he? Couple more boulders here, squeeze through this one. Get your line right. Again, gravity is his friend there, but you just want to make sure you land on all fours.
Yeah, it looks like, just watching Garrett here. Now, I'm not sure if he's got a problem or not. It looks like his auto locker's not working in the front.
Yes, he's had a long day out there and just trying to get it going again.
Yeah, running those Maxxis tyres.
Most of these side-by-sides running an electric operated locker. A lot of our Ultra 4 competitors running more of an air style operated locker. What a chase we got on there.
Battling through the dust. Now, when they get this close, and I mean they do want to get close, they can press the button in their car, which sends a signal to the car in front that says, "Hey dude, pull over." Now, the trouble with that is that some of these guys in front, they do what we call jackrabbiting. That means they stand on the throttle and they try and check out. The reality is, you've already been caught, just pull to the side and let that faster guy go.
And that's where, as a driver, when you're chasing someone down,
Here we go.
There we go. He's given
perfect example of
him
it.
the spot.
Great sportsmanship there.
When you're using this push to pass technology, you want to get right up behind the next guy, get as close in, and only use the push to pass just like you'd use a horn or a siren. Because if you use it when you're 500 yards back, the guy might pull over, see no one, pull back on, and then won't let you pass.
Exactly.
So the guys are still going to push right up to the back of that next car and then go toot toot and press the button and let them know that you're there. And if they jackrabbit, then they go tap tap.
You also have to have good mirrors as well. The reason being is sometimes the courses actually run very close to each other. So the course is running north and the course is running south. They come very close, and sometimes you can get a mixed signal across there. So it's important that you've got good rear view mirrors or rear view cameras so you can actually check out who's behind you and what's going on.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Jim, but at this stage of the race, if I'd been out here this long, I probably wouldn't have a mirror left on my car. I would have smashed it on all the rocks and camera would be covered in dust, or I would have reversed into something. So you're sort of relying on your co-driver to keep an eye out, using the corners, keeping an eye out for dust, and just trying to keep a general awareness of your surroundings.
Okay, we just saw this guy pull over here, so just going to see if anybody gets out the car. They got a transmission problem or a flat tire, although it looks like all their tires are up.
And we've got another competitor coming to make the pass while this car is stalled.
Well, I sincerely hope he hasn't put it. Well, the technology that we're talking about, the push to pass, only works at around about 500 to 600 feet. So I don't think that that's what's going on here. I think there's probably a problem.
No, I think he's pulled a fairway off the course there, and look, they're getting out now to have a look at whatever's happening.
And the helmets are already off, so that's not a good sign. Well, looks like the 4908 of Jeffrey Donda, who we saw coming down through that other trail earlier. So good to see him moving on strong. Let's not forget that later today we have the Can-Am UTV Grudge Match. Winner takes all, 10,000 glory pot. I can't wait for this. What's going to happen? Let's run through this again. The top 20 finishers from today's race will be going head to head for a winner takes all $10,000.
That's going to be great, Jim. And then following that up at 7 o'clock, we have our Speed Sport broadcast. I don't know if you caught it last night. I tuned in. It was a great show. Gave us some highlights of some previous day racing. I'm sure they'll have some great coverage from today's events, and we'll be able to get excited for the Everyman Challenge tomorrow as well. Lots of big names they interviewed, and it was a really cool show.
Yeah, it's Tyler Remereed there. We saw him laying down on his side earlier, so good to see him back on his wheels and rolling.
As another vehicle enters Jack North. And we've still got the 2377 stuck down there. And Ricky Johnson has just stuck his head up here and asked whether they could put the subtitles on for Jim and I.
Looking forward to working with RJ tomorrow and on Saturday.
Yes, we've got some great coverage still to come.
Oh, look at this. It looks like Luis Gonzalez is back in his car. He's got a winch on, and it looks like he's got some power there. Oh, this is great news. Fingers crossed for these guys. Looks like they're trying to winch him backwards. That's Daniel Waller behind him in the 570.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're trying to winch him or just make him sick.
Yeah, I've got a horrible feeling though that they've still got the front winch attached. They might need to disconnect that.
They might have just been trying to lift the whole vehicle up so they could stack some more rocks under it. get it out of that hole. That front end looks really stuck in there. Maybe they're just trying to get some height, do some rock stacking. Look, they've let it back down again. So that's probably what they were doing. They were probably using one of your winch style things where you run a front and rear winch and do something funky with the car. And I've seen you going across gorges and things on zip lines and all kinds of cool stuff.
Yeah, we'd have been gone by now, Ben. Right, now, the other thing to remember, that these vehicles don't have particularly powerful steering. It's not like the 4400 class cars or the EMC cars that we're seeing 4500 and 4800 tomorrow that have hydraulic or assisted steering. These vehicles have a mechanical steering, but with a hydraulic electric pump to help them. So once they get locked into these rocks, it's incredibly difficult for them to turn those wheels.
Absolutely. And
is that the Wickhams there we see? $49.72, that is Carl Wickham. Now, we've just had some news about them, haven't we?
Yeah, Jim, we actually said that was the brothers racing out there. But if you see them kissing, don't be concerned, because Kyle is actually riding with his wife.
Now, there's marriage guidance required after this, I'm expecting. Yeah, that's great to see. We keep saying it's a family affair, so it's great to see Kyle and Kaylee out there having fun. As we cut back to Luis Gonzalez. And it's all hands on deck here.
As we see the Wickhams again, up and running strongly.
And this is further up in outer limits. See lots of co-drivers with helmets off.
We still have a fair number of competitors making their way down outer limits. We've got one car facing the wrong way. These guys still have a long day ahead. This is where we've got the cars stuck, just below the 570 that's just come onto screen.
And that's that famous centre rock there.
These guys
look at the size of it.
These guys look like they're going to run that sideline, Jim, that we saw Rich Birch run. So maybe we'll see another competitor push through there, this time a Can-Am X3.
The Can-Am X3 really has been the success story of recent years, hasn't it?
It really has set the pace. We saw Polaris do really well at this event for a while. And Can-Am had a few years where they struggled to get some strong finishes, and the last few years they have just dominated.
Totally.
And phenomenal run from them.
But that drives innovation. We're seeing Polaris now putting together new machines. We haven't got any of those new ones here this year.
I believe we actually had a couple running in some of the more stock style classes with some of the newer suspension designs. I think Sarah Price ran one. So there are a couple of the newer ones out there, but I think they're very early in their racing development. We saw a couple on Saturday in our Toyo Tires Desert Challenge, but they haven't had the time to really develop a race program yet, but it will be cool to see them come out.
What I find really impressive is that they're constantly looking at new technology, like the live valve systems from Fox.
Absolutely.
And they started to bring this into UTVs. This is stuff that we would consider to be really high-end, and here they are putting it into UTVs that you can buy out of a showroom for less than $40,000.
It is amazing, isn't it? And that live valve technology, I've got that in my side-by-side at home, and it really does make a huge difference. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, we're going to hear a lot more about that on Saturday when we see Lauren Healy's car, which really is the Starship Enterprise of the 4400 class. It's running live valve that's connected to the not only to the shocks, but also to the engine ECU and to the brakes via sensors.
That integration is like nothing else we've seen in Ultra 4, and it's really cool to see him pushing the limits there. And I know he's done a lot of work with the Ford engineers as well, and gets a lot of support from them, as well as the Fox engineers, and a couple other people in his program have done a lot of work there, and it's really cool to see coming into our sport.
Two things that really drive innovation. One of those is war, the other one is racing, and it's just so good to see.
We're getting a bit of a tour of your favourite trail, Jim, Her Problem. And if Dave Cole's ever short on racetrack, you can see there's still many more places we can go at this place. There's so much rock out there. Shadows are really starting to set in there now. We've found the car 96. They've got the co-driver out, trying to spot themselves up this little hill here. That is Kyle Anderson. He's in one of our UTV stock NAs.
Yeah, looks like he's got a problem there, possibly a flat. Or maybe high-centered. It's hard to tell as the shadows lengthen and the sun starts to go down here in Johnson Valley. And here we are back in outer limits. Looks like we've got some vehicles moving again, but it does look like 519 is actually going the wrong way up course. So perhaps they're broken.
I wonder if he's just decided to call it, and rather than drop down that bottom bit and just cluster it for everyone else, he's turned around.
Yeah,
getting out of
I'd suggest
there.
he has a broken front differential because he's digging hard with the rear but not moving at the front.
Yeah. Tough day for those guys.
Yeah, the front differentials can be a frailty on these small vehicles.
Still have a couple of cars stuck down there. They're looking for some alternate lines there still. Looks like they've got past that pinch rock. They've moved the 2377 down just a little bit more.
Yeah, I think Daniel Waller, he's been trying to help now Luis Gonzalez for quite a considerable amount of time. It looks like they are actually going to be making their way out of there. You can only be a good Samaritan for so long. And then you've got to get on with your own race. Now we're just hearing on our PCI race radios that some of the guys who are stuck in outer limits are actually deciding to take the option of turning around, going out the top and taking a DNF on the course, as they don't want to get caught out on these trails in the dark.
It's a long and lonely night if you get stuck out here. It's a long way from town.
And let's not forget, a lot of these guys are going to be racing tomorrow, or they're going to be racing on Saturday.
Yeah, a lot of guys do use this as a pre-run for the other events of the week.
We love you.
Looks like he's made the pass though, inching his way down. Oh, bit bound up there. Not sure the front locker's on there. We've got a lot of load on that front right CV there.
Yeah, you've got to be so careful. The CV joints on these vehicles are proportional to the size of the vehicle. And let's not forget, we keep putting bigger and bigger tyres onto them, and so we're loading them up. Thankfully, we've got great companies like RCV who make upgraded shafts, upgraded CV joints that allow these guys to race at this kind of level.
Absolutely, but you still want there to be a fuse. When you're really abusing a car, you don't want to blow the diff up.
That's
so
true.
having some level of fuse in that axle shaft, there's an element there that needs to be considered, because otherwise it can get quite destructive to the rest of the drivetrain.
That's racing though, Ben. What we do is we find our limits, we fix that, then we find the limit of the next part, and then you fix that. There's the evolution. There's basically 4400 in a nutshell.
Absolutely, and we've been learning that for years.
See Thomas Ram in the background there trying to pick his way past Luis Gonzalez.
Yeah, it looked like that 570 is only got 3-wheel drive. Maybe something wrong with the front locker there.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of wounded cars in outer limits.
It's been a long day for these guys. They've been in here for a couple of hours now trying to get past this, and they've still got a fair way to go if they're going to keep finishing this course. Okay, we've got a couple of competitors coming down the bottom of Jack North.
Yeah, we saw that car just catching really fast then, but he's just backed off. So whether it's changing from high to low or low to high. And we got flags a flying.
Yeah, they've got their buggy whip antennas.
That's a 932 of Ruslan Yankovic.
He is our youngest
I got that wrong, so I
competitor
do
here this
apologise.
week. Raced in the Toyo Desert Challenge and turned back up today. He was being interviewed last night or this morning, I heard him, and young bloke out there trying to get his first finish here at King of the Hammers.
Oh, we love stories like that. It's absolutely fantastic. Well, as the action continues here at the 2022 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, presented by Progressive Engineering, Insurance even. Engineering? Where did that come in? We're going to cut to a short commercial break. The action still continues if you're on the premium package, and we'll speak to you soon.
Really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problems with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And in the state frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
The Ford Bronco is back, and 4-Wheel Parts is your Bronco aftermarket headquarters. Whether it's a wheel and tire upgrade you need or an all-out overlanding build, 4WP's expert staff and lineup of in-stock products are ready to help you do your Bronco right. Build your Bronco at one of our 100 stores nationwide or shop online at 4WP.com/Bronco HQ.
Sorry?
Okay, and welcome back to the UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. It's 2022, we're back in Johnson Valley. It's a beautiful day, the sun is shining, although it's starting to go down over the backs of those hills. But we've still got nearly 100 racers out on course. Now, Ben, we've just had some information about our grudge match. Tell us what's happening.
Absolutely, Jim. This is getting exciting. The top 20 have started prepping their cars. They had from 4 o'clock to work on their cars to get them ready for our grudge match. We've made a couple of little changes to the Hammers Championship that's still finishing up. We've just moved this finish line outside of town so that we can safely run the grudge match on our qualifying course. So we will keep bringing finishers in. They'll be escorted down the side of the track. We'll get them in safely and get them back into Hammertown. And at 5 o'clock, we will go live with the grudge match. But you want to know who's in it? Well, the answer there is we will have that for you at 4:30. We will announce the top 20.
So just to be clear, at 4:30 we will have the official top 20 who'll be racing for $10,000 at the very first Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship Grudge Match. Winner takes all, and I cannot wait for this, Ben. It is going to be super exciting.
And Jim, whilst the grudge match is really cool, let's not forget the main event here. The Hammers, the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We're going to celebrate our top 20, and we're going to bring our top 3 up on the stage after the grudge match. As soon as the grudge match is over, we're going to award some prizes. Dave Cole's going to sign some big checks, and we're going to have a bit of a party.
Fantastic. On top of that, we've also got Austin. I'll spit my words out in a minute. Austin Jones is going to be joining us on stage as well. Of course, he won in Dakar earlier this year, and he's going to be coming up and telling us all about his Dakar experiences. So we've got a really jam-packed couple of hours for you. Do not go anywhere. Stick around for this. It's going to be incredibly special as we pop back to Her Problem and more action in this race. That's the 4:19 there of Michael Garcia picking his way through.
He's in Her Problem.
It's his problem at the moment.
Most absolutely. And we go back to Outer Limits. Still trying to get some cars past there. We've got another 3-wheeling car there, the 589.
Oh, we see some guys here. They're passing tools and spares out.
That's Thomas Ram in the blue car, center of screen.
And Tim Monahue there in the background in a 1000 car. Now, I wonder what he gave over to Luis Gonzalez there.
So, Jim, I got something really exciting for you.
What you got for me, mate? What you got for me?
AJ is about to bust his way into the booth and tell us about Dakar. I'm going to let you ask him some questions, maybe do some commentary with him. So I've been Ben Napier. I'm going to leave you with Jim, and he's got AJ joining us shortly.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ben. It's always a pleasure to be with you here at the booth. And I'm now going to get to talk to Austin Jones. He's just going to put the mics on as we continue to watch the action at Her Problem. It's been an awesome day of racing here at King of the Hammers, and that's why we come here. Let's not forget the racing started right back. It's Saturday last week. And it's not going to finish until Saturday this week, culminating in the 4400 main King of the Hammers race. And joining me in the booth now is the one, the only Austin AJ Jones, winner of Dakar in his class this year.
Yes,
AJ,
sir.
welcome to the booth, my friend. How are you?
Doing really well. Yeah, having a good time out here at Hammers.
So is this the first time at Hammers here for you?
Yeah, I've tested out here a couple times, but never actually been out for the race. So it's wild.
So what do you think?
Yeah, there's a lot going on, that's for sure. I don't know how some of these cars are getting through some of these trails out here in the rocks. It's insane. And all the people here and everything, it's insane.
It is absolutely crazy. Now, talk to us a little bit about Dakar. Dakar's a very different race. This is arguably the toughest one-day race, but Dakar is 14 days of race action, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah, so, I mean, it is really, really hard. Got to be consistent the entire time, just out there living in the desert the whole time and going and having to race every day, do liaison every day. Yeah, it gets pretty tough.
Now, you're not just racing for a few hours each day at Dakar. I mean, you really are. I mean, what time are you getting up in the mornings?
In the mornings, we're usually up around 5 to 6, around there, depending on what the starting time is. And then, I mean, we could finish as late as possible. I mean, like probably 10 p.m. or something like that. So you're going all day, every day.
So, and the thing is that you're racing out in Saudi Arabia, so automatically everyone thinks it's really hot, don't they? But that's not the case, is it?
No, that is not the case at all. That's definitely what I thought the first time that I went to. But it's crazy. As soon as you get up, like inland into the mountains and stuff, it is freezing up there. I mean, like the liaisons in the morning and on the way back, full jackets, as many clothes as you can wear, and yeah, it's freezing.
So, I mean, when we're talking about doing all these racing and you're in the cars for that many hours, I mean, are you dealing with your own nutrition and your own, food, drink and stuff like this? How do you prepare for that?
Yeah, definitely. We run Camelbacks in the cars, so we're drinking water the entire time, a couple extra water bottles and stuff. And then really just snacks, like candy bars, a couple nuts, really whatever you can get in.
But your nutritionist loves you.
Yeah, exactly. Shove it in your helmet.
Now, the interesting thing is Dakar is always considered a very European race, although it actually happens in Saudi Arabia. Now, you're taking a very American approach to this race. So you're running an open windscreen vehicle, so there's no windshield, which is quite common for European-style racing. Correct. You're racing in that kind of what I'd call an American style of desert attack. Yeah. And it's working really well for you. So you're planning to go back again?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's definitely working out. We've had a really good year this last year, and this Dakar obviously was good for us. So, yeah, everything's working out well. It's definitely a trip being like one of the only Americans over there, the only American driver for the most part. So,
but you're not just Americans racing in Dakar. You're Americans racing the FIA Cross Country Championship. Yep. And if I'm right in thinking, you actually won this year or last year's championship.
2021. So
2021.
Yeah,
last year's championship. Yeah. I mean, that's incredible. So, you won your class in Dakar and you won the FIA Cross Country Championship. I mean, you should be very proud of that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that was our goal. We were going to do as well as we could in the championship. We ended up getting 3 wins over there, in a 4th or something like that. And so we got the championship, and then obviously the goal switched to Dakar, and we wanted to try to win. And yeah, we got away with that one. So it was not too bad of a year for sure over there in the rally raid.
Well, what we need you to do is we need you to continue a run of great driving, win this year's FIA Cross Country Championship, but what we do need is you to come here next year and race at King of the Hammers.
Oh, 100%. I've already talked to a couple people about it. We're getting a car. We're probably going to start a car when I get home. So, yeah, I definitely want to come out. I want to try it, go pre-run, be up here the whole time. So, I'm stoked.
Fantastic. Now, we've got the Grudge Match coming up at 5 o'clock. Have you heard about this?
Yeah. Someone was telling me about it earlier. It was for like 10 grand, right?
10 grand on the hand. So we're going to be lining up the top 20 cars. We're still waiting for official confirmation on the runners and riders for that. We're going to line them up in reverse order, short course style. So we're going to be going 2 abreast with a rolling start, and we're going to throw them out onto our qualifying course. 4 laps, winner takes all, $10,000. You've got to come and have a shot of that next year, surely.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's the one that I want to do for sure. Yeah, that's going to be a fun one. That'll be cool to watch for sure.
Yeah, hang around as well, because later on tonight we're going to be having music over on the main stage, and the fire pit out in front of us is a great place to be hanging out.
Awesome.
But we're just looking back here at the action. I mean, just talk me through what you're seeing here. I mean, this is outer limits. A few years ago, these were the trails that we put in to slow down our 4400 class cars, and now we're throwing these UTVs down there.
Yeah, it looks like this guy's about to get through it as soon as he gets going the right way with his front tires. But yeah, dude, I mean, we don't do a lot of this over in Dakar, so this is definitely, it's wild to me. I've never really done any rock climbing stuff besides for like some little trials down in Mexico and some in rally, but this is another level. These guys are crazy.
It's a different thing entirely.
Oh, for sure.
So next year we're going to see you in trophy trucks, in T1s, and then maybe having a play out here, or is it going to be all UTV?
I'm not sure. I mean, I love driving the T1s, you know what I mean? So I'd love to maybe do both, maybe just the Can-Am. Not sure yet, but we'll see.
Go pre-running in the T1. They see, there we go. Now, as we look out across this images of Hammertown here, this is the biggest King of the Hammers on record. Just look at this. There is campers and RVs as far as the eye can see in every single direction. We've got that wonderful Star Spangled Banner there right above our short course, and we can see all our Grudge Match entrants lining up down there. They're all currently working on their vehicles and getting ready for that 5 p.m. start, which is just a little over half an hour away.
Nice. Yeah, I really like the style that they're doing this race too, like how you don't go back to the pit or anything like that for very long. You stay out basically for the most part, and it's a little bit more like rally.
Well, the reason they're doing that is so that we don't get the factory teams getting that advantage, because this is all about racers being able to build races at home, come here and race against the big dogs, and that's what we're doing. So by having this limited time period for them to work on their vehicles, it stops those big guys having that advantage, and I think that's really crucial and part of the ethos of King of the Hammers.
Yeah, 100%. I like that a lot. I think that's cool that anyone can come out and anyone can do well, and you don't need the most budget or anything like that. You're dialed. So yeah, it's awesome. It's really a nice event that we got going on.
It is. As we just watched the 118 there of Matthew Wolverine trying to take a funky line there at Chocolate Thunder.
Oh no.
And the trouble with trying to take funky lines is they sometimes don't work.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, he's bailing out.
Yeah, you've got to work your way. Now, this is one of the trails, very, very famous trail, Chocolate Thunder, but it's changeable. So you'll go in there one day and you see it like this, and then what happens is in the evenings, the trails close down, we get recreational wheelers go out there, have a play, and the next day you go back, it's completely changed. And that makes King of the Hammers so incredibly different to everywhere else that you might race.
Yeah, that's so crazy. That's what Bryce was telling me. I was talking to him a little bit ago, and he said from pre-running to after everyone goes out at night, it's completely different when you come back around every time.
Totally. And then if you have a storm come through in the evening, all of those whoops and ruts totally change as the sand backfills the holes, and it sort of becomes more like Baja again.
Yeah, there you go.
So in front of the 1118 there is Christopher Branton on those USD stickies, trying to pick his way through. And also 419, looks like he's got a winch line on one of the course workers' cars.
Yeah, I was going to say, this dude's hooked up to this car over here.
Yeah, this is one of our course workers there that you see in the top of the screen. The course workers are there to assist these guys to get out of trouble if they're hooked up. They can't assist for no good reason. There has to be a reason behind their assist, but you don't get disqualified if a course worker's helping you, but he can't give you spare tyres, he can't give you fluids or anything, but if it's a quick winch pull just to get you out of the way, that's allowed.
Nice, that's cool.
We want to keep a nice flow on this course. What we don't want to do is have a backup and big traffic jams. We want these guys to be racing.
That's what I would think would happen, just a huge bottleneck and everyone gets stuck. So yeah, that's a really good idea to have those guys out there helping out.
Yes, Thomas Ram there, still making his way through. See him just disconnecting his winch.
It seems like the navigator literally spends probably 85% of the race out of the car.
Yeah, it's incredible. Now this is interesting. 2377, Luis Gonzalez, he's got his helmet on. Is he on his way? He's moving, fantastic. He's been stationary now for at least an hour, so this is great news. He just wants to be pulling on that winch at the same time. Bit of winch and drive, drag himself around these huge rocks. We can only surmise on what his problem might have been. We saw somebody handing him something earlier. Whatever it was has fixed his problems and he's moving again, so that's great news there for Lewis.
That dude's out, he made it.
Yeah, 118 looks like he's tying himself in knots as Matthew Wolverine. Warraven trying to pick his way a new line. And up there is the pivot rock that Ben Napier was talking about earlier. It's hard to see. Oh! And those USD stickies have just found a whole load of traction. But our course workers are on hand. They'll have him back on his wheels in no time.
That's so wild.
Now AJ, we're talking about the cross country championship. Where's your first race?
This year we're going to be in March in Abu Dhabi. So that'll be the first one coming up here.
Fantastic. And what's it like racing in Abu Dhabi? Is it very similar to Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, it's kind of similar because it's the same, same general region of the world. So it's kind of similar, but Abu Dhabi is 100% dunes. So there's really no rocks at all.
And is that similar to anything? I mean, obviously you have a lot of dunes here at Klamis and places like that. Right. Is it similar to that, or is it a different kind of sand?
It's different. First off, they're way bigger. Like everything, it looks like one of those mountains back there. I mean, just massive piles of sand, and as far as you can see, just big piles of sand. And they've got this nasty drop on the back end of them, like they're all cut at the back, and we call it the Middle Eastern drop because in the Middle East all those dunes have it, and it's so sketchy. You'll be cruising and you think everything is straight, and then come up and it'll be a 30-foot drop or something like that.
Wow, yeah, that's amazing.
Super hard.
If people want to follow you and follow what you're getting up to in the FIA World Championship, how do they do that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm on Instagram. You can follow me at AJJones.79, and yeah, I would say check out Method Race Wheels on their Instagram. Monster Energy posts some stuff. Can-Am Factory. So I would say check out all of those, and those guys are all pretty good at staying up to date with what I got going on. So yeah,
fantastic. And how many races do you have in your championship this year?
This year there's 5. Yeah, 5. And they added Dakar, so Dakar was the first round, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, we saw, for anybody at home who was watching Dakar, you'll see that every night they're awarding points and they're awarding win trophies for winning points in the FIA Championship, which is something new for Dakar.
Yep. Yeah, so this year, like, stage wins it meant a little bit more because then you get the medal and then you get more points, obviously, for the championship. So, yeah, it was important to try to win a couple stages or at least podium in a couple of stages this year so you get more points to carry over to the next races.
And still Matthew Woolraven here trying to make his way up across Chocolate Thunder, taking that alternate line to the right, while our course workers try to right the other car. And all the time, we're getting closer and closer to that 5 p.m. and the start of our grudge match here in Hammertown. I can't wait for that. 20 of the very best fighting it out for $10,000. And that looks like Brian Deegan there.
That's right.
Friend of yours, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Yeah, Brian Deegan, of course, we saw him having troubles earlier, out on course with Terry Madden. He gives us a big smile. And heading up towards the Bronco Arch now. Just waiting for confirmation as to who this is. They pass through and they see those last 2 turns. It's going to be one of our final finishes before we move the move the finish line out further into the desert so that we can do our grudge match. And that looks like that is Brian Deegan and Terry Madden there coming into the finish. Oh, going very high up on the berm there. I think he's showboating for us, isn't he?
Oh, for sure.
Great stuff. Brian Deegan, he's actually the first time he's been here to King of the Hammers, so that's an amazing achievement to cross the line. Looking forward to hearing about their stories out on the trail. Terry always seems to be the centre of lots of different trials and tribulations. We saw him earlier with a fuel can strapped to his back, running through the desert like a superhero. Oh no, Lewis has got his helmet off.
Yeah.
He's not having a lot of luck today, is he?
Oh man.
Now, the vehicle that you're racing, it's obviously a Can-Am. Is there any similarities to the vehicles that we're seeing out there today? The kind of vehicles that sort of like Carl Cheney, Hunter Miller are running?
Right, yeah, there's some similarities. I mean, the suspension, all of that kind of stuff is basically the same. No matter what kind of discipline you're doing or what you're racing, you know, the suspension's kind of similar. So all the plastics and all that kind of stuff, the interior, similar. So yeah, I mean, yeah.
That's it. Yeah, so very similar technologies, just done in slightly different ways.
Yeah, definitely. Europe's they do things a little bit different than we do over here in the United States. Everything's a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys are running 35.
Now,
right?
I mean, obviously Dakar has its own strange little foibles and rules and restrictions. So do you have to run any engine restrictors out there?
Yeah, there's a huge restrictor that we have to run. I'm not 100% sure on the diameter of it, but yeah, there's a huge restrictor that we have to run on the car, so that really drops a lot of power.
So it makes a big difference. So these guys here, they're running absolutely unlimited. They can actually go for it. So preparation is completely different.
Yeah, definitely. Driving style is a lot different because you just don't have as much acceleration to get on top of stuff. So you got to keep momentum like crazy. Like you barely ever hit the brakes really.
That cannot be fun. That cannot be fun in the dunes.
No, it's not. Yeah, it gets a little bit sketchy.
Right, so Lewis is back out of his vehicle again, which is sad to see. I thought we were going to see him on his way. And some of our backroom staff are suggesting that he might want to put a for sale sign on the vehicle. How dare they? Oh, we've got 2 rollovers now. So Matthew Wolverhaven, he couldn't make that line quite work for him, and he's taken a tumble as well. Legs in the air for everyone. So that's Tim Monaghan there in the 1000 car. He's going to need to change his winch point. We spoke about it earlier. When these co-drivers get out of the vehicle, they aren't actually able to talk to their drivers, or the co-drivers aren't able to talk to the drivers because they're disconnected from their intercoms. And that makes it very difficult indeed, particularly when they're wearing helmets and they've got quite loud engines. So they have to use hand signals and it can become quite fraught. Oh, here we go. This is Matthew Wolverhaven and his rollover at Chocolate Thunder. Looks like he came in, he gave it a bag of commitment, and it just didn't quite work out. Now, while we're watching the action here, I'm just going to roll back through our potential top 20 for tonight's grudge match in order that they came across the line. As I say, this is unconfirmed at the moment, but let's just run through it real quick. We have Kyle Cheney, Brock Hager, Hunter Miller, Paul Wolf, RJ Anderson, Cody Martin, CJ Greaves, Mitch Guthrie, Brandon Sims, Phil Blurton, Brian Stone, Cody Miller, Michael Park, Bailey Cole, Joshua Smith, Carson Atkins, Philip Rowe, Dustin Jones, Brian Crofts, and possibly Jason Weller. Now, this might change. As I say, this is unofficial at the moment, but that's what I'm reckoning the lineup could be. And what a race it'll be. Let's not forget, Brian Crofts, who's potentially in 19th position, will be on the front row of the grid, and we know how fast he is, as he is our pole setter in 4400 class. Did you get a chance? I don't suppose you saw any of the qualifying yesterday?
Yeah, definitely. I watched most of it on the live stream on the way up here.
Just how incredible is that? The
Yeah,
most incredible, or one of the most notable things, is that we have 3 UTVs in the top 10 of our 4400.
Oh, no way. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, we saw
Yeah.
Paul Wolf. He came out, he was in fact first car on track, and his time held for 6 hours until Brian Cross and Jason Shearer beat him in the final hour.
Wow.
I mean, the evolution of these UTVs is absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the things that, I mean, just this right here, what we're looking at, I mean, the things that these cars can go through is ridiculous. It's amazing. I mean, you can be here in these huge rocks in Johnson Valley, or you can be in the biggest dunes in the world in Saudi or in Abu Dhabi. So, I mean, it's insane what these things can do. They really, really have come a long way.
Indeed it is. Austin Jones, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you here in the booth, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming up here and telling us all about your experiences. And so I've been watching Dakar for all my life, and to watch you this year was humbling. My young man is going to be dead jealous that I'm sat here chatting to you. It's been absolutely brilliant. So thank you very much. Enjoy the grudge match tonight, and good luck for your FIA World Championship, and I look forward to seeing you on the TV soon.
Awesome, cool. Thank you so much for having me in here. This was awesome, and thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolute pleasure.
Right on. See you, man.
Austin
Thank
Jones,
you.
everyone, please give him a hand. Right, as Austin moves over, we're going to have another superhero joining me now. Ben Napier, all the way out of Australia. Ben, how are we doing?
Thanks, Jim. Great stories there about Dakar. It's phenomenal what those guys go through.
Yeah, it's a legendary race. But so is this, and we are privileged to be here watching the action.
I don't know if you know, but halfway through, or in the first half of Dakar, they have this stage where they have to not have their whole crew work each night, and they have to fix their own stuff. Just one night of the Dakar, they camp out at a different camp. They have to carry all their gear with them. They have to fix their vehicles or motorbikes to race the next day.
Day 6.
Day 6. So what we have going on with the grudge match is actually really similar. We've got drivers and co-drivers down in our pit area, and only those guys are allowed to work on their vehicles. They don't have all their pit crew, they don't have all their resources. They've been able to walk over to their camps and grab a couple of tools and parts maybe, but they are on their own to get this sorted. So really cool that we've brought that to King of the Hammers. They've had that little bit of impound time with the vehicles locked up. They're working on them now feverishly, ready for a 5 o'clock start.
They are indeed, I can't wait. But look at this.
Wow, it's moving.
Lewis has finally moved it through. Fantastic news. Oh, he must be feeling good. Now, is he just moving it to get it off course, or is he going to try and actually get it off of course and get it out of there?
Well, I think, Jim, based on the time, he's just going to keep going downhill and just try and get out of outer limits.
But he's only moved a vehicle's length, but...
And I'm not sure where his co-driver is either.
Well, his co-driver could have gone off course to get spare parts.
That might be him walking across the rock above that other vehicle we're seeing trying to get unstuck. And that vehicle 1000, Tim Moyner, that looks like a Can-Am Defender. Not what we normally see racing out here, but just goes to show if you've got a side-by-side, you can bring it out here and you can race with us. This is not one of their race-bred X3s that we've seen dominating the event.
Yep.
This is a little detuned, a little bit more recreational focus, but Tim's built it into a race car and he's brought it out here and thrown around this course today.
Exactly. Just look at the rock he's winching to. Has he just got enough purchase there? It's just a little bit more on the winch. There we go. Nicely done there. And every time you cross one of these rocks, it feels like a victory.
Absolutely. They are earning it today. They are really earning it every mile, every centimetre.
Okay.
Oh, Chocolate Thunder. We have some issues.
Yeah, this is Matthew Walraven. He saw a line, he took the line, he failed the line.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that's worked for him.
No, it's a shame. Unfortunately, at the time, he was trying to find a way around a car that was also stranded. He committed to a harder line, and sometimes that just doesn't work out for you. So it looks like they've moved the course worker's car to the high side, and hopefully they'll have him back on his wheels very soon.
You know, Jim, this happened to me several years ago. We were racing up Sunbonnet. I turned up there and Tony Pellegrino was having a bad day, was stuck in one of the lines there, and there was this side hill, and I looked at it and I asked my co-driver, do you reckon we can do that? And someone yelled out, Shannon Campbell just did that. So I grabbed a gear and I high-bowled it round this, and I fell sideways like that and ended up exactly like that. And the crowd yelled out, Shannon did it faster.
Yeah, hindsight's a wonderful thing. So we see there the 4046 car that was rolled on its side only moments ago. Upright and moving on, but we're back to outer limits. And we can see now that the shadows have gone and it is noticeably getting darker.
Yes, that gentleman won't be needing that hat. He'll be looking for a beanie pretty soon.
It's a very smart hat, isn't it?
Looks like Tim's almost down this line.
Yeah, Tim's just putting his winch away. Hopefully he'll be making his way through. This really is probably the last gatekeeper in outer limits, and he can pick his way down through the rest of the trail.
So these guys in Chocolate Thunder, all continuing as well as possible as it could for them. We should see them in Hammertown in an hour and a half. Dave Cole's been on the operations radio. Anyone who finishes up at our new finish line that we've had to put in will still be paraded down the short course, and we'll bring them into Hammertown and welcome them home like the heroes that they are.
Absolutely. Now we're just looking here at the Chocolate Thunder, and you'll see that course worker on our left-hand side. What they're actually doing is quite a smart recovery. So they're running the winch out round the pivot rock, round the back of the pivot rock, and then to the underside of 118 Matthew Walraven, and then they're going to flip him back onto his wheels. So some nice thinking there.
Yes, I think they're using as many Warn and Factor 55 products as they possibly could there.
Advertising at its best. As we see their vehicles picking their way through outer limits. And that is Luis Gonzalez making his way out. Oh, this is great to see. And he gets a round of applause. Oh, I'm so happy about that. He's had a terrible day so far, hasn't he? Let's hope he can sort it out.
Yeah, if I was him, I'd be getting out the bottom of that trail and probably heading back to camp and trying to find a nice cold one, because he has a lot of race course to go. Not sure that's achievable in the time that this course will be open this evening. So he might be out of it, unfortunately, but we've still got some competitors at Chocolate Thunder that are pushing for that finish.
Yeah, we've got the 4046 there of Crispus Branton. We saw him on his side earlier, so good to see that he's up and moving. As we watch Matthew Walraven there, they're trying desperately to right his car.
And we've got Garrison Callaway in the middle in the 1914. They look like they're getting back in. They'll strap in, put their windows nets up and push out the top of Chocolate Thunder.
Now Matthew's back on his wheels, but he's had a Bit of a precarious position. Looks like someone's helmet's just disappeared into the bottom of the rocks. Now, Ben, time is moving on. It's 4:46. 14 minutes until we get this grudge match going.
This is really exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is exciting because, let's be honest, we don't even know who our 20 runners and riders are yet. We're still waiting for race ops to come through, and that adds to the drama.
Absolutely. The guys are working on their cars. They're doing their last-minute adjustments. I wonder if they're allowed to, you know, put their cars into a bit more of a qualifying sort of setup. They've been out there racing all day. You know, these guys probably have a qualifying setup and then a main race setup. Do they switch back to that qualifying setup? Do they run without co-drivers, take some spare tyres off, strip some spare parts out of there, lighten up the vehicles? You know, with the power to weight ratio that these side-by-sides have, every kilo or pound counts.
It does indeed. And it's going to be really interesting. I mean, we've got some real powerful hitters at the back of the pack, and we've got some real powerful hitters at the front of the pack.
Absolutely, it's going to be a great race. Now, Jim, let's have a look at the map and just see who we've still got coming into town. Out in the Go Fast Desert, we've got the 470 of Adam Kinnett. He's doing 29 mile an hour. So is Scott Lesage, who we saw the feature on earlier today. Kyle Knost in the 4910. He was the one that we first saw upside down in Chocolate Thunder when I came into the booth. And Alan Zirkle in the 838. He's coming down Choose Your Own Adventure. These guys down here, they've got a much longer time to go. They've still got to come down Sledge and up Jack and Chocolate Thunder. You can see that's where those cars were that we saw to the left of the screen that were just recovering themselves. We've got a fair few cars sitting up top right in the pit. That's where pit 2A is, where that bit of road is between the two race courses.
And we're back to Chocolate Thunder, and there's Matthew Walraven there, back on his wheels, but still rather precarious. And the clock ticks by as we cut back to our infield and to our 20 runners and riders that have already finished.
So that's Brian Deegan there, and I saw him come in recently. I wonder if he's just made it into the grudge match.
Well, I'm wondering that. It looks like they're changing out a dry shaft, and it looks like there's some high fives going on. This is going to be very interesting indeed.
It will be. There's a bit of a mad scramble there to get everything looked over. Maybe change out a couple of tyres that have been a bit worn throughout the day. Get everything as fresh as possible for that 4-lap sprint.
And this is going to be 4 tough laps. But we have to remember that most of this track is like a goat track. It's very narrow, there's lots of rocks on either sides, and you're going to have to work really hard to make those passes. I mean, we're going to see action, drama. I wouldn't mind betting we're going to see the occasional rollover as well.
Quite possibly, and hopefully not, because we'd like to see this race run in one go. But what we will see is people trying all the different lines. In qualifying over the last 3 days, we saw a lot of people taking the really safe lines, doing the diverts, doing the uphill go-round. Are we going to see some people try and shoot that rock face? Probably not down, maybe down, doing it Lauren Healy style.
Well, we've also got
but definitely up. I'd say we'll see a few people smash up.
So we've got a minimum of 3 lines on the mountain. I would suggest you've even got 4 because there's a bit of width there. So let's see what happens. But these are the kind of guys that are going to leave it all out there on the course. We saw Paul Wolf yesterday. I mean, that time was just incredible. What's he going to deliver this evening?
Absolutely, that man was on fire.
Not literally, I'd like to point out.
No, not literally. But we also saw in the Class 11 race, there was a lot of overtaking in that too. Even on the start-finish corner, the guys were able to get underneath each other, push into turn 1, coming back through turn 19 and Talladega. There's lots of width in those corners. We've got some short course drivers racing. We've got some really experienced racers out here. They're going to have to deal with the rocks. Obviously, they're phenomenal racers to be in our top 20 to qualify for this event. So we're going to see some great racing tonight. Now the 118 of Matthew Walraven, that's a UTV stock turbo. He's still trying to get himself sorted out from that precarious line on Chocolate Thunder. Got himself in a bit of a sticky situation. The recovery crew has rolled him over. Hopefully he can get that vehicle back down on even ground and get in and get going again. And again, a shout out to our recovery crews, our volunteers, you know, putting in the hard work here to keep our competitors safe, to keep our spectators safe, and to let us run this race. These guys work so hard out there. You know, on a perfect day, they sit there and do nothing, but we know that doesn't happen at the Hammers. So they have worked hard all day. Chocolate Thunder, Outer Limits, those guys have worked especially hard, and they've helped keep the race moving and give us a phenomenal show that we've brought to you guys today. I can hear impact guns running, I can hear people moving around. There's a lot of action here as the teams get ready for the Grudge Match. Don't go away. We're very shortly going to be starting that as we watch them pull the winch cable here to try and get that 118 back down on flat ground. The 2812 of Bernd Schaefer making its way up the left-hand side of Chocolate Thunder. We saw those guys. They were probably one of the first to have to winch around the obstacle in Outer Limits. They were there for quite a while, winching in Outer Limits. They've made their way all the way around, down Sledgehammer, up Jackhammer, worked their way around to Chocolate Thunder. They've still got a few rock trails to go, but once they get up here, it's a little bit easier for them. Still a long way to get back to town, though.
Seven minutes, Ben.
7 minutes.
7 minutes.
Set the countdown. We are
Oh, it's the crazy
racing.
Germans.
We're still racing.
We are indeed.
Yep,
So
the
crazy.
Germans are here.
Yeah, so for all our European viewers sitting at home, there's Bernd Schaefer there, 2812.
Not many international teams here this year. We're starting to come back. They let you and me travel, which was great.
Absolutely.
Starting to see a few more people get over here. I know there's a big contingent around the world that watches this event and loves to come over and join in the party at Hammertown. Lots of guys that race it, so cool to see the Germans back, and hopefully next year we can have the full international field of the Hammers back.
It would be fantastic to see that. We've got 3 international teams that I know of racing in this race today. We've got the Crazy Germans, 2812. We also got Phil Pottis from the UK with his co-driver Bowie Odink from Holland. Sadly, they've had some mechanical issues and have had to retire on lap 1. And we've also got Nicolas Montador and his friend David out there as well. They're racing from France, but I have no news on where they are currently.
So it looks like they've got the 118 a little bit more settled. Hopefully they can back it down from there. Maybe choose a different line or have another go at this line and see how it works this time.
Yeah, there he goes. Max into a huge rock, but he'll just move forward, make his way through. And very soon we'll be heading to our $10,000 winner-takes-all grudge match here in Hammertown. But what a race it's been today at the 2022 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. It's been a day of incredible racing where we saw Kyle Cheney cross the line unofficially in first position in 4 hours and 26 minutes. Get your head round that, Ben.
That's a smoking time, and they did, I believe, all the rock trails that we're going to see the Ultra 4s on Saturday do in the third lap.
Indeed.
And at the drivers' meeting the other night, Dave Cole warned the UTV guys, just because you're fast doesn't mean you can block up the rock trails. Well, they've proven today that they can do these rock trails in smoking time.
But what he also said to the 4400 class guys is, hey, don't complain to me about UTVs in your class. Show me how fast you can drive.
Absolutely.
So we're going to see a battle royale in the 4400 class this coming Saturday, and I cannot wait.
And we think these trails are drawn up now. We've been racing on 32s, 33s, 35s. Tomorrow we have the EMC running 35s and 37s, and some of those Legends cars, big horsepower on that 37-inch tyre, and that equals some massive changes to this course.
Indeed, yeah. It's going to be an exciting day of racing tomorrow. Again, over 100 vehicles will be taking to this course at 8 o'clock sharp.
We still have a lot of racing to go this week.
Oh, it's incredible. King of the Hammers keeps growing year on year. New ideas, fresh faces, new racers. And we're about to see something new this evening. We're about to see the very first Can-Am UTV Hammers Grudge Match. Winner takes all $10,000 for the first 20 vehicles that crossed the line earlier today.
I'm excited, Jim. This is going to be a great show. It's been a great show all day. The athletes that have been out there racing today put on a great show all morning, and these guys battling through the afternoon. You know, the perseverance that we've been seeing is just awesome, and we're just going to see even more tonight when these guys throw around this qualifying course. 4 laps, winner takes all. It's going to be brilliant.
Yeah, we're going to have our man Scott Wren out on the stage talking to the winners and the riders later on tonight, as we still watch the crazy Germans making their way out through Chocolate Thunder along with 118 Matthew Wolverine. So we're just going to have a quick run through on our top 5 earlier today. In first position across the line unofficially was Carl Cheney. In second was Hunter Miller. In third was Paul Wolf. In fourth was RJ Anderson, and in fifth it was Cody Martin. Now Paul Wolf, of course, was holding pole position in the 4400 qualifying for 6 hours yesterday before he was pipped to the post by Brian Cross and Jason Shearer. And we're going to see Brian Cross lining up this evening in this grudge match. There is so much talent in this field. It is absolutely incredible.
And don't forget, we've got a couple of stock UTVs that have snuck into this top 20. And they're going to be throwing down, especially the nationally aspirated ones, against much bigger horsepower vehicles, and a lot of them are starting in front of them. So the guys who came at the top of the field today are really going to have to work to get past these other vehicles. I'm sure they'll have their elbows out, trying to make themselves as wide and dusty as possible, and fight to keep that 10 grand prize.
Okay, so we're closing in on that 5 p.m. But as always, we work with the tools that we're given. And if we need to move that time back to make sure that we get a fair race, that's exactly what we'll do. So we'll be waiting for race ops to tell us what's going to happen. As I see more and more people starting to sit down, pull out chairs and move around by the fire pit in front of us.
There we go, the Germans have got up. They're out the top of Chocolate Thunder, or they're off the main obstacle here.
So what sort of time are we looking at from Chocolate Thunder back to Hammertown?
Oh, Jim, I would be saying probably an hour and a half. It's a fair way around there, especially at the rate these guys are moving. It's getting dark, it's getting cold.
So we're going to be about half an hour until literally it is black as coal out there.
Absolutely. It's, once the sun goes down here, it goes down very fast, it gets dark very fast, and it gets cold very fast.
It does. I was just looking for my hand warmers that I don't have as we get ready for this $10,000 grudge match, which will be starting in Hammertown very soon. So race ops will be coming on to us and giving as much information as they can very, very soon. In the meantime, we carry on watching the action live on course from the 2022 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, presented by Progressive Insurance.
Looks like we've got some cars lined up out there next to Monster Energy, starting to get staged.
Yeah, as we're just watching those, let's throw some love out to our sponsors. So that's Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, 4-Wheel Parts, Wet Method Race Wheels, Progressive Insurance, King Shocks, Nitto, Holly EFI, Laser Nut, VP Racing Fuels and Griffin Radiators. Without these guys, we couldn't do this racing. So please, buy their products, use their gear. We really appreciate their support.
If you're in Hammertown, come for a wander, find them. They've got vendor booths. Go and see the gear that they've got.
Look at this, Ben. Looking out across Hammertown now, and it is just a sea of RVs, of fans, of racers, of people who just want to be here enjoying this experience.
Absolutely, and you can see they're camped all the way out to the bottom of Turkey Claw that we raced up this morning. They're camped almost all the way out to the 247 highway. It is packed out here. There are so many people. Just a sea of RVs and trailers. It's mind-blowing how big this event gets each year.
Rumours of over 100,000 people here on the lake bed, and I have no reason to disbelieve it. As we watch the Star-Spangled Banner there flying high across the short course in Hammertown. So here we are, these are the runners and riders getting ready for the start of the $10,000 Grudge Match. You can see some of them are starting to fire up those lights. It's going to be getting dark on course. There'll be 4 laps of the qualifying course. And Ben was talking about it earlier, there are so many lines, so many options, tactics involved. Do you go hard off the first lap? Do you let other people break their cars and try and make a move? There is so much to do, but let's not forget these cars have also done 150 miles of racing already on some of the hardest rock trails in the world. They're going to be bruised, they're going to be battered.
Absolutely, Jim. You finish a race like the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, you come in with your car almost not running. Like, it's quite common for the cars to have to get pushed away from the finish line. They're on their last legs. You've absolutely destroyed it to get this top position, and you've fought your whole way. And now you've got to turn around and do a sprint race.
Okay, well, we're waiting for more action here and for the start of the $10,000 winner-takes-all Grudge Match. We're going to pop out to a short commercial break, and we'll be back and bringing you the best action in off-road racing. We'll see you very soon.
Aries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian. Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Conquer the elements, handle the most extreme environments, and dominate the desert and trails with King's new 2021 Ford Bronco 2.5 OEM Performance Upgrade Kit. All kits are 100% designed, manufactured, and assembled in our Southern California facility. See why we're the first choice for experienced off-road racers worldwide and order your Bronco kit today.
Business in the front, business in the back. The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 with new available interior and tailgate work surfaces.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, presented by Progressive Insurance. We're reaching the last couple of hours of this event. We've still got cars on course. They're making their way in, fighting through the dark. We're going to keep bringing them in. But we're going to pause our coverage of the Hammers Championship and we're going to bring you this really special new event we've got, the Can-Am UTV Grudge Match, winner takes all for $10,000. And your hosts for that are Jim Marsden and Ricky Johnson. I've been Ben Napier. Enjoy the Grudge Match.
Thank you very much, Ben. Been fantastic having you up in the booth. Such a mine of information, so much experience of these hammer trials. But joining me now in the booth, it's the man, the legend himself, that is Ricky Johnson. Ricky, how you doing?
I've been doing fantastic. I mean, the racing that we saw today from everybody, from Phil Blurton, Kyle Chinney, Brock Hager, Jeremy McGrath, Bailey Cole. It just goes on and on and on. And how fast these UTVs are. I mean, it was mind-blowing. When I was literally, I went from an announcer to a fan. I stepped back and I watched Kyle Cheney fly. He paused for like 1/10 of a second, the only time. Now you see a lot of people up there, they're stuck and all the different stuff, and there's no doubt why he is the back-to-back repeat champion.
But I mean, we watch racing at many levels. We've seen it on many different formats and many different types, and it's hard to actually get across how impressive this really is, isn't it? It's mind-blowing.
Well, and now these guys have gone over there, and the driver and the co-driver, the only ones that could work on the car, Jeremy McGrath and Scott Bell, had to change a header pipe because Jeremy said he lost about 15 miles an hour, so they had to change the header and then go. But now we were curious if there were some open spots, if they're going to bring some other people in, because right at that time, Jeremy McGrath was supposed to start on the pole, but now I see Brian Deegan in front of him. He finished behind Jeremy McGrath, so that puts Jeremy in the second line, and Jeremy's like, I'm in a normally aspirated car, I'm going to get crushed by these guys. But it's 4 laps the qualifying course, so it is going to be a rock'em sock'em derby. So with open wheel cars, excitement happens, and now when you put this many guys on a track that quick, and then once again, it's $10,000, winner take all, checkers or wreckers.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just trying to get confirmation of the runners and riders for our grudge match.
So to explain the KTM UTV grudge match, winner takes all, it is the top 20 finishers of the Can-Am UTV race will be invited to run in the UTV grudge match. The top 20 finishers will leave their cars in the short course, so they had to sit there, and they gave about 45 minutes to work on the car. Everyone will have 1 hour, the top 20th, to repair their vehicles. As I said, Jeremy McGrath, I don't know all the different changes, but there we see MC running by himself, the multi-time Supercross champion. I say the king of Supercross because his numbers will never be touched, and he's also a short course champion. He's a driver and a competitor, so it's great to see him out there. It's 4 laps, as you said, and the cars may not lead the short course, so they got to stay on there. They're going to run the qualifying loop. They're going to go up and over and around, which there's some spots where we saw Casey Kerr do a big backflip. You can go around. So are you going to take the chance and go for it? So we're going to see some crashes for sure.
There is almost certainly. And let's talk about the multiple lines around the front of the around the front as they cut round to Nins Butte. There's 3 different lines. Then it bottlenecks into a single right-hand turn. Then they break away again, going up through these goat trails. Then they got the choice. They go the left-hand line, or they can throw themselves off the waterfall in Lauren Healy style. I'm not sure we're going to see that with the UTVs, if I'm honest. But then they make their way round that. They come round and to the bottom of the mountain. And at the bottom of the mountain, they have so many options. They've got at least 3 options for rock crawling in front of them, or they can take that safer left line, which is going to be the longer line. Very dusty, very cut up.
Well, and then when I talked with Jeremy, he said that it was about a 1.5 seconds slower to go around. And he said here we're looking at Bailey Cole in the Honda. He won the NA class today, but if you notice, he's about 8 cars behind. And when Jeremy heard that, he's like, I'm going to go for it. So what's great about this, once again, it's winner take all, but we got to...
Yeah, now we're just getting confirmation here. We've got 143, Tyler Remereed, and then next to him, it's Brian Deegan on the pole. Oh my word, can you imagine? Then on the second row of the grid, we've got Carl Wickham and Jeremy McGrath. Then third row of the grid is going to be Brian Cross and Dustin Jones. Then we've got 9, 7, 8 there with Dustin Jones, we just saw, and then Philip Poe, then Carson Aikens, Bailey Cole there, who is our only stock UTV in this group, Michael Park, Cody Miller, Brian Stone, Brandon Sims, Mitch Guthrie, Cody Martin, RJ Angerson, and Brock Hager.
So if you notice, all the way back towards the end, you do not see Kyle Cheney. He's decided to not run in this because he's saving his vehicle, because he wants to save it for the big race. I heard he's going to jump it up from 35 to 37s, and he's going for the 4400 class.
Wow, that's massive.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you wouldn't bet against him, would you?
No.
I mean, the 4400 class is wide open this year. There's at least 20 vehicles with a legitimate shot at this title. And that's before you start to include the UTVs. And the UTVs really have got a good shot at the title. They've been banging on the door of the top 10 for the last 3 years. And perhaps we're going to see one break into the top 5. I certainly wouldn't bet against it.
Well, and you saw, as I said, once again, I've been talking an awful lot about Kyle Cheney, but also Brock Hager, a lot of the different guys that were up on the course. So the thing is that you don't want to count them out, because when it gets to those bottlenecks, they can get around and they can get narrow. When we get to the 4400 class, obviously we got some animals. We got the Gomez brothers. Obviously we got Randy Slauson. The list goes on and on. Lauren Healy, the Campbells. The list goes on. Also, Cameron Steele was doing phenomenal last year until right at the end. But if you notice, everybody's going no co-driver. It's right now they're lightening up their load as much as they can. We see that Jeremy McGrath is running by himself. Scott Bell is not in the car with him right now. I'm looking forward to this. I know how enthusiastic you get when it comes to these kind of races and stuff. We're going to have some good stuff. Hopefully we can just understand each other. My California slang, your British slang. Hopefully we can jive with this.
Oh, this is fantastic. I never thought I'd see this style of racing here. So when I turned up for this year's Hammers and they were telling me all about this grudge match, and Dave is so enthused, as he said, hey, I've had one of them dumb ideas. And when he says that, you see that twinkle in his eyes, and then he tells you what he's thinking, and you see this. It's amazing. So here we go. We're getting ready now for the start of this $10,000 Can-Am UTV grudge match here at King of the Hammers.
And there was some talk about different times when this was going to start, but you have to look. Here we go. We start to roll out. We got Brian Deegan on the front row. We saw earlier in the race that him and Terry Madden ran out of gas, so they got to get everybody back in line, and then let's run this. So we see Jeremy McGrath coming up to the inside second row.
So just restacking that field.
How quick? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you. How quick are the turbo cars going to come through the field?
To be honest, I really don't know. It's so much depends on the start, doesn't it? On how you jump and how you move. I mean, Brian Deegan must be counting his lucky stars. He's had an incredibly tough day in the office already, and then finds himself on the front row of the grid. But what do? You're Mitch Guthrie, and you're right down the back, sitting in 14th position, or RJ Anderson. I mean, the guy is a short course legend.
No,
I mean,
we have multiple short course champions in RJ Anderson, Jeremy McGrath, and Brian Deegan, and Brock Hager. All right, so not to mention that now these guys are now that RJ's completed a whole race because he just dabbled in this the first time 2 weeks ago, but now he's an experienced ruck racer because he's finished. Because a lot of the crossover guys have never finished, and with Jeremy McGrath and him, and obviously Brock Hager's been doing this for a while, he was right in the mix.
And then you've got the other one, of course, Tyler Remereed. He's on the front row of the grid. Now, what he must be thinking, who knows? He's got all of these legends behind him. This is his moment to shine. And then we've got Brian Crofts, our fastest qualifier, 4,400, sitting there in the third row of the grid. This is going to be exciting, Ricky, and we're getting ready for the start now. The car is making its way around the short course. This is going to be a rolling start. We're going to see the Ultra 4 course car peel away, and when he does, this race is go.
So now you see the guys in the back, they're getting ready to slingshot. So everyone's hanging back just like in NASCAR, and they get on everybody. Get up there, stay close, because they don't want someone to slingshot. But you watch, you see the second row, they're holding back. They're going to try to make a jump on these guys.
So they would have been briefed, they would have been told when the course car's going to peel away. We're not too sure. I'm guessing it's going to be just before the arch. The car's starting to work their way now.
In this course, a lot, that finish line turn, it's been designed kind of for one car to go. Now we're going to go side by side by side by side. It's going to be pretty crazy getting through there. It's going to be narrow, going to be some wheels banging.
Any second now, they'll be trying to second guess. They'll have that right foot on the pedal, on the accelerator, their left foot on the brake. They'll be trying to build up that power and being able to launch the vehicles off the line. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for this? $10,000 winner takes all here at King of the Hammers for the very first Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance Grudge Match. Does racing get any better than this?
And the best part about this, Jim, is that a lot of these guys, their cars are done after this, so they're going to give it everything they got.
Here we go, we're just getting ready now. Any minute now, I think we're going to see that course car peel away. Course car's gone, just waiting for them. And we're off. We are live in Hammertown for the very first Can-Am UTV Grudge Match. $10,000 winner takes all. Have they made it round the first bend? Yes, they have.
Tyler Remener was able to get by Brian Deegan, and now the guys are into the dust. You see a lot of the drivers looking to the inside, trying to avoid that. We're going to see some bumping and banging, everyone disappearing, but everyone's still on their wheels.
We've got our drones in the air, trying to give you the greatest coverage that we can here, and that looks like Brian Deegan making his way up to the right-hand turn at the bottom of Short Bus. Oh, look at this. Look who's up behind him. Where did he come from? Oh, it looks like one of the Miller brothers possibly, or I'm guessing that will be actually... I'll try to get confirmation on numbers in a moment. But let's just sit back and enjoy this racing as Brian Deegan leads the pack. Now we're at the bottom of the mountain here. Where's he going to go? He's taking the safer left-hand line. And the second place car is taking the gamble line up through the rocks. Oh, and he didn't make it.
And he
so
doesn't
Brian
make it,
takes
and
that
Brian
lead.
Deegan breaks out to a huge lead. This is going to be unbelievable for him, but wait a minute. It is a short loop, so he's going to get caught in the same trouble when it comes back around. So we see a lot of the drivers getting stuck, and Brian Deegan, who this is his rookie year at King of the Hammers, has got a commanding lead at this point, almost one lap down.
But Brian Deegan is no amateur and no rookie. He knows exactly what he's doing. I'd love to know if he's got Terry Madden sat next to him or whether he's out there pedaling on his own as he makes his way through the Bronco Arch for the very first time.
And we see that Brian is by himself. Terry Madden is not in there, which at this short qualifying, you want that weighed out. And this is checkers or wreckers, 10 grand or 0. So Brian right now has to just keep moving himself forward and watch out, because he's in one of the turbo cars, so he's in one of the faster cars. He ran out of gas in the main race today, and so he's in a great spot right now, because this is what he does. He's a short course champion.
Yeah, we're seeing some cars. We're seeing how the field is already massively spread out.
We see Mitch Guthrie trying to work his way around the crowd, but this course isn't laid out for side-by-side racing, even though Guthrie shoots to the inside as he works himself down, passing another driver and trying to work his way back up to get towards Brian Deegan. As we see, Brian has already started his second lap with about a 15-second lead at this point.
And lap traffic is going to come into play on this second lap almost certainly. Multiple cars come round, trying and vying for position. So in first position we have Brian Deegan. In second position currently it's Brian Crofts. In third is Carson Aikens. In fourth, Brock Hager. And in fifth, Tyler Remery.
Brock Hager came from last place, so he is on a tear, so let's keep an eye on Brock Hager. He's down quite a bit when it comes to time, but he has passed all those drivers, as once again, he's a short course champion as well.
Oh, this is fantastic stuff. I'm massively enjoying this racing. Just watching these vehicles here as they pick their way around the course.
That is Brian Crofts in second place. We're going to be looking for Brian Deegan. He is about 10 seconds ahead of Crofts, but so we'll keep an eye on that. That is Cody Martin. In 296.
Yep, sitting at the back of the pack at the moment. That's in car. It looks like that could be one of the Miller brothers. Okay, here we go. We've got the cars taking on the mountain. Oh, we get a chance to really see if it's actually any faster. Yeah, so look at that there. That's one of the Miller cars. He's just cut his way to the top of the hill. We think that's 221 of Cody Miller. So great work there from Cody.
Well, and that's also Cody Miller with the in-car camera. So we're watching him. We see the Maxxis on the side. So we're getting both things. And that's why it's amazing. We're out here in the middle of the desert watching as Cody Miller is racing in the car corrected time.
And we've got 3 cars coming now into turn 19. Just look at this. It's action all the way as they make their way onto the Talladega bend.
And I want to say that's Brock Hager.
And that looks like our first place car, Brian Deegan, coming round now to start his third lap. And we're looking to see what time gap he has over Brian Cross. Brian Cross also crosses the line. So Brian has narrowed the gap down to 11 seconds. With Carson Aikens crossing the line and 2 seconds behind Brian Cross, and Brock Hager. Oh my word, this is close. Brock Hager is in fourth, and he is only
right now
13 seconds behind Brian Deegan.
And we just saw Brock Hager make a pass for third place. So Brock Hager has come from 17th all the way up to third place. He's got to get past Brian Crofts, and then he has to start chasing down Brian Deegan. So he's going to feel like he's in a Lucas short course race.
If you've just switched on, welcome to the 2022 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship Grudge Match. $10,000, winner takes all, here on the qualifying course at Hammertown.
And now we see the winner of the normally aspirated race today, Bailey Cole, as he works his way through the finish line, starting his second lap. So two down, 2 to go.
Indeed. And they're pushing hard, working through the dust, working through the dark.
That was Kyle Wickham, and once again, we're watching
Cody
Miller as he bangs his way through. And Cody's made a couple passes on that route where we saw Casey Curry crash in qualifying, so he's got that route figured out.
So our current race order is Brian Deegan in first, Brian Cross in second, Carson Aikens in third, Brock Hager, I think he might have actually overtaken Carson, in fourth, Mitch Guthrie in fifth, Cody Miller sixth, RJ Anderson seventh, Tyler Remereed in eighth, Michael Park in ninth, Bailey Cole in 10th, Carl Wickham in 11th, Philip Rowe in 12th. Go Ricky.
And Brian Deegan, as he works his way down, you can see he's got some traffic behind him, so people are starting to reel him in a little bit, but he's also dealing with lappers at this point. So Brian Deegan still has a little bit of a commanding lead, but now we're starting to see some lights coming up behind him.
Now, is that Brian Crofts who's catching him, or is that Brock Hager? We will find out shortly as they make their round.
So now we have Brock.
Stuff.
Brock Hager has worked into second place, and now he's hunting down Brian Deegan. So we are going to see a race. We have 1 lap to go. This is the 3rd lap, so 1 more lap to go. Can Brock Hager make that move as he looks to the inside?
So Brian Deegan crosses the line in 7:43, and right behind him, only 1 second behind him, it is Brock Hager. Where has Brock come from? Incredible stuff from Brock Hager. Brian Deegan in a Can-Am, Brock Hager in a Yamaha.
Looks to
and he
the
commits
inside.
to the inside line. This is why we come racing. Just check this out, ladies and gentlemen.
Mitch Guthrie is in 3rd place, but he is not in the mix at this point. As we're watching, what I love to see with Brock Hager, he's moving left, moving right, but then he disappears in the cloud. So Brian Deegan is going to try to get away from him, but will he take that? Jim, I'm going to ask you, is he going to run straight up the hill or take the long way around when it comes to, because they have 2 more turns, and that could be the race right there.
Oh, we've got a rollover on course as well, just down there. Looks like our course car's there. They'll be getting him recovered as quickly as possible. Coming back to your question, Ricky, if it was me, I would take that left-hand turn because,
here we go. Brian Deegan goes to the left.
Deegan, and he's taking that left-hand line, that safer route. And Brock Hager is also taking that left-hand line. It's cut up out there. Look at the way these machines are bouncing across these rocks and ruts. Dust flying in the air. And let's not forget, they've already done 150 incredibly tough miles before they even got here. The main race was a prologue for this one. Get your head around that.
There's a 150-mile prologue, but Terry Madden has to be so proud. As you see, Brian Deegan was able to pull away, and now we see Brock Hager slowing down a little bit. He might have hit something hard in the dust that's slowing him down a little bit, and I don't think he's going to make up that ground. And here we see Mitch Guthrie starting to reel in Brock Hager.
Yeah, that looks like Brian Crofts there, actually, pulling around back in on Brock Hager. And we've got action on the short course on 19. Yeah, and we're just looking at our leaderboard right now. Leading currently is Brian Deegan. In second, it is Brock Hager. And up to third, it's that 2-time king, Mitch Guthrie.
And now we see Guthrie shooting to the outside and making a pass on Brock Hager. I think something happened. Either Hager's got a flat or something, because he had such a good pace, and now he's fallen off a little bit. We see Brian Deegan as he goes over the main jump. Mitch Guthrie Jr., and then we got Brock Hager. So we have the top 3 right here, and now we have Brian Deegan. There he is. Brian Deegan is our champion, $10,000.
No, we still got 1 lap to go.
Oh, we have 1 lap, or was that checkered?
Or was that 4? No, that is checkers.
That was the checkered. I called it. Yes. Brian Deegan is your Grudge Match champion.
Fantastic stuff. So Brian Deegan in his rookie year here at King of the Hammers.
And Terry was in with him the whole time. That is awesome.
You can't go racing without Terry Madden. That is the rules. So fantastic stuff here at the very first, the 2022 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, presented by Progressive Insurance. UTV Grudge Match, $10,000 winner takes all, goes to Brian Deegan. Very shortly, we're going to get some of these guys up on stage, and we're going to be talking to them, but not just Brian Deegan for winning the Grudge Match. We're also going to have the runners and riders up from the main race itself. So we're going to have Carl Shaney up here telling us all about his day and that amazing 4-hour, 26-minute run he had. So what do we reckon, Ricky? Is this coming back next year?
Absolutely. I think, because here's the thing, you got the guys that are going to run the 4400 class, like Kyle Cheney and a couple of the other guys that they didn't come by. We see that Bailey Cole was the top finishing NA car, in 7th. In 8th is Kyle Wickham, and then Carson Atkins than Philip Poe. But will they come back? I think absolutely yes, because if your car has finished and is strong, go out and let's give it a go. And we're also putting on a show. It's quick, it's fast. It gives the guy with the inverted line a chance to win. So Brian Deegan ran out of gas today, didn't do as well as he wanted in the main race, but he comes home the Grudge Match champion. So another title for Brian Deegan.
Yeah, certainly. I think there's going to be some beverages drunk in the Deegan household tonight. Fantastic stuff. Let's just have a quick look at our top 10 in the $10,000 winner takes all. In first place, it's Brian Deegan. In second, it's Mitch Guthrie. In third, Brock Hager. In fourth, Brian Cross. In fifth, it's Cody Miller. In sixth, it's Michael Park. In seventh, an incredible run in a normally aspirated machine by Bailey Cole. In eighth, it's Carson Aikens. In ninth, it's Philip Rowe. And in 10th, it's Carl Wickham. What a fantastic racing we've seen here this evening. Absolutely amazing. From 8 o'clock this morning right the way through to now. It's been incredible.
I can't wait to hear from Brian Deegan. He always has some great antics on the podium. Obviously formerly with the Metal Militia, now doing this thing. All of his kids, all superstars, his daughter, his sons, everybody. So that is one motivated family. And right now, the father of everybody is now another champion. So and some people might think, it's just another champion, another trophy for him. This is going to mean the world to him. I know what when I finished the King of the Hammers and when I won the Spec Truck Championship, what it meant, because when we got here, I was a complete fish out of water, as I know Brian was, but working with Terry Madden and learning and all the different stuff, that's got the smile on their face is going to be awesome.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to getting these guys up on stage and having a chat and hearing about their day. Let's not forget, this $10,000 grudge match is just the end after racing over 150 miles already. There we see Bailey Cole there in the Honda Talon. And it's great to see so many different manufacturers' vehicles there. We've got Can-Ams, we've got Polaris, we've got Hondas, we've got Kawasaki's. Yamahas, yep.
So think about that. That would be like having Chevrolet, Ram, Toyota,
exactly.
Everybody.
How many race series do we get to see that? That is the depth that we have in UTV. As we see that flag proudly flying over Hammertown, how good does that look?
A sea of people. So don't forget, if you're going to be around tonight, over at 7 to 9 o'clock, the Optimum Battery slick kart race is going to happen. We have we have Tanner Fowles, Vaughn Gittin, we have Christopher Pavardi, a task of people, and they roped me into doing a little bit of announcing over there. So if you get a chance, it's right behind the Rugged Radios tent as we see Brian Deegan up on there.
There's Terry Madden getting out of the car, being joined by Brian up on the roof. What a story, what a day for those two. And as we watch the images going out across Hammertown, it looks absolutely incredible. Look at that skyline, look at that view, look at those lights. All these wonderful people come out here to be part of the story that is King of the Hammers. Tomorrow morning the racing continues. We have the Everyman Challenge starting at 8 o'clock. We'll have the 4500s, the 4600s and the 4800s battling it out on these fabled trails.
Yes.
But very shortly we're going to be joining Scott Wren on stage. And he'll be there with our Grudge Match champion, Brian Deegan. And that guy who seems to get everywhere, Terry Madden.
Yeah, and that's what I love about Terry. It doesn't matter. We saw him running with a 10-gallon gas can strapped to his back, and now he's on the podium.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to pass it over to the Master of Ceremonies, Scott Wren, who's live on stage with Brian Deegan. Scott.
Thanks a lot, guys. Man, talk about bringing a taste of short course to the desert. You guys just pulled it off, and I can't help but think I'm looking at this guy. I know at this race, you scared him at least once or twice out there. I don't care. All the years that he's been out there, you're racing, you're driving out here, especially a little bit in the dark, had to scare him a little bit.
I don't know if I've been able to scare him yet. He literally lives right out here. He showed me all the ropes. My first experience at King of the Hammers here, the first time I've ever raced this event, man, what one hell of an event. It's just so fun, and he showed me the ropes out there. There's 5 times where I thought we were done, and he's like, we aren't done, get in the car. And I'm like, all right, let's go. And he lifts the car, freaking put the tire on, we're go. So what a cool experience, man. It's cool to see so many fans and just so many enthusiasts. Everyone's coming out here to be a part of this, and it's more than just watching the event. You guys are actually wheeling, being a part of it, enjoying it. This event couldn't be any cooler.
Well, I'm looking at Terry right now. Terry, what was it like for you out there? Not only this afternoon's race, but tonight especially.
We just, it was one of them days, made memories I wish I didn't have. No, we had a lot of fun. Brian killed it. We just miscalculated on fuel, had a few other problems, got caught up in the traffic jam at Sledge. Just wasn't our day.
But what was tonight like?
What was that? Oh, that was fun. We needed that. That was. What was the name of it? I wish we could do that every year.
What was the name of this short course race?
It doesn't matter what the name was because you just won it, Brian. Plus, you're going home with a big ass check. Does the wife probably have $10,000 already spent before showing up in the motorhome with that thing?
Yeah. Well, I think this is a guy's trip out here, so we'll be hanging on to that check, and we'll split it with Terry. So we're gonna have some fun with it. And man, thanks for everyone coming out and being a part of this. Such a cool moment.
Are you gonna be sticking around the rest of the weekend, taking the big race on Saturday?
Yes, I definitely want to be here to check it out. I'm a fan of this now. And but I'm gonna go to NASCAR on Sunday with Haley and check out at the Coliseum. But we just live racing, and as long as I'm at a racetrack, I'm happy. And I'll be here for another couple days watching all you guys get down.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, out of a war can be said. Let's hear for Terry Madden, Brian Deegan, your winners of the Can-Am UTV Grudge.
As the nice guys come down across Hammertown, we can only look back at what has been the most amazing day of racing. Earlier today, 120 heroes left the start line. It's been absolutely fantastic, and then we've just seen history being made with the very first Can-Am UTV Grudge Match. We're going to throw it now to a short commercial break, but we're going to get you back very, very soon so we can award the trophies for the main race that we saw today in the 2022 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you very soon.
Renowned worldwide for reliability, the ARB air locker is a must-have for off-road drivers including rock crawlers, overlanders, and racers. With over 100 applications, ARB Air Lockers gives your vehicle the traction you need to tackle virtually any challenge with the flip of a switch.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air Systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
A tradition of performance. For over 60 years, a brand synonymous with VWs. Known around the world for quality, speed, and innovation. Impy, the first in VW speed equipment.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
So King of the Hammers, it's the toughest one-day race in the world as far as I'm concerned.
When you need your winch, that's the only thing that matters. It's about getting to the finish line first. It doesn't matter how you do it.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian. Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Conquer the elements, handle the most extreme environments, and dominate the desert and trails with King's new 2021 Ford Bronco 2.5 OEM Performance Upgrade Kit. All kits are 100% designed, manufactured, and assembled in our Southern California facility. See why we're the first choice for experienced off-road racers worldwide and order your Bronco kit today.
Business in the front, business in the back. The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 with new available interior and tailgate work surfaces.
And welcome back to Hammertown, ladies and gentlemen. What an incredible day of racing we've had here at the 2022 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. At 8 o'clock this morning, we saw over 120 vehicles leave the line and not one disappointed. What a day of racing we've had. We saw Kyle Cheney crossing the line earlier on today in a staggering 4 hours and 26 seconds. Then our top 20 crossed the line, and then we had our first ever Can-Am UTV Grudge Match. Winner takes all for $10,000, won by Brian Deegan. But out on stage now, we've got our man, Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Scott Wren, and he's going to be bringing home our heroes and awarding those trophies. Scott, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Jim. Kylie, I tell you, everybody's been talking about this car all afternoon and what you were able to do out there on the course, both you guys. And Brian Deegan just walked away with a $10,000 check, but I'm looking at yours like you kind of look at that thing and go, that's nothing. I got $16,000. Almost $17,000 check right here. Kyle Cheney, the champion overall and class champion this afternoon. Congratulations.
Was that this afternoon? I don't remember. Shoot, we raced today?
Yeah, it's still the same day. Still a 24-hour time period.
Oh, okay, yeah, I almost forgot.
So what was your afternoon like, man? To talk about a dominating run.
No, man, the afternoon was awesome. You know, we just stayed smooth all day. We only made one mistake in sledge. You know, we had to get out in the winch, and the rest of the time we just stayed smooth, man. My Can-Am ran awesome today. CT Raceworks did awesome building the car. You know, I just got to thank all the people that helped me to be up here, but, you know, it's just awesome. You know, to do back-to-back King of Hammers wins is amazing.
And the first one to do that as well, but here's the thing. You kind of sat off to the side and kind of took tonight in and watched all the race action up there with another eye set on Saturday. That's what you're looking forward to right now. What can we expect?
Yeah, you know, it's awesome to watch Brian Deegan win. You know, that was another CT Raceworks built car that was out of my tent. So we won both races today. My team won both races. So super pumped on that. But yeah, no, we definitely got our eyes set on Saturday, and that's going to be tough. You know, after racing today, the UTV race was really tough, and I know the 4,400 race is going to be even tougher.
Did he scare you this afternoon at all?
No, not this afternoon. It wasn't too bad. I mean, I'm thinking here. He didn't try to kill me today, no.
Well, congratulations, guys, and we're looking forward to see what you can do again this year in the 4400 race, Kyle.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Well, not really. I was, but not now.
Nice job, guys.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, your winner and overall and class in the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance.
All right, up on stage for second place in a Can-Am, Mr. Hunter Miller. here. Congratulations today. Obviously, your race went well. How do you feel about it?
Oh, that's a relative question for sure. It was a tough day. They put together a very tough course, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. We had our fair share of mechanical issues, but I couldn't be happier to get up here on the podium.
What did you think about the course this year?
It was tough. The desert was honestly the hardest part. It was super dusty and super chewed up from the rocks, from the trucks, but we got through it, got to the rocks, and that's where we planned to try and cut into Kyle's lead. Sorry, this thing's messing me up. We tried to cut into Kyle's lead a little bit, but we ended up rolling over on Daydream, and took us a minute to get it going again, and from there we just tried to get to the finish.
So now you're turning around and racing again on Saturday. How much prep are you going to do? Are you going to tear down your car completely, or just fix what you think what you might need to fix, or what?
So that's messing with you too. No, absolutely. We're going to do a full prep on the cars. It's in great shape still, but we're going to go through everything. Saturday's going to be a very hard day, and put everything together like we know how, and try to get to the finish there.
Awesome. Well, who would you like to thank for getting you up here?
Oh, there's so many people. It's a ton. Obviously, Can-Am, they brought us here 3 years ago, and we've been on the podium 2 out of 3 years, so that's great. Maxxis, Texplex, Raceline Wheels, UTV Race Shop. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank all of a sudden, but Liquid Molly. Sorry, everybody. Elka Suspension, George White with Double E Racing. He's been here for 2 weeks with us, tuning our suspension, and Ed with Texera Tech, and everybody. Thank you very much. Factory UTV. I couldn't be happier. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, and we'll see you on Saturday, and it's time to celebrate. All right, next up on stage is our third place, Mr. Paul Wolf. Tell us about your day, Paul.
It's pretty wild. We took off a little back in the pack. We didn't qualify real well, and we had to fight through a lot of dust out in the desert, and the desert's pretty rough. My co-pilot here, Travis, he took pretty good care of me. Without him, I don't think I would have made it through it. So he did great, and then, of course, the Can-Am did great. We got over in the rocks, and that's our world. We're East Coast boys, so we do the rock bouncing, and we made up a lot of time in the rocks and was able to push pretty hard. Again, he kept me going, and then all my crew and everybody, they had to help me do some tire stuff, and I broke a belt and did a few things, but we were able to keep it together and get it all the way here to the finish.
Well, that's awesome. It's just racing, right, when you have to do minor things like that?
Oh, yeah. We kept it on all 4 tires all day, so that's always a plus.
That is definitely a bonus. Who do you have to thank to get you up here on the stage tonight?
I got a lot of people. First off, I got to thank my wife back home, Christy, and my daughter, Lainey, for letting me come out here and race and do all this and spend this time away from them. So thank you to them. Thanks to all my crew, and then, of course, all the sponsors. I got Can-Am, Simpson, HCR, G-Force Suspension, Pete with NOS. He does an awesome job. And then we got MRT Tires, Raceline Wheels, Halo, and RCV. Man, they make an awesome drivetrain components, and then Evolution Power Sports. EBC Brakes, they do a great job keeping this thing shut down when I need it to be. So huge shout out to all of them guys. Really happy.
So I'm going to ask you like I did Hunter Miller. You're racing again on Saturday. Yesterday in qualifying, you held that #1 spot for quite some time. What are you going to do to your car now to get ready for the Saturday race?
We're actually going to try some new stuff out there. We're going to put the car on 37s and run it. I don't know if anybody's done that yet on a Can-Am, but we're going to give it a go. We're going to run the desert, probably be a little conservative in the desert and just stay out of the way of the 4,400 guys so they don't run us over. And then we get in the rocks. I think that's when we can make up some time on them. So that's the plan.
Awesome. Well, we're all excited to see you get out there and race again. You did the shootout. You just raced today. Now again on Saturday for the Race of Kings. Congratulations today, and we'll see you again.
Sounds good. Look forward to it.
Thank you. All right, now we are into our UTV stock turbo class, and we have RJ Anderson in that number 1 spot. RJ, I saw you out there going through remote pit 1.
No way.
How was your day out there today?
You know, that was absolutely insane. My brother actually talked me into this. I never wanted to go out and put my car or myself through all this chaos in one race, but him and Cole, man, first of all, I feel so bummed for them. They put in the work out here, and we're obviously having a great day out there, and then heading to Turkey Claw had some problems, but we just held the torch and kept on keeping on. My buddy Doug Matag rode with me. He hadn't even been to Johnson Valley until Monday morning, so I had to tell him how to get here, so it was pretty funny. We had a great time out there. A couple mistakes just as a driver, and little experience in the rocks. I mean, they're gnarly out there, some of those canyons, and what we actually put these vehicles through is pretty incredible. So 4th overall for my first year, minimal seat time. I'm stoked. It's a team effort. My team was out here supporting us. It's a long time out here on the lake bed that I'm sure everyone here can understand. So, man, I had a blast. I don't know if I can put myself through it again, but I did have a blast out here racing.
I'm sure we'll see you again next year. But who do you have to thank for being up here on this podium today?
Yeah, my whole entire team, you know, we're not really geared up for desert racing or this type of racing. So for them to come out here and support us with pits and fueling and radio and just bringing us parts and when we tear stuff up. So I really got to thank them first and foremost for being here for us through thick and thin. So those guys, and then Polaris Razor, NOS Energy Drink, 4 Wheel Parts gave me the opportunity to actually come do this. So I hope I made them proud today. I did my best. So BF Goodrich tires, flawless all day. The amount of rocks that those things see is insane. So it was a tough course. I appreciate those guys' support and hope I made them proud.
Well, congratulations on being up here in that number 1 position, and it's time to celebrate. We have some champagne, trophy, and checks. All right, next up on stage in that number 2 spot in the UTV stock production class, Mr. Joshua Smith. Yep. I saw you going through remote pit. You guys had a strategy today. Tell us a little bit about what strategy you had with fueling and everything.
We fueled every time through pit 1. We fueled 3 times in 1, and then a splash in 2.
So some people did not stop on their way in the first time and had some fuel issues, but you obviously had that down, knew you were not going to take any chances. But what was your favorite part of the race course today?
I liked Outer Limits. It's a challenging trail. I enjoyed it.
So the challenge is what you like the most. I like it. Now, who do you have to thank to get you up here in this position today?
I'd like to thank Corey Nasso. He helped me build a car. And all my great sponsors like Liquid Moly, MRT Tires, ZRP, HCR. Now look back in the Fury. And side-by-side Fury.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your position today in number 2. And it's time to celebrate. They're going to bring your check over here. Anybody that wants to come up and take a picture with your team, go ahead and come on up. All right, we have in third position Mr. Brian Crofts. You're our number 1 qualifier for the Saturday 4400 Race of Kings. How do you feel about your race today?
It was great. Miller and I just had a plan to go out and pre-run. We never, I think, really went over 65 miles an hour, so it was just kind of a cruise. So it was a really good time.
Did you have a clean race? Any issues? No flat tires? All smooth? Oh, Ryan's got a laugh going on over there.
You could ask Ryan.
Ryan, tell us about your day then. What were your issues?
Well, we had a flat tire and realized we didn't have all the parts for our jack. So that turned into about a 30-minute tire change, trying to get the tire changed without a jack. And once we got going again, it was pretty clean besides that. So.
Well, you guys got up here third position on the box. How do you feel about that?
I'm pretty excited. This is only the second time I've ever driven a UTV, first time I've ever driven in the rocks. So, and same time with Miller. Miller's never driven or really co-driven a UTV, so it's kind of pretty cool to be up here on the podium and finish with all these top drivers.
So you're going to steal him from Bailey if she was to ever get into a UTV and need a co-driver?
No, she always has first preference.
That's a good answer right there. Who do you have to thank to getting up here today?
I want to thank Brian Clock from Clockworks. For without them, we wouldn't be here today. Nitto Tire for keeping the tires on the car. Rugged Radios getting us our headsets. FK Rod Ends. Rugged Geek. Impact. Baja Designs. Many others, and especially the entire Campbell racing crew. Without the entire Campbell racing crew, we wouldn't be here.
Well, congratulations again, and good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
All right, time to celebrate your little third place finish there. All right, up here on stage, now we're into our UTV Open class. Mr. CJ Greaves, how was your day?
Oh man, it was quite exciting to say the least. First time out in a Polaris. We got our deal done just a couple weeks ago. So we got a car 20 days ago and had to turn it into a race car. Never driven anything with a CVT, never raced anything with a CVT. So we got to learn the hard way a little bit on the belts, but we had one belt go, and we got that fixed, and then ended up running out of gas coming into remote pit 1. And at least I had some good friends willing to take a fall, pushing us to the pit there. But and then after that, it was just a flawless day. We once we got out past remote pit 1 and got into the second lap, my co-dog and I just had a great day in the rocks. We never had to winch. He got out, I think, 2 times when there was a couple stack-ups in front of us. Other than that, we just had a flawless day in the rocks. So we got a little bit to learn on these new cars yet, but we're definitely looking forward to it.
Awesome. Well, who do you have to thank to get you up here besides Polaris?
Definitely Monster Energy. Everyone from Polaris, I know they were definitely gambling on me coming over, and I was probably doing the same thing going there. So hats off to all them guys. We appreciate it. Maxxis Tires, Vision Wheel, Fox Shocks, Factory UTV skid plates, VP Race Fuels, RCV, just everyone all my crew, all my friends and family that took, well, I mean, we have 36 hours home, so took 10 days off to come out here. HCR Suspension, just everyone that helps us out. We were able to make it happen today on basically a bone stock Polaris between axles, A-arms, trailing arms, everything, even tie rods are stock. So I think that's a lot to say, and I can't wait to get back till next year.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again. Everybody, CJ Greaves in that #1 spot in the UTV Open class. All right, so in the UTV Open class, we had Mitch Guthrie in that #2 position. We didn't see him, we saw his car, but congratulations to Mitch Guthrie for getting second place. But we are now on to Mr. Bailey Cole in that UTV Stock NA class. How was your race?
You know, the Honda was fantastic all day. I tried to mess it up a couple times today and ended up on my side, but Scotty over here literally lifted the car twice with the help of a couple other co-drivers and got us back on all fours, and we finished first.
Now, I know Scotty's raced the motos out here. Has he ever co-drove for you before?
No, this was me and Scotty's first time working together. You raced UTV last year, correct? Yep.
Awesome. Well, who do you have to thank for getting you up here on the box today?
Definitely Honda. I mean, the car just kept working. It was fantastic all day. I think we were the NA class by like 20 minutes in the first lap in the desert. Fantastic. The Fox Shocks, Jeff Proctor, KMC, Steel It, Baja Designs, FK Rod Ends, Fluid Logic. They all helped us get here. Thank you.
And so today was a great pre-run race for your next race. How are you feeling about getting into that Bronco?
Oh, that's going to be a great time too. Looking forward to it a lot.
I'm super excited for you, but congratulations to you guys for on your #1 position into the UTV Stock NA class. It's time to celebrate. All right, up on stage in our UTV Stock NA class in second place, Mr. Jeremy McGrath. How was your day today?
Oh, man, it was eventful, to say the least. We had a good day out there. My friend Scott here got to ride in the co-dog seat, so he got to pull a rope today for me a couple times. But I'm happy to say we didn't have many problems. We did break a header out there, and we were a little bit loud on the course. So our ears are ringing, and I think tonight when we go to bed, we'll feel that. But for the most part, we had a great day. The Kawasaki was awesome. Of course, those Maxxis tires were killing it on the rocks. We only had to get a rope out a couple times. So we saw a lot of crazy stuff out there, but we're glad to get to the finish line.
So what was your favorite part of the course, and what was your least favorite part of the course?
I mean, I don't know. You know, I mean, the whole event itself, the rocks, how technical they are, it's exciting, it's challenging. I think, you know, for me, I'm not used to it that much, so every time I go through a section, I'm just like blown away at what these things can do. So to get to the finish line was the main goal. We did that. Probably could have pushed a little bit harder, but I was afraid to tear up the car. I just want to make sure I made it. You know, I think my favorite parts were just being able to, you know, the prep work with my friends. You know, we did a lot of work. I have a lot of great guys here that really helped me, and appreciate all the help for that. And you know, it's everyone here that knows if they're putting a car on the show, it's a lot of work and a lot of late nights. So we had that going on for sure. But again, we're just thankful for friends and thankful to be here.
And who else got you up here onto this stage tonight? Who would you like to thank?
Obviously, thank Scott here, Travis, Bill, Carl, my whole crew. Les, Ryan, my kids are out here somewhere. I think they're out here. My girls are here. Yeah, there they are. So Jet Boat, he was with us. We got a fun crew. You know, we spent, like I said, we had a lot of late nights in the shop and doing all this stuff ourselves. In the past, I had my own mechanics. This time, I get friends to help me, and I do it with them. So it's enjoyable when you get to the finish. And it's a huge effort from everyone. So Maxxis tires, obviously, Kawasaki with the KRX is, you know, I think we were the only Kawi in the show, so it's good to be up here. Congrats to Bailey; those guys did a great job, and we thought we'd be a little closer, but maybe next time.
Well, congratulations again, and it's time to celebrate. We have a check over here, and we have some champagne. Congratulations. All right, so Mr. Mitch Guthrie ended up coming up over here.
Yep.
As you should, because you did get number 2 in the UTV Open class. How was your day out there today?
It was a good day. We had our ups and downs for sure. It's King of the Hammers, so we had our fair share of problems, but most of the race went really well until we had some issues at the end that held us up. But as everyone knows, it's great to get across the finish line here, so I'm happy to be here in front of everyone and also do that shootout. We got second and just had a great time today.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy doing the Grudge Match. Pretty fun.
Yeah, it was insane. The qualifying course was super torn up, and we pretty much couldn't see anything. So you're just hitting rocks, don't really know where you are the whole time, and we ended up second, so that was a good time. But big thanks to Curtis over here for sitting co-dog. We had to do some winching today and put in some work, but happy to be across the finish line.
Awesome. Well, who do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
Big thank you to our whole crew. We did 2 races this week, so it was a lot of work. And man, it's been a rough couple weeks, but I'm happy to have a couple awesome races under our belt now. And then Polaris Razor for the awesome platform, Red Bull, BFG Tires for awesome tires, KMC Wheels, 4-wheel parts, Rigid Industries, VP Fuels, Walker Evans Racing. Big thank you to them and whoever I forgot.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, and it's time to celebrate. Mitch Guthrie Jr. All right, let's stay tuned. Thank you for watching the Can-Am UTV Championship, Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. Stick around. We are going to go live with Speed Sport right up here on stage. We're going to be bringing up some special guests, so stick around.
Of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support, the choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 is available with 7.2 kilowatts of electrical power, in case you ever need your truck to power your kitchen.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Denied.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Said the man who feel him a fool, or he be the wise man. For the man who don't think he's a fool, he control his destiny, for he's too good for himself. For himself, for himself. Oh, I need.
Business in the front, business in the back. The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 with new available interior and tailgate work surfaces.